It is your PrisonPlanet.tv memberships that fund so much of what we do here in this operation. And then we're more than happy for the TV show after it's aired live, then be leaked out onto the web to tens of millions of people. That's our goal.
Hi there, I'm David Knight, and I'm for Wars here, one of the newest warriors. I'm going to be your host for the next hour. We've got about 12 hours left in the Money Bomb. If you haven't called in yet, the number is, let's see, it's right here, 888-253-3139. You know, I'm the newest guy here, but I may be, I guess I probably am the oldest one here. But I've been an activist for a long time. I've worked in North Carolina with Libertarian Party. I've worked with electoral politics. And, you know, one of the things that attracts me about Alex Jones is just I know how difficult it is to get the message out. And, you know, when we look at Gary Johnson and other libertarians, the mainstream media just doesn't report that. It's almost like there's a cone of silence that gets dropped over that. And I know that when I was running, most of us didn't really... at least, well, some of us did. I know Gary Johnson is a legitimate candidate. He's two-term governor. He'd be a great president. But a lot of people are doing it because much further down the line, they're running for office to try to tell people about liberty. And, you know, we just could not get that message out. And I think from that standpoint, Alex has done such a great job. He is just constantly, he's got the biggest footprint out there. He's got the largest bullhorn, and you guys are the power behind that. And your money makes that possible. Your support makes that possible. The products you buy, the videos that you buy, the products that Alex sells in terms of filters and things like that. You know, we may be the arrow, the tip of the spear, but you know, you guys, if we're the arrow, you guys are the bow that's propelling us, and we really need that. We had, actually, John Bound, one of the guys that works with us here, said we're really kind of a fusion center for liberty. And we were talking about Wade Hicks. And I don't know if you saw the program on Tuesday night, the Nightly News, but Wade Hicks is a prepper who was flying to see his wife in Japan. She's in the military. And he got on a military plane, and he flew halfway there, got to Hawaii, and was about to make the second leg of his journey. And he got pulled off the plane by a couple of armed guards and told that he was on a no-fly list. Now, this is news to him. He had, of course, received no notice of that. But he also had no reason to be on a no-fly list. This is a guy who had just recently gotten his concealed carry, an enhanced carry that was vetted by the FBI, had just gotten it within the last month. He was a merchant marine who had a TWIC card from the TSA, the Transportation Workers Identity Card. He had gone through all these different things. He had been vetted extremely carefully. He had no criminal conviction, as a matter of fact. We were told about this. The first person he contacted was Doug, what is Doug's name? Doug Hagman, I'm sorry. And Doug Hagman contacted us. And Doug Hagman is a private investigator. He has a network of private investigator agencies. And he had completely vetted Wade just to make sure that this was a real case, to make sure that Wade didn't really have any criminal convictions. And he contacted us because, you know, Doug, like we are, we all kind of hang in there together. We understand that if the TSA can do something like this to someone who they have no reason to do that to, that they can do that to any one of us. And not only do we want to help Wade when he's being unjustly persecuted by his own government, but we want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And we've got Wade on the line. And Wade, are you there? Can you hear me? Hello, Wade?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Wade. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm in California, back home now.
That's great. And when did you get back?
Oh, I think we touched down sometime around 5 o'clock West Coast time.
Now, you were stuck in Hawaii from Sunday until when?
Sunday until Thursday. I was told I could leave Thursday, and the first flight out, of course, was Friday, so I left earlier today.
And you didn't get to see your wife in Japan, right?
I haven't got to see my wife yet. We're going to plan to meet up here pretty soon, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, when I talked to you the first time on Tuesday, you said that you knew we were. You said you were a listener. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've listened to Alex for a few years now.
Great, great. You know, I guess, so maybe this didn't come as a full surprise to you that the government was capable of doing something like this. I guess maybe you never thought that it would happen to you, though, right?
I didn't think I was anyone of any type of interest. I mean, you know, I've looked into conspiracy theories like 9/11 and things like that, but, you know, never to the level that I would be classified as an enemy of the state.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't really expect to see that. But, you know, of course, when I was talking about us being a fusion center for liberty, you know, it was a fusion center that put out the MIAC report back in 2009 and listed pretty much anybody who talks about the Constitution or is concerned about an intrusive government and a number of other innocuous things, even voting for Ron Paul or other third-party candidates like Chuck Baldwin. They were listed as dangerous enemies of the state to be watched out for. So I guess...
Well, I guess that's how I made their list then, because that pretty much identifies me.
Yeah, that identifies a lot of us listeners. So were you able to ever, I mean, how did this get reversed? How did you get off the no-fly list? Or are you still on it? Did they just make an exception for you?
Well, I got the initial call. I went to the Hawaii's Capitol building, and I talked to the only two conservative people there that happen to be Republicans. I talked to Senator Sloan personally on the phone, and I've talked to Congressman Tom Ward's office over there, and they were making some phone calls on my behalf. Then I went upstairs to the 5th floor to talk to the governor's office, and one of the executive protection guys, him and I had a conversation, and it turned out that at one point in time he worked for the Mississippi governor's office with the Mississippi State Police doing executive protection. So he escorted me down to Constituent Affairs, and they started making some phone calls to the FAA, the TSA and stuff on a state level on my behalf to see if they could get some contacts higher up with DHS. But of course, before this, I've contacted Senator Wicker's office in Mississippi, Senator Cochran's office, and they both have privacy release forms, and they were starting to work it. I just found out this morning when I was still in Hawaii that Senator Cochran's office had just got my paperwork submitted. But by the time that the paperwork was going up through the Senate and everything, I got a phone call from the senior special agent with ICE, and she told me I was cleared to go back home. And I said, cleared under what circumstances? Am I going to be detained on the flight back? Am I just cleared to go home? Can I go to Japan? What are the stipulations of me being cleared? And she had to call me back. A few minutes later, she calls me back. She says, "You're clear. You can go anywhere you want." And I said, "Well, who made that decision?" And she says, "Well, it went pretty high. I can't say how high it went, but it went pretty high." And I got another call from Senator's office. I don't know which office it was, but I think they let something slip that it may have went all the way as high as the Secretary of Defense, but I don't have any positive confirmation on that.
Well,
so it went pretty high up, but I also had some friends working some back channels as well. I was involved with emergency management during Hurricane Katrina and after Hurricane Katrina doing search and rescue, and I did a little bit of work during the BP oil spill with emergency management. So I had some friends there that knew me for several years, and I was vetted by them thoroughly. So they made some calls on the state level to the Mississippi Department of Homeland Security and started working some back channels there. A friend of mine that runs a local radio station, his dad's a retired Navy captain, so he made some calls to start working some back channels at the Pentagon. Plus all of the media coverage. My friends all over the country and the world were calling my congressman to the point that they had to put a message on their phone line and add an additional number on their keypad, so if they were going to comment about my situation, they could leave a message.
Now, did you get much help in terms of media? I mean, did this get picked up by CNN or Fox News or anybody like that?
The mainstream media hasn't touched it. One of the last interviews I gave when I was in Hawaii was to the Associated Press, and I told her, I said, I consider you mainstream media, and don't take offense to this, but you're the first person in mainstream that's contacted me regarding this. And it's been 4 days. This is pretty sad.
Did they in fact run a story, or do you know? Is that something
they did run the story. It made the Drudge Report, I found out.
Oh, it did? Okay,
ABC
good.
News picked it up right now. According to Doug Hagman, I think Fox News is trying to contact me for an interview as well.
All right, good. Well, you know, it's kind of sad that you've got to go through that much effort to get what should be normal rights as an American citizen. I mean, the country that we live in has turned into something from a Kafka novel, where you don't have any rights, and you get hung up with this unresponsive bureaucracy that's doesn't feel like it's limited by any laws, doesn't even follow its own rules. You know, you're not allowed to say you're just an enemy of the state. You don't know why. Nobody will talk to you about it. You're not allowed to be confronted with your charges. I mean, this is fundamental stuff from the Constitution, right?
Yeah, well, that's the one thing that I outlined with the special agent from ICE, was that, look, I have a right to due process. You're telling me I'm on a list, but you're not producing any evidence, any documents, any rulings from a court or a judge or anything. You're just telling me I can't fly because you said so, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. So are you the one making the decision, or is it coming from someone higher? Because I want some verification that I'm on a list. You know, I need to see some sort of verification. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's just being done because someone said so.
Right.
And I specifically asked, once I was cleared to fly back home, I asked her, I said, I want the clearance in writing. And she said that she would have to make a phone call. And I've heard nothing back or anything. I haven't so much as gotten an apology from anyone on the issue until I landed at Travis Air Force Base, where I was met by the director of the Air Mobility Command's terminal, and they took me all throughout the back secured area of the facility and everything, apologized several times, but it wasn't their fault. And he told me that the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security don't really get along. I don't want to misquote him, but he said that there's I guess internal struggles between the two agencies, kind of like a feud.
Well, I think what's happening is I think the Department of Homeland Defense is trying to take over everybody's job. I mean, I think they're trying to take over the FBI. They're trying to take over
their nose in businesses where they don't belong.
Right. They're trying to take over everything.
Homeland Security has any jurisdiction over military aircraft. Because what if they decide to go to Libya or another country or Syria and do an airlift? Are they going to send TSA agents over there to grope all the Libyans before they take them out of a situation?
Well, it's bigger than just them stepping on the toes of the military. I mean, they're trying to take in law enforcement procedures. They're trying to they're acting as an extra judiciary, extra legislative branch. And, you know, if you think about what's happening, we're rolling back about 500 years of tradition that has been built up to protect individual rights by the rule of law. And now we've got this agency, Homeland Security and the TSA, and basically they don't feel like they're limited to any laws. They don't feel like they have any restrictions or any procedures on them. They can do whatever they please. And, you know, we have to expose this. We have to get together as a group to do this. And let me just do another plug here, guys. If you want to help to get the message out, as Wade said, the mainstream media really wasn't interested in this for about 4 days. He was kind of hanging in the wind by himself. The only people that picked it up were alternative news media. Doug Hagman talked to us about it. We picked it up. It put it out there. It started to get some traction. If you want to call and help us to get an even bigger footprint, that number is 888-253-3139. Or you can go to InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com to donate. You can do it online or you can do it by phone. Of course, we've got some people out there that you can talk to. You can talk to Melissa. One of the other reporters is Melissa Melton is taking phone calls out there now. So give us a call. Help us to get this a little bit broader. Wade, where do you go from here? I mean, you said you got now the mainstream media is finally interested in some of this. What is your intention?
Well, I'm not going to be doing any interviews, any more interviews after the one with y'all tonight, and until after I see my wife, and she goes back to Japan. So probably I'm not going to be doing any more interviews for a week. I'm just going to turn my phone off and take a break because I've been on my phone 16, 18 hours a day.
Probably exceeded your monthly limit, right?
Well, I have unlimited usage, thank God. My phone worked in Hawaii. Yeah. But I'm going to take a break and relax because when you're in a situation like the situation I was in, you feel kind of powerless, but I decided, you know what, nobody's going to come out and help me. There's no point in sitting here on my butt and doing nothing. So I figured if I'm going to rescue myself, I need to self-rescue. So I started making contacts. I started calling friends. I started sending my story out to alternative media sources like Doug Hagman and, of course, y'all. And other places. I contacted mainstream media sources as well. But I was extremely limited to what I could do because I had, like I said, just a cell phone, and I could only do 2 or 3 things at once. Like I couldn't surf the internet and make phone calls and stuff like that.
Sure.
So it took me a long time to type emails on a phone, to look up numbers and make phone calls and leave messages and stuff like that. And I finally got contacted today by the ACLU. They do have a pending lawsuit against the TSA, and I'm hoping to become a party on that lawsuit as well.
Great. Now, Wade, we're almost out of time, but I just wanted to ask you one quick question. When we talked the other night, you said that you thought that this, the only explanation that you could come up with, since you have no criminal record, since you had just been vetted for enhanced concealed carry by the FBI, the only thing that you could come up with was an incident where you had somebody come. You were part of an organization called the Missouri Preparedness Project.
Mississippi Preparedness Project.
Mississippi, yes. I'm sorry. I keep saying the term Missouri. The Mississippi Preparedness Project. And in one of your meetings, you had kind of a suspicious character show up and was giving you a lot of kind of a legend about his background, saying that he was a Navy SEAL and a bunch of other things. And
he was telling me some sea stories about him being a Navy SEAL, and within the first couple of minutes opening his mouth, I knew he wasn't a SEAL because I've met SEALs. I've worked with a couple of retired SEALs, so he didn't fit the model that the people in the SEAL community are known for. They're very reserved, soft-spoken, and they're not braggarts. This guy was a braggart, so he pretty much debunked himself for me, but I just had to make sure because, you never know. Some people are a little bit different sometimes. But I started digging into his background, did a FOIA request. I got the return of the FOIA request, said that he was never attended any sort of training or anything that Coronado was aware of. So I started asking around. I had a friend of mine that's in the military police, and I said, hey, can you figure out if this guy was in the military or not? And he did a quick search through the database and said, no, he doesn't show up in any of our records. And, they could tell if he was in and got out and, retired or was dishonorably discharged because they keep those records. But, the guy was credentialed. He had what appeared to be a real retired ID, Mississippi concealed carry permit, and a DD-214, but a DD-214, I guess anybody with a computer could fake one of those. But I'd had enough, and I just asked the guy not to be involved in the organization anymore because he was kind of scaring us with misleading us. I mean, if you're a SEAL, you wouldn't do any type of those actions. Even a person retired Navy, I don't think would act the way this guy acted. So
right. So you guys are kind of worried that maybe
from him very quick, and I'd actually contemplated calling the FBI and reporting him to the FBI because he was really suspicious. But honestly, I think I don't have any evidence to really support it, but my gut feeling is the guy may have been with a federal agency trying to infiltrate our preparedness group, which doesn't make any sense because we have retired Secret Service that are in our preparedness group. We have current law enforcement on the state level. I don't know if we have any federal level law enforcement that are involved openly, but I do know that we have retired Secret Service that participate in the organization, and they wouldn't associate with an organization that was on the fringes or anything like that. So it's predominantly just citizen preparedness. The same principles that Ready.gov teaches, we're just expanding on a little bit.
Okay. All right. Well, we're interested to see what happens next, and we want to know what excuse they give you, if they'll condescend to talk to you and tell you what's going on with it. I doubt that you'll get much of an answer from the TSA. But thank you very much, Wade, and we're so glad that things worked out for you, that you're back home and hopefully off the no-fly list for good.
I hope so. I plan on making this an issue, and I hope to have my say in front of Congress with it.
Yeah.
I've expressed interest with, my senators and congressmen that I'd like to speak before Congress on this issue to ensure that this never happens to a military spouse or another American citizen again without due process.
All right. Well, we sure wish you luck in that, and we certainly hope we're working on this end, too, to make sure that we've got a government that follows the law and government that follows 500 years of tradition that's been built up to protect people from just this sort of thing, from these kind of star chamber accusations and accusations without being able to see your accuser, without being able to see the charges against you, without being able to even defend yourself. You're just put on a no-fly list.
Common law.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thank you very much. We'll be talking to you later. All right, bye-bye. Well, we have a clip to run here. Just before I left North Carolina, I was able to go film Gary Johnson, who was speaking at Duke University. And one of the things I was interested in talking to Gary Johnson about was the TSA. It's something that, of course, you don't hear Obama talking about. He's not upset with it. The Democratic Party platform is quite happy with everything that the TSA is doing. They think that's a legitimate use of government. The Republican Party has said that the TSA needs to be privatized in their official platform statement. But, of course, Romney isn't saying any of that. Romney and Ryan are even having the TSA search people at their events. So we think that's something that's a difference between these two candidates and Gary Johnson, although on his website, he didn't really have anything that the wording, although he mentioned TSA, I thought the wording was a little bit weak, so I wanted to see exactly where he stood. So we've got a quick interview here with Gary Johnson, and we're going to go to that right now. Well, that was an interview I had about a month ago with Gary Johnson at Duke University. He's going around he and his running mate are talking to about 40 different universities. And he is the only candidate that I would wave all 5 fingers at. Gary Johnson has, not only has come out strongly against the TSA's abuses of power, he's written them personally about things that they've done to him as he's gone through lines. Of course, he hasn't received any response from them. But he also has come out strongly about reforming marijuana laws. And we've got someone on the line right now that is actually had his life made a living hell by California authorities. He is executive director. This is Jason Andrews, executive director of Pro 215. And he is legally authorized to be a marijuana dispensary. And in spite of that, he's being persecuted. And I mean by that persecuted, not prosecuted, but persecuted by the California government there. Jason, are you on the line? Hey, Jason, are you there?
Yes, I am. Are you there, David?
Yes. Hey, how you doing? You're live.
Pretty good. How about you?
Doing good. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on and how you got into this situation? First, tell us exactly what it is that you do in California.
Well, first and foremost, foremost, I'm a patient. I've been through a couple of car accidents, and I have a post-traumatic stress disorder from watching my mother bleed to death about 13 years ago. So I use medical marijuana to help alleviate my pains. I don't choose to use pharmaceutical drugs. I don't drink. I don't use any tobacco or anything like that. I use medical marijuana to help alleviate my pain. The next thing I would consider myself, I'm a caregiver for my wife and also for some AIDS patients and cancer patients. I provide them with medical marijuana. I also provide them with free rides to doctors. If they're too sick, they can't clean their house, cook their food, they need a ride to the grocery store, all they have to do is give me a call. I provide all those services to them. So I actually care about my patients that I deal with. So we don't just provide them with medical marijuana, but that's one of the things we do help them out with.
That's great. And I saw on your website, you're also a Christian?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yes. And that would come as a surprise to a lot of Christians that you're doing medical marijuana. Can you speak to that?
Well, I can attest to that at firsthand. I have two brothers that are Christian ministers for a couple of churches, one in Oregon and one in Utah, actually. And then I also have grandparents that were prison ministers for about 50 years here in California. So from everything I was taught all my life, marijuana was going to kill me and send me to hell. and then I, from researching the Bible myself, religion myself, I've found that God doesn't care about a plan, and He wants me to, take care of my temple the best I can. And what I've found is these pharmaceutical drugs out there are killing me. Tobacco's killing me. Alcohol's killing me. My doctor said it best. He said, Jason, 4 years ago, he said, quit drinking, quit taking these pills, quit smoking tobacco, use this stuff, it won't kill you. And so when I thought about that and my faith and everything, it comes down to what do I do what's right for me and myself. And as far as I'm concerned, God wants me to take care of myself. And what I found is marijuana is probably the best thing I could be putting in my body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I looked at your website, one of the things that came across was you have a real compassion for helping other people. And I really appreciated that. And just this last week, an organization took the DEA to court to try to get them to recognize a petition. They've petitioned to get marijuana removed as a Schedule I drug. It clearly should not be in the same class as heroin and other hard drugs that are very addictive and have proven long-term effects. And actually, there hasn't been a petition like this done since the early 70s. Since that time, there is a lot of evidence that's indisputable of the medical benefits of medical marijuana. I mean, even to things like glaucoma. If you look it up, anybody want to Google glaucoma, look it up and look at marijuana as a treatment, and what you'll see is that every other treatment for glaucoma has very serious side effects listed. But for marijuana, the side effects are euphoria. I mean, it's not a dangerous drug, and it is very effective at relieving, actually treating things like glaucoma, and actually helping people who are cancer patients and unable to eat. It restores their appetite. It's very effective in many, many other ways. But tell us now a little bit about what it is, what your legal standing is in California. One of the things that was surprising about your case is that we know that in California, those of us who don't live there, our perception of it is that medical marijuana was passed by state initiative, and it's now clearly legal there. And we know there's been some pushback from the federal government to try to stop that. But I was very surprised to see that the persecution, I'll call it that, it's not a prosecution, it's a persecution that's coming at you is coming from the state government. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, what it comes down to is California, because California has chosen not to regulate it. We're the only state that's left that hasn't put any regulations on it. We have laws, but those laws were so unclear. And then the Attorney General guidelines that were put out in 2008 were just that, guidelines. They're not laws. And because of all this uncertainty and unclarity, it's left it up to DAs, judges, cops, lawyers to decide your fate. So and this is what it boils down to. If you get pulled over and you have all your legal documents, and the officer decides he's going to be a jerk, he's going to give you a ticket, arrest you, and you're going to jail. If you go to jail and you get before a DA, and the DA, in my case, says, doesn't matter what the law says, in my opinion, marijuana is a drug, and you're a drug dealer, so you're going to trial. And then if you get to a trial, like happened in my case, and a judge denies you an affirmative defense, like what happened in my case, you're most likely going to go to jail unless you get lucky or have God on your side and you get one juror, like I did, that saves you. And that's what it all boils down to because of the lack of regulations. New Mexico, Colorado, New Jersey, Maine, Michigan, everybody else has chosen to regulate it, and that's why you don't see the federal government involved as much in those states. You still will see them there because they don't like marijuana, but it's mainly they're here in California. And then for the state level, it depends on what city you live in, what county you live in. I live in Orange County, California. Orange County hates medical marijuana. Their stance is all medical marijuana is a drug, and you're a drug dealer, and they're going to take every one of these cases to trial unless you take a deal. 99.9% of the people take a deal. I'm one of the few that have fought it, and
even
because
though
of my faith,
even though
boils down to because of my faith, God told me if I told the truth, He'd set me free, and I did. I told the truth, and He set me free. So now I'm getting ready to go through another trial because Orange County refuses to acknowledge any of California state law. I'm not just a patient with a regular recommendation from a doctor. I actually went down and paid an extra $150 from the health department, the California State Health Department, and got the patient state ID card. It's supposed to give me immunity from the 2 charges I'm being charged with, sales and transportation. And then I went down and took a patient, paid $150 for that patient and $150 for myself to become their caregiver so I can legally transport it, be compensated for what I do. And then I'm being charged for these 2 things because the state to this day, the judges, the DAs, nobody has ever verified my state ID cards. Nobody even acknowledges them. And
so you've done your best to try to comply with the law.
I've done everything I could do to comply with the law. I've read every case in California, and there's very few cases that have gone through this whole process like I have that have had every single piece of paperwork I have. I have a state seller's permit. I have a corporation filed with the Secretary of State, a nonprofit 501c3. I have 2 state ID cards. I have a doctor's recommendation. I have everything. And they still refused me a fair trial, and I still won. So it all comes down to, first of all, marijuana should be legal. That's the bottom line. In this country, marijuana, hemp, should be legal. For our farmers not to be allowed to grow hemp for all of its other uses besides somebody wanting to smoke it for medicinal uses. The thousands of other uses that can benefit this country and would blow everybody's mind. But people are so closed-minded from what they've been taught, especially the religious people.
Yeah, and it was in New Hampshire where there was a case of jury nullification as well. And in that particular case, the basis was as a religious exception.
Which one was that? The New Jersey weed man?
No, New Hampshire, up in New Hampshire. And, New Hampshire has a jury nullification law that was just recently passed. And what it does is it allows, it protects defense lawyers from being disciplined and persecuted by judges when they tell juries that they have the legal right, and they do have the legal right to judge the facts of the case, and not just the facts of the case, but to judge whether the law is correct or not. Exactly. That is something that's always been a part of juries.
In California called the Human Solution. It's the humansolution.org that has actually been going to these federal cases and these state cases and passing out pamphlets on just that, jury nullification. And people don't realize how important it is to be on a jury and to know that you have the right as a juror that if you don't believe in the law, no matter what evidence is presented before you, if you don't believe that law is right, you have the right to say, not guilty.
That's right. Well,
nobody can prosecute you. Nobody can do anything to reprimand you for that.
That's right.
Because of that, I was saved. Because one guy, the judge, literally pulled this juror out, and they were going to kick him off of my jury because he wouldn't agree with the rest of them.
That's right. I said at the top of the hour that I'd been an activist, I'd worked in electoral politics, and I had basically given up because it just wasn't working. You know, the electoral system, the election, the ballot box is totally busted. One of the only things that we've got left that we can take responsibility for without trying to, I think it's easier than trying to get the election process fixed, is the jury box. We take that back one by one. In your case, it was one juror who refused to convict you. Now, you didn't get a full acquittal because he didn't convince everybody else. They got a hung jury. You thought you were finished, but actually they're going to come back at you because under California law, they can come back up to 3 times if there's a hung jury. Is that correct?
Yes. What I found out after that, as soon as my case was, they came back and said, mistrial, 11-1, you won. The DA was so mad that he was ready to refile and take me to trial the next week again. I find out from my lawyer that they can take me back to trial 2 more times after this. So wait, let's get this straight. As somebody looking from the outside in, I've spent $20,000 on an attorney for my car settlements to fight these guys to stay out of jail. The state spent $150,000 to put me in jail, which even if I'm convicted, I will never see a day in jail because I've never been in trouble. So now they're going to go do it again? Mm-hmm. So it's costing the taxpayers $500,000 to try to just give me a felony, right, which even with a felony, I will never see 1 day in jail, I've been told.
It's absolutely incredible. But, Jason, I really appreciate you taking a stand and standing up for your rights. I mean, most people today don't insist on a jury trial. Most people today would take a plea bargain and just get over it. But, you know, you've done everything that you can. You obeyed the law. You got all the legal permits. And then when you have judges and district attorneys who just say, well, I don't care what the law is. The law is what I say. You know, that's the definition of a dictator. A dictator comes from the Latin that says, you know, speak. And basically, a dictator is somebody who says, the law is what I say. The law is what is in my mouth. And increasingly, what we're seeing are judges, we're seeing prosecutors, we're seeing cops who basically are just nothing but petty dictators and tyrants. And one of the best ways that we have of fighting against that is as individuals going to a jury trial and, you know, don't stand up there and brag about the fact that you know that the real right of the jury and the duty of a juror is to judge not only the facts, but the law, because the judge is going to tell you exactly the opposite. You know, but just be quiet about it until you get into the jury room and just do what you can. Do what you can to do that. That's what we all need to do. Once we start seeing a few cases, like this case in New Hampshire, like your case, the word is going to start to get out that people have a lot of power when they're on a jury. We have a lot of unjust laws, and once that happens, I think we're going to start seeing people, instead of 93 or 97% of the people taking a plea bargain, I think we're going to start seeing these people say, I want my day in court. I want a jury. But it's going to have to take some high-profile cases for that to happen, because at this point, most people rightfully look at this and say, you know, the jury is a bunch of zombie sheep. And they're going to do whatever the judge tells them to do. They're not going to think. They're not going to read. They're not going to have any compassion for their fellow man. I did a piece with a fully informed jury activist, Julian Heiklin, and his case was thrown out. He was just handing out information on the courthouse steps, not about a particular case, just handing out general information. And he was tried by Eric Holder's federal Justice Department for jury tampering.
Yeah, I read that case.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, they don't want people to know what the law is. And in New York, where he was doing this, it's actually in the Constitution, the New York Constitution, that the jurors have a right to judge the law, not just the facts. And the judge will tell them exactly the opposite. And in any state other than New Hampshire, judges have taken a tack that they're going to throw anybody in jail that says anything other than that. You know, if the defense attorney tells jurors what their rights are, that defense attorney's standing before the bar is in jeopardy.
Well, you don't get a fair. It seems to me, I've never been put through the system in my life, and you know, it was the scariest thing I've ever been through, and it'll probably be the scariest thing I ever go through again, because I don't plan on taking any deals. I plan on fighting. But what blows my mind about it all is the unfairness in it. Mm-hmm. There is no justice in the system that I vote for, and that I pay my taxes and do everything I'm supposed to do to follow the laws. When I got there, I was just totally blown away, and the law is what the judge says.
Yeah.
It's not what we want it to be. So if the jury doesn't know about nullification, you're going to be left up to a corrupt judge or a corrupt DA, you know. So the more people are educated on jury nullification, and you're right, that's where it's all going to start, is it with jury nullification. The more people start nullifying these juries, the more the courts and the law is going to have to go, well, maybe there's something wrong with our law.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, what it's going to take is going to take some highly publicized cases, and one of the places where those cases are going to get publicized is on Alex Jones' InfoWars. We talk about that kind of stuff, and if anybody wants to help us out there, if you're able and can afford it, folks, we'd like for you to go to InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com to make a contribution, or if you'd like to do it by phone, call 1-888-253-3139. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get a bigger megaphone for Alex. We're trying to get things put up on free-to-air, which is a system that requires an expensive satellite uplink. It also requires that we have studios that look top-notch and first class, because, you know, if you've watched television, and you probably all have, you know, it's not the content, but it's the production value. It's the sizzle. And you have to look good, or they're not going to put you out there regardless of your content. But, you know, if we can look good, we can get this content out there. We can tell people what's going on in these dictatorial courts. We can tell people what's going on with these agencies that are just doing whatever they feel like doing without any regard to what the law is, without any regard to regulations that have been there. They just, you know, I have power. So, you know, that's what's going on with these people. We need to talk about this. We need to get people to wake up. We need to get people to understand what their rights are as jurors. It's a very, very powerful thing. The founders, Jefferson, Patrick Henry, they all talked about this. You know, we've only had one Supreme Court justice that's been impeached. And one of the first articles of impeachment on that Supreme Court justice was that he did not inform the jurors that they had a right to judge the not just the facts of the case, but they had a right to judge the law. And that was in a case of armed tax rebellion. And that Supreme Court justice was impeached because he didn't tell people, he didn't tell jurors that they had a right to judge the law. We've gone a long way. We've gotten to the point where no matter how small the crime, we've got judges who don't want jurors to know what their power is. So, Jason, at this point, you don't know when your next trial is going to be. Is that correct?
I'm going to put it off till next year sometime. I really can't afford another attorney at the time, so they've been giving me state-appointed attorneys and public defenders. So I'm going to put it off for another year, most likely. So by the time I do go to trial, it's going to be 3 years, and they're going to look pretty stupid going, well, this is the second trial, and 3 years later on a case that the guy had everything he was supposed to. So I'm going to put it off as long as I can. Most likely next year sometime I'll go back to trial.
I hope you can get your life together between now and then. Now, there was one other thing that we didn't talk about, that we had talked about on the phone, and that was the circumstances and how this came about. Do you want to talk about that, or is that something? Yeah.
I don't mind.
Now, tell us exactly how these charges came about, because that in and of itself, to me, was an outrage and quite a bit of corruption.
Well, in California, we're legally allowed to collectively associate together to provide medicine for each other, and we're allowed to reimburse each other to help each other to offset with cost as far as being part of a collective. So I provide free medical marijuana to cancer and AIDS patients, give it to them free, deliver it to them, give it to them free. They can't afford it. So when we have extra medicine, I'm also a member of a collective in Lake Forest, California, that's been fighting the state trying to be allowed to stay open there. But anyways, I'm a member of a collective there. We provide them with our extra medicine. We give it to them. When they get rid of it to their patients, they turn around and they reimburse me for what I put into it. So usually I get an IOU from them. I went up there the night I was pulled over. My wife and I, who's also my patient, we went up to the collective to see if they needed any extra medicine or if they had some of the money that they owed our collective. I showed them some of my medicine. They didn't want anything. They didn't have any money for me, so I left. I had an IOU in my bag. I also had some money in my bag and my medicine. The money was from a car accident that I had settled previously. I took some money out to do some stuff with my wife, and the medicine was a pound of medicine. I'm legally allowed to have 52 ounces, and I had 16 on me, so I was well within my limits. Anyways, the cops happened to be sitting in front of that marijuana store watching it. for no reason, they said. They just happened to be watching it because they knew a few were in that area. Saw other people going in and out of it buying marijuana. Saw me go in with a large black bag, come out with a large black bag. They had followed me onto the freeway. Called the sheriff. The sheriff had to drive 100 miles an hour down the freeway, slow down to 70, pull me over supposedly for speeding. They came up to my car. I told them I had marijuana, that I was a caregiver, a patient. Told them everything. They kept me, myself and my wife on the freeway for about 3 hours. Took my money, took my medicine, took everything, all my belongings, handed me a piece of paper for my money, and told me, have a good night. We're going to give you a warning on the speeding. I was just utterly in shock that they were going to rip me off. They did rip me off. So I walked back to my truck. I looked at the piece of paper, noticed there was nothing about my medicine or the rest of my belongings. I walked back. I told them all who I was, that I'm a patient, an activist. I've met congressmen, met with senators about this stuff, that I'll see them in court. About a month goes by. I called the sheriffs. I called Internal Affairs. I called City of Lake Forest. I called everybody to find out where my money and my medicine was. They told me, the sheriff finally told me that if I didn't watch the way I was talking to them, they were going to press charges. And that's exactly what happened. They pressed charges. 2 years later, $20,000, all of my car settlement's gone. I'm disabled. I can't get a job because I can barely, bend over half the time. And I'm broke. And they've literally thrown me through the ringer. And the whole thing comes down to this. I have the state cards and the state, everything that I'm supposed to. The cops and the DA and the judges are the ones that are just refusing to even acknowledge the law.
So essentially what happened in this case was you've got your permits, you've gone through all the legal hoops that you need to. The cops pull you over, they take your medicine, they take your money, and they tell you when you call back and say, they don't charge you with anything. They take all this stuff, and when you call them about it, they say, shut up, we're keeping it. If you keep bothering us, we're going to press charges against you, and they do. They do, in fact. I mean, basically what you saw were highway robbers. I mean, literally highway robbers. It was Lysander Spooner that said the difference between government and a highway robber is that a highway robber doesn't follow you down the road after he steals your money, nagging you about things. And that's basically what these guys have done. They not only stole your money, but now they follow you down the road and persecute you because you ask for your stolen goods back.
And the only thing the officers and through the prosecution, the only thing they've ever said I've done wrong, the only thing, not that I sold it, because they've never proven that I've sold it. Matter of fact, to this day, that store got closed, and they still owe me the money from the IOU that I was pulled over with. I never was paid. The money I had was my money. To this day, the officers said on the stand, the only thing I ever did wrong that night was I walked into that store with a large black bag. They saw other people going in buying marijuana. They knew that store was selling it, but they wanted to charge me because I had a large black bag. I must have had a lot of it. I must be doing something illegal.
Well, Jason, we certainly hope things work out well for you. We hope that your life gets back together again. I certainly appreciate your compassion for other people, trying to help them with medicine that really should be legal. Thank you for talking to us tonight.
Thank you very much. You have a great night, David.
You too. Well, I want to challenge anybody out there, when somebody wants to talk to you and they say, yeah, we don't like, Alex talked about how when he gave his magazine out, a lot of people had a problem with the fact that there was stuff in there about drug prohibition. I want people to do two things. Tell people to do two things. Tell them to look at Ken Burns' PBS documentary on prohibition. It's really good. I tell you, I watched it with my 20-year-old sons, and they were asking me, it's like, this is exactly like the war on drugs. But there's a crucial difference. In the original alcohol prohibition, there were 2 constitutional amendments. Now, we've only got 20-some-odd constitutional amendments. I don't remember the exact number, 23, 25, something like that. Think about that. There's about 10% of the constitutional amendments have to do with a prohibition of alcohol. Why is that? Why is it that alcohol required a constitutional amendment and marijuana or heroin or anything else doesn't require a constitutional amendment to prohibit it? The difference is that in the 1920s, we had a Congress and a government that was ruled by law, that was ruled by the Constitution. Today, they don't have any right to prohibit this stuff, but we don't have a government that's ruled by the law. So just tell people to take a look at that, look at the effects, same effects that are going on today with prohibition, and ask them, why they have the authority today to outlaw everything. Everything is prohibited unless expressly permitted by our government. That's exactly the opposite of what it is in the Constitution. I don't use marijuana. I've never used marijuana. I could care less about it. I may need it someday for medicine. I don't know. But what I'm concerned about is a government that is outside of the law. And I tell you what, you're not going to hear anybody else talking about this outside of Alex Jones. And again, I'm going to tell you, if you want us to get this message out further and wider, what you can do is go to InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com or call 1-888-253-3139. Operators are standing by. We could certainly use your help to get this to a wider audience. Thank you.
My name is David Ortiz, and the InfoWar Bomb will continue for about another 12 hours. The Money Bomb will continue for another few hours. Again, I'm David Ortiz. I was one of the reporters that was recently hired for Alex Jones's reporter contest, and I thank you for joining us this evening. Now, we're going to have two guests during this next hour. We should be on until about a quarter after 1 o'clock. But before I get to the two guests that we're going to have, I just want to encourage you to donate to this Money Bomb. Now, we're at about, I haven't seen it lately, but at last check, about $260,000. Originally, when this Money Bomb began, we wanted something along the lines of $1 million. Every dollar is welcome, and we thank you for the money that we have raised thus far. But I encourage info warriors who are listening to me right now to, if you believe in this operation, we need your support. We could sure use it. It will allow us to expand. Alex has gotten into, paper media where he's coming up with magazines, and he's handing that out throughout Austin and throughout other markets here in the United States. We're expanding the nightly news, which is a newscast for our website. If you're a member of that website, you get to see that newscast in the evening. He wants to make more documentaries. So if you want this mission to continue, if you want this outreach to continue, we're going to call this next hour the Power Hour. And we encourage everyone, anyone who can listen to my voice right now, who is a fan of InfoWars, who is a fan of Alex Jones, who believes in the mission statement. This is going to be the Power Hour. Let's see that tote board or whatever you'd like to call it. Let's really increase that number. Let's really go at it with the globalists right now during this next hour. Now, listen, it doesn't have to be a lot. We actually got a donation, from what I understand, of $5,000, $10,000. It can be $1. There's a phrase that says, when there are many hands, the burden is light. So if anyone listening to me right now just goes to InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com and donates $1, we can really increase that number significantly. And again, if you like this newscast, if you like what we stand for, if you believe in the libertarian constitutionalist message, we need your support. You see, we're not funded here by banker bailout money like MSNBC. We don't have big pharma commercials on this network. We go to you, the people. And we just do it once a year with this Money Bomb. So again, if you want to really attack the globalist, we're pretty much the biggest show in town when it comes to that. And obviously, the more funding we have, the more we're going to be able to do that. So I encourage liberty lovers listening to me right now, if you hear my voice, go to InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com and donate money. Again, it could be as little as $1. But let's go head-to-head with the globalists right now. Let's call this next hour the Money Hour. And also, if you want to call, we have a skeleton staff when it comes to the phone lines. But if you prefer phones, you can also call in at 888-253-3139. That's 888-253-3139. Or again, InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. This operation has increased so much over the past few years. Alex is now reaching conservatively 2 million people daily. Could you imagine the impact we can have if we were reaching 3, 4, 5 million people daily? Well, you can make that happen. You can make that happen. Help expand this operation. And again, we thank you so much for the donations that you have given us thus far. But let's make this next hour a big hour. We can do it. When there are many hands, burden is light. So here we go, InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com, or you can call 888-253-3139. We're also going to allow you to call in later on in the newscast to ask our guests some questions. Okay, let's talk a little bit about our guests. We're going to have two guests here. I don't have much time. We're going to have two guests here. During the first half, we're going to be speaking to Virgil Goode. Now, Virgil Goode is the presidential candidate for the Constitution Party, and he was a former congressman in Virginia, and he's on the ballot in well over 20 states. And the reason why I wanted to have Mr. Goode on was for a number of reasons. Number one is I saw him on a debate on a basic cable channel with Gary Johnson, and I was listening to a lot of what he was saying, and he was saying a lot of patriotic things. And I'm not saying I'm a Constitution Party guy. I don't even know what the Constitution Party is. But I want him to explain that to us. What's the difference between a libertarian and a Constitution Party member? Can we merge the two so that we can grow our base? It is so important that we get over 5% threshold so that we can get access to federal funds. The two-party system is completely flawed. And if we can really increase our base, we can make some headway. The reason why we're buried in the polls is not because the Republicrats' message is so appealing. It's because they block us from the debates. The media doesn't cover us. As you saw with Ross Perot 20 years ago, he was only polling at about 7 to 10% when he participated in the debates. And after he did that, participated in the debates, he was at about 20% nationally. He's at 20% nationally. So we need to increase our base, and we can do that by getting over the 5% threshold, which will enable us to receive a lot more money in federal dollars the next presidential cycle. But also, the more we get the word out, the more we support these Constitution parties, these Libertarian Party individuals, the more you'll see more Congress people, more senators. We can infiltrate the system from within. So we're going to speak to Virgil Goode in a second of the Constitution Party. He's going to talk about the two-party system fraud, also about his presidential campaign. You can go to GoodeForPresident2012.com, and Goode is Goode for President2012.com. And later on, the second half of this hour, we're going to be speaking to a marijuana advocate, a large-scale organization. His name is, hold on one second here, David Mailer. He's for the Campaign to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol. He's based out of Colorado. Now, why is that important? Because in about a month, when the elections take place, there's going to be a marijuana referendum in Colorado, in Washington, and in Oregon. And it looks like it's going to pass in Colorado. We know the drug war is a joke. We know that it hurts more people than it helps. We know that people are tragically killed as a result of the drug war. So if we can get these referendums passed, this silly, ridiculous drug war will take a major hit. And he's going to be talking a little bit about the referendums, David Mailer, the headway that's being made, and why we should support his cause. I myself, I don't smoke marijuana, but I think it's narcissistic to tell another human being what to do with their body. It's the nanny state. It's no different than Mayor Michael Bloomberg telling people in New York you can't have a lot of soda. It's a complete joke. So let's get the party started. As also, we're doing this for the Money Bomb, so let's make this a power hour, guys, and let's patch in Virgil Goode, the presidential nominee for the Constitution Party, former congressman from Virginia. Mr. Goode, are you there? Mr. Goode? I see the guys waving. Okay, well, we'll just, they're telling me. Okay, Mr. Goode.
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir?
Doing fine. It was good talking with you earlier, and I'm glad to be with you this evening.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Goode. And you were telling us that you were a big fan of the Alex Jones show. Just briefly, well, we'll talk a little bit about your respect for this show. But for those people who are listening right now and they don't know who you are, I gave a little brief bio of who you are. Mr. Goode, the floor is all yours. You've, let the public know right now who you are and why you're running for president for the Constitution Party.
I'll be glad to do that, David. I do want to say that I have several good friends that are helping me in this campaign that are avid followers of the Alex Jones show. And I just wanted to share that with you. And they listen to your show. They will talk to me and say, Virgil, you think like Alex, or Alex thinks like you. So I just wanted to let you know about that and say it's a real honor for me to be with you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Goode. You told us that earlier when we were speaking on the phone. We thank you so much. And it's important that people know that people in Washington, people who are insiders, you were a congressman, they know who Alex Jones is. They know that he's taking on the New World Order head on, and he's having an impact. And we're so thankful that, you know, you're lending your support to this show. Thank you for those kind words. And, you know, the floor is all yours, Mr. Goode. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you should be the next president of the United States.
Sure. Four main reasons. First of all, balance the budget now.
Well, very briefly, Mr. Goode, introduce yourself, because a lot of people don't know who you are.
Yeah. Virgil Goode is my name. I'm the nominee of the Constitution Party, and persons in over 40 states can vote for us. We're on the line with the Democrats and Republicans in over half the states, and then between 10 to 15 other states, we're on write-in ballots. Not every state has a write-in ballot. For example, in North Carolina, I'm the only candidate on the write-in ballot. You just check the write-in box and write my name in it. If anyone else's name is written in, they won't count it, but I will be counted because we got sufficient signatures and the electors to be on the ballot. It's the same in a number of other states, but we're on the ballot in Virginia, New Hampshire, Florida, Ohio, Michigan, Missouri, Colorado, Nevada, Wisconsin, Iowa, and every one of those is swing states. So we are on the ballot in every swing state, and we are working hard across the country. I just got back a few minutes ago from an event in Tennessee. But briefly, main points of my platform are, first, balance the budget now, and that's going to require cutting, particularly of general fund dollars. Those are monies that come from the income tax and from the estate tax, primarily in custom fees. But we can't afford to wait up to 10 years out, which is what Romney and Obama want to do. They want cuts now because they don't want to make people mad and tell them that some things that are going on now, we'll have, under me, less food stamps, not more. We'll have less Department of Agriculture, not more. We have to cut defense. The Republicans want to expend $2 trillion more on defense over 10 years. I'm for strong national defense, but we've got to have a strong country to defend. You can't do that unless defense is cut. But social programs will have to be cut significantly.
Well, how would you, Mr. Goode, how would you handle the debt and the deficit problem?
Well, the deficit is what I'm talking about. You've got to get to a balanced budget so you won't have a deficit. And that will stop the increasing debt. The debt increases every year due to the deficit that recently Obama has done. He was over $1 trillion in deficit this past fiscal year. His budget that he submitted to Congress back early in the spring or late winter was over $1 trillion in deficit. And Paul Ryan's budget wasn't much better. It was over $600 billion in deficit for the year, the fiscal year. Neither Romney nor Obama have the courage to cut because you make people mad. There was a student, for example, in a recent debate that I was in, asked about increasing Pell Grant and student loans. We can't right now. You got to balance the budget. You can't promise everything to everyone. And both Romney and Obama claim they're going to balance the budget and increase Pell Grant and student loans. You can't do it. You need to be honest with the American people. I'm for cutting out totally foreign aid. And Obama and Romney, and that's about $50 billion, neither one of them want to do that. I don't even know if they'd cut it at all. They probably want to expand it. Obama expanded it, Bush expanded it over Clinton, and Obama expanded it over Bush. And Romney goes to New York, puts his arm around Bill Clinton, and they have a love fest talking about the global initiative. And I know Alex wants to fight the New World Order, if you will, and the shift, the trend to globalism and open borders. That's just the wrong way to go. I've been a hawk on against illegal immigration my whole time in Congress, and I not only want to stop illegal immigration, I'm the only candidate out there that says we need to have a moratorium on most green card admissions until unemployment's under 5%. It makes no sense for this country to bring in foreign workers when you got unemployment around 8%.
Mr. Goode, sorry to jump in here, but how is the Constitution Party different than the Libertarian Party?
Oh, absolutely. The Constitution Party is pro-life. Libertarian Party believes in abortion should be allowed up through the first trimester. The Constitution Party is pro-traditional marriage, defining it between one man and one woman. The Libertarian Party is not. They support gay marriages. The Libertarian Party is for open borders. I'm vigorously opposed to open borders. I want to stop illegal immigration and reduce legal immigration in the form of green cards when unemployment is where it is now, and have a near complete moratorium on that until it's under 5%. Those are huge differences between the Constitution Party and the Libertarian Party. And I'll also tell you this, I'm opposed to using federal money to fund any presidential campaign. The Libertarian Party, I'm told, is taking federal matching funds. You got to balance the budget. You can't be spending federal money on presidential election campaigns. And I also vigorously oppose federal funds being used for the Democratic National Convention and the Republican National Convention. Federal taxpayers shouldn't be using funds for those purposes.
Now, Mr. Goode, how would you handle Medicare, the Medicare dilemma?
Medicare is not a general fund item. Medicare and Social Security have been paid for by decades and decades of persons taking money out of their paychecks through the payroll tax, and employers have matched that. I'm for repaying Social Security to $2.5. That's the biggest item in the federal debt of $16 trillion. $2.5 trillion to Social Security, and Social Security needs to be repaid. And I am opposed to the Ryan plan to turn Medicare into premium support for persons that are 55 and under. They will see a Medicare program that's premium support based, far different from the one that we have now. That'll mean the seniors will have to negotiate themselves with the insurance companies and with the health care providers. And now Medicare does that negotiation for the seniors. And it would be a nightmare for most seniors that would have to be so adept at learning the different choices among Medicare, not Medicare, but among the insurance plans when it's premium support versus like it is now with Medicare, Medicare covering the bill. So I do not support the Paul Ryan plan.
Now,
and most seniors, most persons 55 and under, if they understood it, wouldn't support it either.
Now, when you're saying this,
and that's special funded now. This is what people have paid in for Social Security and Medicare for years and years and years. But now food stamps are not that. That's no one's paid in anything for that. And same way for temporary assistance to needy families, which same way with SSI, same way with the agricultural subsidies, same way with Department of Commerce expenditures, same way with NASA expenditures. Those are general fund items. They are not special funds.
So you do support the safety nets of Medicare and Social Security?
Correct.
Okay.
It's authorized in the Constitution. But you have a moral obligation, and I would say maybe a generalized specific performance contractual obligation when people have paid in for years and years and suddenly jerk the rug out from them after they pay for it in anticipation and in expectation of getting it. That's far different from any of those other things that I see.
Okay. Now, where do you stand on civil liberties? What is your opinion on President Obama's NDAA bill?
Oh, I'm opposed to the NDAA bill. Both Obama and Romney have indicated their support for it, and that really undercuts constitutional rights, and it got a majority in the House and the Senate to vote for it, too.
Now, how about the Patriot Act? Where do you stand on the Patriot Act?
I voted for the Patriot Act in Congress, but that's one area where I've changed based on my affiliation with the Constitution Party. I'm not for the Patriot Act being applied to U.S. citizens.
Okay, how about the TSA? What are your thoughts on the TSA?
The TSA, I did not support. The TSA being a government agency with lots of new federal employees at a huge cost to the taxpayer. If you needed additional security, that should have been a private matter with the airlines.
Okay. And again, we're speaking to Virgil Goode. He's the presidential nominee for the Constitution Party. And going to talk a little bit about the two-party fraud, the two-party system fraud that we have right now. But let's talk a little bit more about some issues. Mr. Goode, how would you handle the Iranian dilemma?
With the same way with Syria, Libya, and Iran. I believe in following the Constitution. If Congress doesn't declare war, we don't go to war.
Okay, but do you think they're a threat? Do you think the Iranian government is a threat?
They are a threat to the stability in the, well, I don't want to say the Middle East is stable, but they are a threat in the Middle East to others in the Middle East and to us too. But again, I don't believe that the president, on his own volition and at his own discretion, should involve us in a war against Iran unless Congress declared war. Then you would have the debate and public input on an issue like that.
Go ahead.
That's my view.
Now, but let's just say you did get approval from Congress. I mean, do you think Iran is a legitimate threat? I mean, if they continue going the course that they're going, would you seek Congress's approval to militarily strike them?
I'd have to have much more intelligence than I have access to now, and briefings with the State Department, knowing the exact status of their nuclear weapons, greater knowledge of the range capacity of such. I don't have that knowledge at this time. I'm not briefed like Romney and the president, and I am not on the Intelligence Committee and have the benefit of their extensive briefings and intelligence.
How would you handle the health care dilemma?
What is the health care? I'm not for Obamacare. Obamacare is a job killer. And you can't have Obamacare, you won't ever get the budget balanced with Obamacare like it is now.
So what do you support, a free market approach, a smaller version of Obamacare?
No, a smaller version is going to cost you too. Right now, excuse me, that's my dog.
It's okay.
You just can't have the...
Yeah, he doesn't like Obamacare either. I understand.
Obamacare. He does not. And you can't pay for it now. Obamacare, the only reason the CBO scored it as not costing money was they shifted about $670 billion out of Medicare into Obamacare by making certain cuts in the Medicare program. And
No, we know it's a completely horrid bill, but how would you handle it?
well, I would sign the legislation repealing it.
Okay, and once...
And then you want to know what would be in its place. I would support legislation, preferably at the state level, to cover pre-existing conditions and to allow someone 25 or under to remain on their parents' policy.
Okay, so you would have some government involvement when it comes to health care?
Well, if you call that government involvement, in other words, if you didn't have that, I think it varies from state to state now. That insurance is primarily a state matter anyway, and the state, I'd be willing to work with the states to see if they could have some uniformity with regard to pre-existing conditions and covering those 25 and under.
Okay, we're going to try to open the phones in a second for people who are interested. Again, we're speaking with Virgil Goode. You can go to goodeforpresident2012.com. That's Goode for president 2012.com. Now, you're about to participate in a very unique debate that will be moderated by Larry King. It's going to have all the presidential candidates minus, the Republicrats. Tell us a little bit about the two-party system and the obstacles that you've encountered running as a third-party candidate.
Well, there is, you being an exception, there's much less media coverage for third-party candidates, and ballot access requirements are very hard in some states on third-party candidates. In some other states, not so hard. But I know in California, for example, you probably have to get 250,000 signatures to get on the ballot. Same way in Oklahoma. Not quite that many. I think you probably need about 125,000. So ballot access in some states for the non-Republicans and non-Democrats is very difficult.
Okay. Now, for those who want to call in and speak to the presidential candidate, Virgil Goode, who's a former congressman for Virginia, call in at 877-789-ALEX. That's 877-789-ALEX. And also remember to support our Money Bomb at InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. Before we get the callers coming in, what are some of your accomplishments? Give me your proudest accomplishment as congressman.
Well, I was one of those that my bill per se didn't pass, but I supported I introduced the bill to restore In God We Trust on our money. I was a sponsor of legislation to repeal the District of Columbia gun ban in the state legislature. I was the father of concealed carry in Virginia and worked with Gun Owners of America, the NRA, the Citizens Defense League, and other Second Amendment groups to get that passed. I was one of the lowest spenders consistently. I was the lowest spender a number of years in Congress. In 1 year, I did not spend half of my members' representational allowance, which means that's your expense money for running congressional offices, paying for travel, paying for staff, paying for paper, paying for postage. I'd have to say I think that got the least play because you need to set an example of saving money, and I think that there's too much money. That's not a big item, and that's the first thing they say about any item where they say, spending for legislative staff in Congress, that's a very small part. We don't need to focus on that. No, we need to focus on everything. And then, just like this, you can't cut out public television and public radio, if you got such a small item, we need it. No, we don't have the money now. We got to balance the budget, and things like that have got to go.
Okay, now let's get to some questions, Mr. Goode. We're going to first speak to Julio from Illinois. Julio, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello, yeah, Virgil.
I'm looking forward to meeting you at the debate in Chicago on Tuesday. I'll be covering the debate, so I'm looking forward to meeting you.
All right, and who are you with?
Okay.
I'm an independent journalist from Chicago, but I have two questions. Number one, I was wondering if you were aware. I started broadcasting in college, and I took a class on broadcasting law, and there's a rule called the equal time rule. It's a United States Code section 315B, and it requires that U.S. radio and television broadcast stations must provide an equivalent opportunity to any opposing political candidate who requests time on air. Are you familiar with that rule?
Yes, I've heard of it, but they're going to say you can take Fox, CBS, ABC, NBC, MSNBC. They give a lot more. They quote news time. They're going to say that the equal time law doesn't apply to a news event. They're going to, if they, you get into a definition of what equal time covers.
And my second question, I wanted to get your thoughts on genetically modified foods, genetic engineering in and of itself. What are your thoughts on that? I've been doing research as of late.
If I'm going to eat corn that's been genetically modified, I think I'd like to know that.
Well, thank you, sir. That answers my question.
It's just like putting the calories on the labels, and for example, I don't like produce from outside the United States, and I like the produce the country of origin.
All right. Thanks, Julio.
Thank you.
We're going to go over to Joseph in California. Joseph, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Great show. My question was that he said he was going to attack the deficit and the federal spending, but as we all know, that the deficit is tied to the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. In order for them to create money, the Treasury has to issue bonds, which the Federal Reserve purchases through the open market operations. What's his stance on the Fed and reforming that form of?
I was in Ron Paul's Liberty Study Group and supported the full and complete audit of the Fed before it ever got popular, and I was glad to see this year that the Democrats and Republicans voted for it to pass the U.S. House. I don't think it's going to pass the Senate in the lame duck session, but at least that was a step forward, and I think Ron Paul is to be commended and saluted for his perseverance on this issue.
All right, Joseph?
Follow-up question to that would be that does he support Ron Paul's position of gold and silver should be money, or does he...
Yeah, I support our money being backed by gold and silver. I disagree with what Nixon did in 1971, taking us off the gold standard.
Back to Lincoln's greenbacks, where we had United States notes instead of the Federal Reserve notes, and it was debt-free instead of having to issue Treasury bonds to make the Federal Reserve notes.
Virgil?
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
what's the question?
I think he was just...
My question was that when Lincoln was in presidency, he came out with with the United States notes, which the government issued in debt-free instead of them being tied to debt. it was a type of fiat money system, but it was a debt-free type money system. Would you also support something like that, or is it strictly just gold and silver
read
free?
more about it, but that was done by Congress and signed by the president, and in my view, that's more constitutional than what we have now. But I'm not going to say a flat-out yes or flat-out no until I did more research on what Lincoln did.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. We appreciate it. All right, and we're just going to wrap up with Mr. Goode here. Now, you're going to be, again, this debate that Larry King is going to be moderating. Actually, I think RT News is going to be there. It's actually surprisingly a pretty big deal because they're upset that the two parties have locked out third, fourth, fifth party candidates. That's taking place when again, Mr. Goode?
That is taking place Tuesday night in Chicago at 8 p.m. Central Time.
And how can people see it? I think it's going to be broadcast online.
It is. It's on a number of different outlets. Off the top of my head, I've got it at my office. It's a long list, and I don't think you'll have any trouble finding it. Okay.
Well, yeah, just do a Google search on that. Again, GoodeForPresident2012.com. He's a fan of the show, former congressman running for president. Mr. Goode, thank you so much for your time. God bless, and maybe we can speak again in the future.
David, thank you very much, and you and Alex keep exposing the march to globalism and open borders that so many around the world want. Thank you.
God bless. Thank you, sir. Okay, so there you go. We're going to go to a commercial, or are we going to go to the next guest? Okay, we're going to go to commercial, guys. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Remember, let's make this the Power Hour. Let's go head-to-head with the globalists for the remaining half hour. Everyone who can hear my voice right now, go to InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. Donate $1, $2, whatever. Remember, the more hands we have, the lighter the burden. Let's expand this operation. Let's do it, guys. Come on. No, we were going to do it as a joke. Okay. How you guys doing? This is President Barack Obama. And I just want you to say, whatever you do not donate to this money bomb. Okay, this man, Alex Jones, he's a scary individual. He calls me a puppet, and frankly, I don't appreciate it. So here's what we'll do, okay? Here's what we're going to do. If you don't donate to Alex, I'll give you an Obama phone. That's my deal. You can either donate to Alex and get me kicked out of Washington, or you can not donate to Alex and get this phone right here, okay? And keep me in Washington for another 4, okay? Thank you. God bless. And God bless the United States. That was my little Obama phone thing. I give full credit to Dan Badandi for that. He came in here with the mask, and we said it's midnight, it's Friday night, why not? Let's just do it. And so I give Dan Badandi credit for that. For those who don't know what's going on, I put on a Obama mask, and I said, welcome back. Welcome back to Austin, Texas. We're now going to be speaking, by the way, Barack Obama can really relate to this next topic. It's about marijuana. As he said, he inhaled. That was the point. So we're going to be talking to David Mailer. I hope I'm pronouncing David's last name right. This earpiece, I'm never good with these earpieces. He's a volunteer coordinator for Campaign to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol. And as I stated earlier, there's going to be a referendum in 3 states later in about a month to basically legalize marijuana. And I love freedom, so that sounds good to me. So bring him in, patch him in. David Mailer from the Campaign to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol. You can go to www.regulatemarijuana.org to learn more. And is David here?
Thanks for having me on, David. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Are you joining us via... Oh, there you go, David. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, thanks. It's a pleasure to be on the show. My name is David Mailer. You just pronounced it a little bit wrong. That's okay, though. I'm a fan of the show. I have a lot of brothers and family back home that also like the show, and we appreciate all the work you guys are doing out there. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, you were telling me on the phone that you were a big fan of InfoWars. Very briefly, before we talk about this, we're going to have about 12 minutes with you. What does InfoWars mean to you, and what impact has InfoWars had, you know, in your opinion? It's very important for listeners to understand this as they listen to the Money Bomb. What impact has InfoWars had?
Well, freedom of speech. You know, you guys say a lot of things that some media industries don't say. I like to get my information from collective. I do a lot of research. I listen to NPR, things like that, and I listen to you guys. So it's a great way to be well-rounded with my information. And I just appreciate you guys are willing to do some things that some other journalists aren't, so I appreciate that.
Now, tell us a little bit about your organization called the Campaign to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol. Where are you based out of? Tell us about your organization.
Okay, the Campaign to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol is based out of our headquarters is in Denver. However, we're active all across the state. And we got on the ballot in late March. And ever since then, we've been actively promoting the campaign and basically educating the public on things like marijuana is objectively safer than alcohol, and that it's time to end marijuana prohibition and take marijuana off the streets, put it behind a counter, regulate it similarly to alcohol.
Now, tell us about these referendums coming up. Do you think they'll pass in Colorado and in the other two states? I know you don't represent the other two states, but you've got your ear to the ground. Do you think it'll pass, these referendums?
I think there's a great chance for all three states. Each initiative or ballot measure, if you will, is a little bit different. However, I think it's time. I think people are well aware of the facts, especially in Washington, Oregon, and Colorado. And I think there's a great chance for all three of them to pass.
Now, why should the public support your organization's pro-legalization stance?
For a number of reasons. Right now, in Colorado alone, there's over 10,000 Coloradans arrested every year for simple possession of marijuana. And we obviously know that going to jail and being prosecuted has massive effects on your personal life, as far as, you know, getting student loans or just affecting your family life. And for that reason alone, you should want to vote yes on Amendment 64. But another big reason is because teens, our kids, have easy access to marijuana from the black market. And we do not condone teen use. We want to prevent that. And by taking marijuana off the streets and regulating it like alcohol, we'll have a strict system where adults have to prove that they're 21 and older, just like alcohol. And this way we can further reduce teen use, because we've already seen a reduction in teen use just from medical marijuana. Right now, the national trend is teen use is skyrocketing, except for states with some form of regulation, aka medical marijuana, and especially in Colorado. So we can further reduce teen use through regulating recreational marijuana, operating alongside medical marijuana, because Amendment 64 doesn't change any current medical marijuana laws. We plan to exist alongside them.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in Denver, is marijuana legal in Denver, or it's been decriminalized significantly? And if so, what's been the impact? I believe that happened a couple years ago.
Yeah, Denver was the first city to decriminalize marijuana, which is great. So we can have police forces pursuing real crime, the dangerous crime, you know, rape and murder, that sort of thing. We have LEAP on our side, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, former law enforcement that have worked on the force, you know, from a year to 25 years. We have police chiefs on our side who know that they would much rather be spending their time and effort pursuing more dangerous crime instead of going through the process of detaining an adult who has possession, who's not hurting anybody, who's making the personal choice to use marijuana. So once police have stopped doing that, we've seen them be more productive pursuing more violent crime and dangerous crime.
Yeah, I mean, so what's been the impact in Denver? I mean, is everyone going crazy, getting high, or are things okay in Denver since that law passed?
Things are great in Denver. I moved here 6 months ago, and I feel like it's a much safer place than the major city where I'm from, Buffalo, New York. Crime is running rampant, and one of the reasons is because police are wasting their time busting adults that have possession, that are possessing marijuana. Denver's a really nice place. I encourage everyone to come visit sometime, and I think it's a great place. I haven't been here, I wasn't here before decriminalization, but things are great in Denver as far as I'm concerned.
Now, are there going to be, if this referendum passes, will there be DUI laws? Because, you know, we want marijuana to be legalized, but we don't want people, you know, drugged under the influence, you know, driving drugged. Is there going to be DUI laws created if this referendum passes?
Amendment 64 does not change current DUID legislation, and in fact, the conviction rate for people driving under the influence of marijuana is over 90%. So right now, it's very effective as it is, but we're hoping that once Amendment 64 passes, current science can pursue a more effective test for people driving under the influence. Just like there's a very effective test for people driving under the influence of alcohol. They can blow into a machine that tells the police how much alcohol is in their system. So with Amendment 64 passing, it won't change any current law or prevent them from making any further legislation pursuing that, but it'll encourage them to pursue a more reliable test to see how impaired people are under the influence of marijuana if they were to be pulled over and be suspected of driving under the influence.
And right now, I mean, if someone is high on marijuana and they get pulled over by a cop, could they be arrested?
Yeah, I mean, they usually have to either go to a police station or have and to get a blood test. Which is, you know, we definitely don't want people driving under the influence. However, it's really not effective because it wastes time, and we have to get a blood test. Whereas alcohol, we can blow into a machine and see how impaired you are that way. So people can get arrested. Like I said, the conviction rate's over 90% for people driving under the influence of marijuana.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hope that we get some strong DUI laws for marijuana also, because we don't want people being reckless and driving high. And I'm sure you would agree with that.
Yes.
Okay, let's take some phone calls. We've only got about 10 minutes at most. I could fire away some questions also, but I want the public, especially on a Friday night at 1 in the morning, to, you know. Okay, to ask some questions. The number to call in is 877-789-ALEX, 877-789-ALEX if you want to ask questions to Mr. Mailer. And, of course, continue to support our Money Bomb. We've got about 15 minutes left, 10 minutes left in this power hour. And as we wait for phone calls, let me see if I could fire away a quick call, a quick question. Let's see what we have here. What about do you believe in legalizing all drugs? You know, some people say, well, this is going to be a slippery slope. You know, David, once you do this, you're going to, you know, cocaine's going to be legal. What's your take on that?
I believe that if the United States were to legalize drugs other than marijuana, it would be years from now. And at this point in my life, I'm only concerned about ending marijuana prohibition because, let's see here, depending on what source you ask, marijuana prohibition costs us anywhere from $10 to $41 billion per year. And it's going to be quite a long time, I believe, until every state has fully legalized marijuana for recreational use. Other than marijuana, Amendment 64 also legalizes industrial hemp, which can create many jobs. There's over 40,000 known industrial uses for hemp. The U.S. market alone is worth over $400 million, and zero of those dollars are being generated by local farmers and businesses. All hemp in the United States is imported from Europe, Canada, countries like that, and it's just a waste, because we can employ hundreds of thousands of hardworking Americans with hemp alone, as well as with marijuana.
Okay, David, we don't have too much time, so we're going to take one call from Brian in Oregon, another state that has a referendum in about a month, or in November. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fine. Hey, you guys are doing great, too. I'd like to just say thank you for everything you're doing there.
Thank you, Brian. Without you listeners like you, we literally don't go anywhere, so thank you so much, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I just voted to legalize marijuana here in Oregon.
Oh.
I got the ballot all set up, and
oh, you did?
send it in tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Do you have a question for David, or you just wanted to voice your support?
No, but I'd like to say that here in Oregon that you were talking about DUI laws. A police officer, under his professional opinion, can say you're impaired after you drink one beer or any drug. All he has to do is say that you were impaired. So we're covered there. You can't just get high and go driving. Yeah,
but can a police officer lie? I mean, how can a police officer just say randomly, you're impaired?
Well, you know, that proving it in court might be a different thing, but, you know, there might have to be some laws made. I don't know. Yeah,
we're going to have to all unite on this, because we all support the legalization of this. But like I said to David, we don't want people driving under the influence. So you don't have a question there, Brian?
No, just like to say thanks.
Thanks, you. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it, and congrats on your voting and support in Oregon. We appreciate that. All right, and we're going to wrap this up. And again, for those interested in supporting David's cause, go to regulatemarijuana.org. That's regulatemarijuana.org. The name of his organization is Campaign to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol. And also, if you live in those 3 states, Oregon, Washington, or Colorado, vote in support of this referendum. David, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us, Dave.
All right, David, have a wonderful evening. And stay tuned for Dan Badandi, the Bionic Dan. He's going to be on for about 2.5 hours, 3 hours. I'm David Ortiz. 4 hours. Okay, 4 hours, Bionic Dan. And remember, keep on supporting the InfoWars Money Bomb. Let's reach that target. And we thank you so much for the support you've given us thus far. InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. Stay tuned for Dynamic Bionic Dan Badandi.
Another thing coming, New World Order, for you think going to take us down, because we are the InfoWars Money Bomb. This is Dan Badandi hosting for the next 4 hours on the graveyard shift, and we're going to wake up America, literally. We're going to wake up the world. Let's wake up the world, folks. This is the Money Bomb. This is the WrestleMania of the InfoWars, the Super Bowl. And we got, I guess, $200-something thousand. But, you know, folks, we need to expand the operations. We need to get more broadcasting out. We need to raise some fire, baby. Raise some fire for liberty. Let's go. Come on. And, folks, you got to get mad. You got to get liberty. You got to get just full of energy, man. Let these globalists know you got another thing coming if you're going to stop us. That's it. You know what I mean? We had enough. The lines are drawn in the sand, and we're not going to take it no more. Bottom line. And I'm all fired up today because I'm just full of liberty right now. I'm full of some angry, you know, some part of it's angry because of what's going on, but most of it's liberty, because I know this is the time, like Thomas Jefferson said, every generation needs a revolution, and we're promoting a peaceful revolution, an information war at that. And folks, we just gotta keep the energy going, folks. We gotta keep pushing and pushing, because remember, when we sleep, the globalists don't, folks. The globalists want to take our freedoms. They want to take your families. They just want to rip everything apart. Bottom line, anything that stands for liberty, freedom, or anything, they want it gone. And what a great show we had last night with William Schnobel and former Illuminati. And the phone lines lit up for that. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to talk about the occult this tonight. We got a star-studded cast tonight. I mean, we got a bunch of great guests coming on, starting at about 15 minutes from now. We got the Hernandez family from San Antonio, talking about the RFID, the update, how they've been threatened by the school system if their daughter doesn't take the RFID tag. And we're going to get into that. We're going to break that down as well. Then we got James Miller. He was a victim of Homeland Security's ICE program. He had a wife that they were legally married. They deported her back to Poland. I believe that's where she's from. But we're going to break that down as well. Then we got Michael Murphy, folks, and InfoWarsStore.com right now. Great films exposing chemtrails. What in the world and why in the world are they spraying? And you go to whatintheworld, or truthmediaproductions.com. That's Michael Murphy's website. I interview Michael Murphy myself. InfoWars has interviewed him several times. And this guy is always great, packed full of information about geoengineering, because it never gets old, folks. That every day, even 2 days ago, we all came into the office here, and everybody's just feeling down, like, you know, just groggy and everything, because they were spraying. I mean, the aerosol comes down like 3-4 hours later. And it really attacks the immune system. You know, it's barium, depleted uranium, arsenic, all this stuff that's in the chemtrails. And we're going to break that down with Michael Murphy, folks. Again, truthmediaproductions.com, and again, InfoWarsStore.com. And this money goes part to fund the operation here. And if you could give $1, even $1, folks, we got 15 million people, conservative, that listen to the show. If one person gave $1, we would be the biggest media in the entire world. That's $15 million, folks. One person each gives $1. I mean, we would blow the mainstream media out of the water like we're already doing. And Gallup polls and everything showing that mainstream media is on a rapid decline. Alternative media is jumping through the roof. Jumping. I mean, I look at people like Ben Swan, Mrs. Lyons there, Amber Lyons. You know, they're exposing the truth behind mainstream media. Great reporters, man. I can't say enough about those guys. And you got people like Luke Rudkowski. I mean, Luke, I'm a big fan of yours, Luke. And you kick butt. I mean, you're awesome. You're an awesome person. And reporters, okay, Luke Rudkowski is the icon. And when you look reporter up in the dictionary, it should be Luke Rudkowski. I mean, that guy is the best, bottom line. I love you, Luke. You know, I mean, you're awesome. And I'm just fired up today because I'm so full of liberty and I want to get some messages out. And unfortunately, 4 hours is not enough time. I could be here for 10 hours. It's jam-packed full of liberty and energy. And I just, you know, I want to fight the globalists, and I feel I can't do enough. I mean, I want to get a show out here on InfoWars too. And, you know, just to touch on subjects that we normally don't. Because the thing is, it's not that Alex can't or he won't. It's the thing is, if you see here, I got a stack of news. And I'm not even going to touch half of it. To tell you the truth, I got another stack here. It's just so much. And people say, why does he get wrapped up in the news so much? Because it's so much. I mean, it's bombarded. I print the news out for Alex in the morning. It is nonstop. Well, we want to expand the radio show, and that's why we need your help on MoneyBomb here, so we could bring you shows that we could, you know, like last night. And this is a hot book right now, Bloodlines of the Illuminati. And those of you listening to the show last night, this covers a lot of the stuff we were talking about. And me and Bill Schnoebel, we didn't even get into a fraction of what we wanted to talk about. We could have been on the air for 6 hours and still we wouldn't have touched half of it. And there it is on screen, Bloodlines of the Illuminati, $34.95. And a lot of this proceeds goes towards the operation. So you're getting great information, and you're also helping out the author as well, and most of all, the InfoWars. Fritz Springmeier, the guy is great. I would love to interview him someday. And it would be great to have all the Illuminati guys on. Fritz, Cisco Wheeler, Bill Schnoebelen, Doc Marquise. And right there, 15, now whatever it is, InfoWarsStore.com. This book is great. I mean, I could stop reading it. It took me, normally it would take me a week to read something like this. It took me like 2.5 days, I believe. I mean, I just went right through it. I could not put it down, especially if you like the occult. And not that you like it, but you want to learn about it. You know, it's a great book, a lot of information, and also with oneaccord.org, that's Bill Schnoebelen's website. He's got books as well, and we're going to see if we could carry that. We're going to try to work out a deal, whatever, see if we could carry his books as well. But these people, like him and Fritz and all that, they got key information that you need to know. And those you use Christians out there are people who believe in God. You know, the Bible says to know your enemy, then expose them. And to know your enemy is nothing wrong. You know, you don't turn an itch in the head. In other words, you don't seek wisdom from them, but to look into the doctrines to see what these people are about. because you can't go attack your enemy if you don't know nothing about him. It's suicide. So, enough with that. We're going to get into some news, and I'm going to build up for the next guest because this is a very, very important subject, folks. The RFID tags, we told you years ago, it's been in the globalist agenda about RFID tagging people. Now, they're calling for the implant, but this is a necklace they have to wear. This is one step, the last step, folks, before the implant. The last step. First was a real ID. I mean, they had all kinds of IDs and everything else, putting RFIDs in on the military IDs, the passports in the sleeve. I mean, they just keep slowly increment until eventually the mark of the beast. And regardless if you don't believe in the mark of the beast, it's in legislation. The Rockefeller's memoirs, the United Nations is openly calling for this. They've been calling this for years to have everybody marked with RFID chip. We got tons of videos from Aaron Russo, right on InfoWarsStore.com. He even says back then, in the 90s, that the globalists, because he was friends with these guys, that they want to implant you with the RFID chip. That's a radio frequency identification device. And we got Steve on the line, but before we do that, I want to just bring people up to speed what happened. San Antonio schools, basically, they want to put these RFID tags in over 110 schools, I believe, which costs $261,000 for the first year, and that's for one school. And it's about a $1.7 million for the whole operation, if not more. But Steve's got all the details about that. They actually know. Let's go to Steve. We're going to bring him on a little early. So, Steve, how you doing? This is Steve Hernandez, folks. The RFID schools. They're trying to push these tags on the people, folks. And there's a picture right there. That's Steve on the right being interviewed by our lovely, beautiful Melissa Melton. And yeah, if you want to bring Steve on, we're ready for him. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
All right, my man. How about yourself?
Oh, great. And it's a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for coming on this late.
Oh, yeah. It's our pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Oh, great. Yeah, and now we interview you on basically what happened and all the we need up-to-date information. You would tell me in emails and text messages that your daughter was being threatened. They tried to negotiate a deal with her. She could wear the tag, but won't have the RFID thing, but she has to keep her mouth shut. So if you want to go over the details, I'll give you the floor.
Absolutely. First of all, the program was originally $525,000. And for two schools, it was $136,000 a year to implement those programs and to keep it running. And then ever since we exposed them on the $525,000, they have reduced it to $261,000. Then it went down to $249,000. Then it went down now to $231,000. It seems like every couple of weeks they reduce the cost of the program because they know people are starting to get onto them. And then they also reduced the amount of the children that it's affecting. First it was 4,200 students, then it was 6,200 students, and then it was back down to 4,200. Now it's back down to something like 3,900 students it's affecting. They constantly retract everything that they're doing. Now,
oh, yeah, because they know right now, because what you're doing is a great thing, because you're standing tall, you're not bowing down to their threats, and what you're doing is you're spreading awareness. So now what they're doing now, out of propaganda, they're going to say, oh, look what we're doing. We're lowering the price. We're going to give you a low cost, because they know their backs are against the wall. They want you to make you believe they're going to turn it all around to make you believe that they're doing you a favor, and your back's against the wall when it's the other way around. That's why they're dropping the price, and it's right there, Steve. It's showing victory right there. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I wanted to show you the chip. We took the chip out of the badge, and this is what the chip looks like.
Wow.
Okay, we took the chip out of the badge because, we're instead of showing the badge now, we show the chip. Now, yeah, they wanted to do us a nice little favor, a compromise, as they call it. They want to make Andre a shell badge. And according to Ray Galindo, the deputy superintendent of Northside Independent School District, he says, I will make your daughter a shell badge. She has to wear it around her neck, fall in line like the rest of them. And if she does this, I will reinstate her rights. All her rights will be reinstated. She'll have the right to vote, the right to buy her lunch, the right to get library books, then she can be a normal student just like the rest of them. Because, you know, Mr. Hernandez, there is eventually going to be consequences for her not wearing it. And, you know, you'll be tying my hands if you don't take this deal. And he says, because I certainly hate to see her be transferred, expelled, suspended. And I laughed. I said, what, or fined? You're going to fine her now? He goes, yeah, let's not forget about the fines. So, you know, a couple of weeks gone by, and I was out there doing my protest in front of John Jay High School, and I sent an email and a letter in to do my level 1 grievance with the principals, with Robert Harris and Jay Sumter. Our friend Michael Bettis and I, we went in and we did our level 1 grievance. We found out from a counselor there that there's nobody monitoring the system. That not even the teachers there even know really what's going on. They're just told they have to comply with the program and pretty face on it for them. And she says, you know, you guys, we don't have anybody here monitoring this. She goes, we as teachers don't even want it. She goes, but it's kind of weird that, you know, there's nobody there monitoring this program. So we went in there and we gave our level 1 grievance, Revelations 13, 16, 17, the verses. And we quoted to them and we made our point known to them. We recorded it this time. So about 10 days go by and I'm waiting for a response from them. So last Saturday I got a response, and it's pretty much the exact same response that Ray Galindo gave me, that Robert Harris, the principal of John Jay, gave us. Same thing. I grant her relief for wearing an RFID tracking badge. We will make her a shell of a badge.
And is this coming from Brian Woods?
No, this is coming. Well, I'm sure Brian Woods is the one who is telling them what to say.
Okay, I'm sorry, because I got a copy of your email you sent me of Robert Harris, Brian Woods, and Rebecca Robertson.
Yeah, Rebecca Robertson is the attorney from ACLU who turned us down. She would not help us. Robert Harris is a principal of John Jay, and he's where I got my last letter from. And he sent me the exact same letter that Ray Galindo sent me. They'll make her a shell of a badge, and she has to wear it around her neck and comply with the program. And to us, that's not a compromise, because what they want Andrea to do is wear the symbol of their program. But see, the badge has now become the symbol of their program. And we look at it this way. If we let her wear the symbol, that's like taking the mark of the beast and hiding it from your friends and only using it when you need to buy something, get something to eat, or, you know, where it's convenient for you. That's the same concept. They're going to let her wear the shell of the badge so that she can go around and do the things that she needs to do in school. I said, this is not a compromise. And what people don't seem to understand, I've given this quote about Ray Galindo several times. Even Ray Galindo, his threats were if she did not wear the shell badge. Not that she didn't wear the badge, the chip badge. If she does not wear the shell badge, that's what can happen to her. People are not listening to my story. Those threats that he made is if she does not wear the shell badge, these are the things that are going to happen to her.
Hold on, Steve, for a minute. We got the number on the screen here for John Jay High School here. And I want to give this out, folks. You voice your opinion. I want everybody, not only in this country, folks, because this is going to affect everybody worldwide. Right now, not right now because the school's closed, obviously, it's during the normal central business hours when schools are open. The number's right up there, 210-397-2700. Call this high school, folks, because this is very important. This is going to affect everybody. Call them during the school hours and voice your opinion. Flood the phone lines. I want the phone lines flooded. Call them over and over and over and over again. Say, no, we are not going to take your chip. You tell your global scum that we are not going to take your crap, all right? We're not going to take your mark of the beast, and you can shove it, bottom line. And I'm sorry, it just gets me really upset, Steve and Andrea. I'm sorry, I apologize for ranting here. But I mean, it just gets me really upset that these globalist scum, because this is a global issue. This is a global issue. They want to push these tracking chips on the kids and say it's for their safety. Now, we've seen the laptops they were giving out a year ago in Pennsylvania. And they come, you know, later on they come to admit, yeah, we were spying on the kids in school. And Rhode Island, Western Rhode Island, they were getting RFID tracking chips to the kids walking around and everything, you know, so they know where they are at all times. Then, you know what I mean, now, I mean, the story told me that, yeah, get into that story. I'm sorry to throw you off subject here, just just wiles me up. But get into that story when now the news clip said, right in the news clip when this first came out, they said in the news that, oh, the chips don't work. As soon as you step out the door, the chips don't work no more. So, and you told me that kid purposely, 15 miles away from the school, threw his ID in the woods, then he came to school the next day, and they had it in the office.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. The young lady did not want it, so she was out in Valley High. She took her badge and she threw it in a bush. She literally hid it in the bush. And when she got to school the next day, the vice principal was there with her badge, gave it to her, and said, you need to wear this around your neck. And Andrea actually has a really good story to tell you about a young lady who, quote unquote, lost her badge. And Andrea's going to tell you this story because this is amazing. This is amazing. Go ahead, honey.
How you doing, Andrea?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Awesome. Keep up the fight. And yeah, you two inspire me. You and your dad. You guys are inspiring me because when I first seen this in the news and everything, I was touched by this. I wanted to come out there, but we sent Melissa Milton out there instead because I had something else to do. But I was touched by this. I still am. And you guys are inspiring to me because you guys are standing against evil. And people are out there right now, oh, what's the big deal? Folks, this is a huge deal. A huge deal. This is the last step, folks, from the mark of the beast. And I'm not even exaggerating. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andrea.
It's okay. You're absolutely right. Today I had this girl. She walked into my fourth period, and she goes, Miss, I lost my badge, and they tracked it back to this room. Is it in here? She goes, no, I don't think so. So everybody that still wears their badge, that pulls it out, they're like, no, it's our badge. We opened all the drawers in the classroom because it was a science class. They opened all the doors, the cabinets, everything you could possibly hide something in. Her badge was not in the classroom at all. Everybody went through their bags and made sure it wasn't there. Her badge was not there. And I saw on her shirt, she still had her last year's badge, the plain one that I'm wearing. She had it clipped onto her shirt. They're allowing her to wear her last year's badge temporarily until she either gets a new one or finds the one that she lost.
Unbelievable. It just makes me sick. It really does. I'm just sitting here because I know, okay, I know the propaganda of this. I studied this years ago. I can see the future. Okay, I see where all this is going, how it's implemented. I see all the steps. I look into the abyss. I can see exactly the whole globalist layout. I see it all. And I see it all, and it's happening right here and now. And it's just, I'm sorry to get overwhelmed here. I'm just, you know, just because I knew the stuff was coming. And I told people, and you're a conspiracy theorist, it's here. And I'm sorry, Andrea, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I get the same way. I get fired up just like you do. But I thought that was kind of weird that her badge wouldn't even be in that area. Like, it said it was in my room, but it was nowhere to be found in my classroom. And the badge that she's wearing until they let her get her tracker badge back, until she gets one, is the same badge that I'm wearing. But they're okay with it because she lost her badge. Since I've been, from the beginning, wearing my last year's badge, they have a big problem with it. But because hers is only temporarily, they have no problem with it.
Well, go ahead and tell them what they're doing to the kids on the lunch line.
That's right. Starting last week, they opened up a new lunch line. We have 6 lunch lines, and the lunch line on the farthest right-hand side, only one line, it's for the students who do not bring their IDs to school. And it's called the non-badge ID line.
Oh, no, because what they want to do is they want to single you out. Exactly. They want to single you out as the outcast. Oh, look at them. They don't have their IDs. They're the outcasts. Oh, we got to single these out because they don't belong in the school. So we're going to take away your voting rights. We're going to take away all your school privileges. We're going to take them all away because you do not cooperate with the system. You're the ant that doesn't want to dance along with the whole the movement, like on the movie Bug's Life. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. But if you have to go there. You're not allowed to go to any of the lines. It's the only line you can go to. And you're right. They do want to make an example out of us, and they do want everybody to stare and be like, ew, those kids don't wear their badge. Oh, they're weird. You're right about that. But that's okay, because my lunch line that I go through, the non-badge ID line,
good,
longest lunch line in the cafeteria.
Awesome. And you know what that's from? It's from the courage from you, your brother, and your dad, and I think that was your uncle with you too, that came here. That's the courage from you. A small family compared to like most families, whatever. That is the spirit and the essence of victory, folks. Resistance. Look at them on the screen, folks. You got not a little girl, but you know what I mean, like a probably 110-pound girl, if that. And you got just one man. And look at what they've done. That's the spirit and essence of victory, folks. Right there. And know you guys keep up what you're doing, man, because you're a huge inspiration. You're standing against the evil, the mark of the beast. You're standing against Lucifer himself. And I'm not even exaggerating. And go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, you're absolutely correct, brother. You're absolutely correct. You know, people laugh at us. People say, you know, oh, we're stretching really far. I mean, we're really stretching to make this a correlation to Revelations 13, verse 16, 17. Oh, you know, we're really stretching it. It's no stretch at all. It's right there.
Go ahead. You know what? Read the verse. If you want to read the verse, go ahead.
Well, basically, it just says straight up this. He makes all of them, great, small, free or poor, slave or rich, take the mark of the beast, whether it be in her forehead or in her hand. And what people don't understand is that if you don't take the mark of the beast, you are going to starve to death, okay? You can't do anything. You can't participate in the world's economy if you don't take the mark of the beast or the number of his name. What they are doing right now, Northside Independent School District, what they are doing right now, if they do not wear the badge, they cannot participate in the school's economy. It's already started in the lunch line. You can't get library books. You can't buy football tickets for the games. You can't vote. You can't do anything. You can't participate in the economy of the school if you don't wear this stupid little badge, this little chip right here. If you don't wear this, you can't do anything.
Unbelievable. You know what I mean? And there was a college, too, I forgot I think in Chicago, whatever, that they have to wear a similar tag around their neck, and if they get caught, or it has to be on the upper outer garment, and if they get caught, they get fined by the campus police $25. But I mean, this shows, and this is where it all started in San Antonio, because the UN's admitted that yes, you know, Austin and some parts of San Antonio are model cities for the United Nations Global Agenda, Agenda 21. Agenda 21 covers all this, not just the eugenics, but also mocking people with a biometric chip as well. You know, as you see there, and it's all starting. This Texas is the make or break here for the United States. And what you're doing now is you're holding the whole New World Order back here in America, right here in Texas, by doing what you're doing.
Well, you know, I always tell everybody the story. I'm 42 years old right now, and 37 years ago, I was sitting on the living room floor with my dad, my brother, and my sister, about 11 o'clock at night. And imagine laying on your tummy, and your dad's laying next to you on his tummy, and everybody's all on their tummies looking at each other, and your dad's reading the Bible to you. 11 o'clock at night, you know, you're falling asleep, you're dozing off, trying to stay awake, and your dad is talking to you about the mark of the beast. Back then, in 1970s, my dad would talk to me about this. I never knew what it was about. You know, my dad's been gone now, going on almost 13 years. In a couple of months, it'll be 13 years that he's been gone. I never thought that I, his second son, would be the one that's involved in a fight like this. I never thought it would be me. I never thought I'd live long enough.
Well, that reminds me right there of Moses. I mean, I'm not trying to push Bibles on people. I'm a believer in God and everything, but I'm not trying to push anything on to people who don't. But the thing is, Moses, that you remind me right there with Moses. Moses said, "Who am I, God?" You know, because he chose Moses to lead the Jews out of Israel, the slavery, you know, out of bondage. And he goes, "Who am I? You know, I'm just a man. Who am I?" And you're saying the exact thing. And you know, we all got our calling from God. And you right there, I mean, you're leading awesome revolution. I mean, that's why these guys inspire me, man. I mean, you're doing such great work.
You know, it's funny you should say that. Twice already, I've been told, and I kind of honored, but I don't want to take that responsibility. I've been told twice, "Hey, Steve, you're the new Moses." And I'm thinking, oh, come on, guys, don't say that to me, because that's a big responsibility, you know. But, you know, if I'm going to be the Moses of this time, then, you know, I accept it full-heartedly if that's what God wants me to do. But you saying that is the third time somebody has said that to me.
Well, it's humbling. It really is. I mean, like, I know my part and what I'm supposed to do. It took me all these years to finally realize what my calling was, and it's humbling. I mean, just me. I'm not, you know, Alex Jones. I don't host the show here normally, but I mean, just me being here right now is the most humblest thing because I knew God put me here. All the trials and tribulations I've been through, and I'm not trying to change the course onto me or anything, but I know what you're going through because I know God paves his path, and the people are supposed to do things for him. He makes that way. You know, I mean, he paves the way for you for it to come true, and yeah, he's doing that to you.
You know, I wanted to read something real quick, if I may, and I read this.
Go ahead.
I read this to. I read this scripture to Robert Harris and Jay Sumter. And it is Revelations 13, and it's verse 10. It says, "He who leads into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with a sword must be killed with a sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints." Okay? So I read to them this, and I said, don't you understand you're leading the people into captivity? And by doing that, you're going to be led into captivity yourselves.
Oh, damn right. Yep.
You know? So, and the Bible also says, you know, those of you who have ears, that you hear. And that's exactly what it's saying. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. And that's in verse 9. Then it goes down to number 10 and says, "He who leads into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with a sword must be killed with a sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints." Now, people mock me all the time. People make fun of me.
Oh, no, because you're a terrorist. Actually, I'm going to show you the document. You got to be surprised by this. I know you can't see me right now, but I want to basically show people out there. Go ahead with what you're saying. I'm going to show you the document in a minute.
Oh, yeah, you know, people mock me. They make fun of me. They say I'm making a large stretch and reach for this. But I'm not. It's true. And I have so many, you know, I have 350 signatures from that school. The people don't want it. And then We Are Change San Antonio, I'm thinking they probably have another 350 or more, because their goal is to go to every single John Jay high school football game from here on out for the rest of the year, and they're gathering signatures. So last Friday they gathered signatures. This Friday they gathered signatures. So I'm thinking they probably easily got another 700 signatures. So, you know, we're going to walk in there well over 1,000 signatures hopefully here pretty soon, and we need to put an end to this. And we need to wake up the people of San Antonio, let them know, don't buy what NISD is selling. NISD, I mean, they remind me of the Obama administration. They always changing the story to fit the news at that time. Always changing the story.
Oh, absolutely. And I got the document here. I know you can't see me, but if you want to Google this, Andrew, if you want to write this down and remember, this is how prophetic this is. Not pathetic, prophetic, you know. This is by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, known as the FBI. They came out with a document. It's called Project Megiddo. Now, this is crazy. Right in this document, says how people who believe in Bible prophecy, if you believe in the New World Order and you're against the New World Order, and you believe in biblical prophecy, you're a terrorist. This is Bible prophecy coming true, folks, because like you said in that verse, how the saints will be persecuted for their faith and all that, it's coming true right here, right from the federal government. You're a terrorist if you believe in Bible prophecy. I mean, this is right here in black and white. You can go to the .gov websites, whatever, and PDF the file, folks. This ain't a joke. Okay, they don't want you to believe in Bible prophecy. That's why all these New World churches, the 501c3 churches, they're trying to tell you, you can't say Jesus is the only way to heaven no more. You have to conform into this ecumenical system. Well, right there on the screen, folks, do it for yourself, PDF the file. This ain't a joke. They are going after people. It's Bible prophecy is coming true. I mean, this is the proof of the pudding right here. This is one of many documents. And if you get a chance, Steve, actually, I'll forward you. I'll email you the PDF for this. But I mean, this is horrifying. It really is.
You know, Dan, I got to tell you something. I had an organization out of California call me. Really good people. And the gentleman's name is Keevan. And he told me, he says, you know, Mr. Hernandez, I just have to tell you right now, you need to be very careful. And I said, what are you talking about? And he says, I wouldn't put it past them that you're already marked for death. And he says they probably have somebody ready to kill you because you're standing up for the right thing.
You know something? I was talking to William Schnoblin before I had him on last night. I was talking to him a day before. We had a little conversation. And we basically talked about how what we're all doing here. And, you know, basically how, that, you know, you got a target on you. I'm not going to lie. You probably have a huge target on you. I do. Alex does. Everybody here. William Schnoblin. But the thing is that these people, this is what they hate about this. They want us dead. They want us out of the way. But the thing is, if God wants you to do something, okay, there is nothing in the world that anybody could do. And God says, fear not what man can do to you. And if I am with you, who could be against you? That is powerful right there. That is almighty powerful, invincible. Not that you're invincible, it's God. Basically, if he wants you to do something, I don't care if they put a gun to your head. It's not going to kill you.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, and greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world.
Exactly.
And a friend of mine asked me, because you always say that. What does that mean? I said, greater is he that is in you, the Lord. God is greater. He's the one that's inside you. Then he that is in the world is the devil, who needs his worldly possessions, his prizes here on earth. And my friend looked at me, he said, you know, I've always heard you say that. I never, ever once understood what you were saying. Because it now makes sense. So if anything should happen to me, all y'all need to open up an investigation, because you know that if I die unexpectedly, and I'm putting it in an Alex Jones show to open up an investigation, because my babies will then be in trouble, so will my wife.
Well, right now you're being broadcasted all over the world. Millions of people right now are watching you live. And what you're saying right now, because if something dumb just happened to you, God forbid, it's just going to highlight everything you've been doing. And plus, if it does, so what? You know, the thing is, these globalists don't understand. They can't understand this because they're soulless creatures, spineless scum. Okay, they can't understand this. Okay, what drives people like us. And if they come kill you, all they're doing is they're doing you a favor. They're sending you home. You know, they're sending you home. You know what I mean? Like, and they hate that because they can't understand what drives people. Like, I'm not going to go off the subject, but the Battle of 1812, when they kept bombarding the fort, and George Washington, when the flag would come down, the Star Spangled Banner, George Washington, regardless if he was a Christian or not, but he made a quote, okay, what separates the American Christian from anybody else on the planet is that they rather die in their feet than live on their knees. And that's the spirit you have, brother. The spirit of 1776, the spirit essence and victory, and I mean, it's great. You're doing great, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. I mean, I'm standing here for my daughter, because my daughter has rights.
Exactly.
You know, what did Pasquale say on the interview with the 700 Club? He says, we reject their ideals. We reject it. We totally reject it. They just don't get it. No, Pasquale, it's not that we don't get it. It's that you don't get it. You cannot force Christian people and those of faith to do what you want them to do. You can't force the people who are free, even those who aren't Christian. You can't force them to do what you want them to do. They sit there and they write me all these letters and all these little newspaper clippings. You should see it. They wrote a clipping in the John Jay newspaper about, they even admit in the John Jay high school newspaper that the kids don't want it. They even admit that their problem.
Well, I got it right here. I'm not sorry to cut you off, but I mean, I got it right here. If you want to get a document, Cam, right in front of me here, I got some news articles from all over. I mean, this is not counting mainstream media either. You got World Net Daily is reporting on this. Russia Today, which is one of the biggest alternative medias in the world, they're reporting on this. You got InfoWars, Prison Planet, of course, and you got Daily Night, NBC News reporting on this. You got the Blaze reporting on this. I mean, like, there's tons of articles all reporting on this. I'm all over the place, and also the people who put out the chip. I subscribe to the newsletters to see what's going on, and they said we have a major roadblock. They admit they have a major roadblock because of what you people are doing, and it's great. And you're telling these New World people, like, you know what? Just like our Founding Fathers did when the British tried to force their system on us. It's like, no, we're standing against you. You know, we don't care if you take our life. It's going to pave the way, like in the movie 300, for example. They knew they were walking. I mean, they were facing multitudes. They knew they were going to die. They knew it. If you watch the movie, they knew they were going into death. They knew it. But you know what? the spirit of liberty, the resistance, okay? The essence of resistance drove those people, just like our founding fathers when they were down to 3,000 men. They were defeated, and when they crossed the Delaware and all that. And they just, he's like, you know what? You can take our lives, but you are not going to take our liberties. You are not going to take our souls, and you are not going to take us at all. And, you know, if you take us, you got to put, I mean, we'll die first, bottom line. We're going to die first before we let you evil scum trample on our rights, man. And it is so upsetting, folks. And you need to get, and people say, why are you getting so mad? Oh, I should be more upset because, oh, the Patriots lost last week, or the Cowboys, whatever. You know, these are real things that matter, folks. Not the things like, oh, you know, Britney Spears can't afford a second Learjet, whatever. Those are stupid things, folks. Right here, right now, these two right here, they're pioneers. You should be looking up to people like the Hernandez family, not Michael Jordan, not Justin Bieber, that little fairy boy on the stage. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be looking up to these false idols, these people. These are pioneers right here. Right here, these are pioneers. And that guy who, I forgot his name, he did the 120,000-foot jump. Those are people, okay? Incredible things, doing real things that matter and everything. You know, exploring space, going out into just new worlds. I mean, I can't say enough. They're not people, okay? Fake people. These scum in Hollywood, all over the TV, they're fake. And people look up to them. Overpaid sports stars, well overpaid. All the fans are, my team lost. A-Rod doesn't get $500 million. You know, and the people are so worried about the stupid things, okay? You need to get a grip on reality and snap out of it. This is the real stuff. These are people you should be looking up to and following, for example. I'm just so sick of it. I really am, because, I mean, I got friends and family who do the same thing. You know, I post stuff on Facebook, important stuff. I don't get no hits or whatever. I post something, the Patriots lost. Bam, you got 1,000 comments. You know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to go off track here. It's just, it really upsets me. And go ahead, continue.
Yeah, what I was going to say was that even Robert Harris, in his own newspaper, John Jay, he admits that the truancy problem is not that bad. It's only like a couple percentage points of the kids that don't show up. I think he said that it's 95% of the children show up. So what's he do? He pokes a hole in their own story by admitting that it's not really an issue. Not really an issue. And in his next paragraph, he states that, you know, they see attendance rising, but it's pretty much the work of the parents and the students. He doesn't even give credence to the chip. So this man sits there and admits to everything and exposes the lies of NISD, and people are still buying what they're selling. Oh, it's for truancy, it's for safety. He sits there in his own newspaper. Andrea's trying to get a couple more newspapers that we're going to send to the Alex Jones Show so you can read it. And it's crazy. Every single interview the NISD goes on, they change the facts. But several times, even Ray Galindo, when I sat in there with Michael Perez, with Deputy Superintendent Ray Galindo says, to be honest with you, Mr. Hernandez, the attendance problem is probably in single digits. I said, well, then how can you sell this program to the whole world, say John Jay and Anson Jones have some kind of truancy problem? See, because that means Andrea was right the whole time. Andrea told me, Dad, they're well over 90% attendance all the time. And then turn around, the principals turn around, and the superintendent turn around and say, it's only in the single digits. So how are you going to sit there and lie to 100,000 families in the city of San Antonio and say, well, it's because, you know, these two schools have the lowest attendance rates? It's ridiculous. They change their stories all the time.
Oh, of course they do, because they want to, they can't admit they're wrong. They can't admit the system's going to fail. And they cry about, oh, we can't afford sports teams. We can't afford, you know, new curriculums and all that. But hell, you know, let's shell out millions of dollars for a useless RFID chip that's going to violate your rights.
Absolutely. Andrea, what was it they didn't have in school? Chairs or something?
They don't have chairs. They don't have books. We're using books, but they still have.
Oh no, that's not important. You know, it's not important if you don't have air conditioning heat either. You know, it's not important that you don't get a good lunch. It's not important that the bathrooms don't work. But it's important that they track you everywhere and you be a good little sheep.
Exactly. And Andrea, that was one of her statements she made. Hey, we don't have books. We don't have chairs. We don't have this for choir. We don't have this for football. I guess the John Jay football team is still wearing the same helmets, the same pads, everything they've been wearing since the 1980s.
Unbelievable.
But yet, they have no money for teachers in this city, but yet they got $500,000 to go ahead and implement this program. And I am personally working with another man who's in the same business as Wade Garcia is, and he told me, and this is his statement, I don't give out his name because I don't want him losing his job. I don't want anything to come to this man. But he has told me that they are under, what's his word? He says they are not giving us the correct cost of this program, because he knows how much that program would cost just for 2 schools with over 6,200 students in it. He knows the cost of every badge, every chip made, every printer, every antenna, every camera, everything that they use, and all the software that it would take to run 2 schools. He says they are misquoting it because $525,000, Steve, is a low ball figure.
Unbelievable.
That costs more.
And yeah, it's just unbelievable. And we're almost out of time. But Andrea, just if you don't mind, could you just people need to know how you feel? Okay, you're the student, and how do you feel? Okay, when they made you say you have to wear this tag, what did that make you feel like? I mean, describe your feelings and your thoughts about it.
Yeah, when they first told us that we had to wear this tag, and I was like, I'm not your dog. You know, I was really bothered by it because the first thing that popped in my head was the Book of Revelations. And the way that the people track their dog, no, let me just put a chip in my dog. Well, it's a little bit bigger than that, you know, and, you know, the Book of Revelation, chapters 13, verses 16 and 17 are right when it came to my head. My dad had always told me when I was little, he goes, there's going to be a point in time, maybe when you have your family on your own, but they were going to try to get you to participate in the economy by taking the mark of the beast. And he showed me what it was when I was younger, and I was like, I can't believe this is really happening. I was like, I'm still in high school, you know? But I was so shocked that they would try to do this to a bunch of students, and we all found out 3 days before we go get our badges and schedules. And it's ridiculous that they would try to push this on us without our parents' consent. And it's a waste of money. I mean, I'm a choir. Me, choir, band, and orchestra all share the same set of risers. We all share the same set of music stands. Everything is shared. We just have to plan our events the same, like correlating. That way we don't have to use the same stuff the same day. My dad said, you know, football is still wearing the same practice jerseys from the 80s. We're so far behind in our schools with our teachers. I had a teacher. She was my student teacher for a year. And then my 8th grade year, she became a teacher. That year that I graduated from middle school was the year that they did all the cutbacks. She was a teacher for 1 year, and they fired her because they didn't have enough money.
And we got about 30 seconds left if you want to make some closing comments. I wish I got to God I could have these guys on longer, but I got guests coming up, and this is such a story that people need to know, and you guys are inspirational to me. You are. And you got about 10 seconds for a closing statement.
I just wanted to thank you for letting us come back on again, and
it's a pleasure.
Giving us the opportunity to talk to you and spread our word even more.
Yeah, and we want to tell thank you to everybody. We invite everybody this Tuesday to 5900 Evers Road, San Antonio, Texas, 78238, the NISD District Office for another rally and protest.
And we'll definitely, we're going to promote that. And thank you guys. God bless you. That's the Hernandez family. And folks, when we come back, we're going to have James Miller. And folks, the globalists want you, okay? They want to put RFID chips you, and you got to tell them, you know, we're sick of your crap. We're not going to take it no more. We're sick of it. In that line of there, who are they? Okay, these people are vicious, globalist scum. Okay, they are spineless cockroaches. Okay, they are an epiphany, and not everything they are is a disgrace to human beings. Okay, everything they are is just evil and gross and disgusting, and I can't even come out with a word to even describe them. That's why I'm stumbling here, because I cannot come out with one single word to describe how evil and disgusting these people are. They want to take away your liberties, okay? They want to abolish anything to do with the family. You got CPS kidnapping kids all over the country. selling them on the black market. They got forcing abortions for the satanic crap. I mean, it's just so evil and disgusting. And you don't need TV. You don't need sci-fi. This puts sci-fi to shame. And this is real stuff, folks. It's going on every day. Kids are getting slaughtered. People losing their liberties. People being groped at the airports. You know, it's just sickening. And I'm sick of it. And I'm not going to stand for it. I ain't. And bottom line, I am not going to stand for it. And it's a message to you global scum out there. You can take my life, but you know what? You will never take this right here. Right here. That's my IQ. 1776, baby. And I'm sick of it. Bottom line, sick of it. You're destroying families. You're murdering people. And I am sick of it. Man, we cover all that crap. Piles and piles of paper we waste every day on that crap. And I'm sick of it. And I know we got another guest on the line. I'm just so fed up with this stuff, folks. I am. And you know what? It's getting me more mad. I wish I could be on the air more for 10 hours a day exposing these global scum. And I am sick of it, man. Bottom line, I mean, like James Miller we got coming up. They deported his wife. She was legally married to him, a tax-paying citizen. And they deported her back to her country. You know, it just makes me sick. They're groping people at the airport and, you know, they want to stick chips into people and force kids to wear chips and everything else. And I am sick of the crap. And, you know, I'm standing up against you. Bottom line, I'm putting it all in, baby. All in. And that's why we need your help on the Money Bomb. You know, we need your help to support this foundation so you can get more shows out. Get it out global, man. We need to pump this information. You know, that's just asking you folks, you know, please, you know, do it for God, okay? Do it for the spirit of 1776, man. Pump it out, 1-888-253-3139. We need to get this information out because when we go off the air, folks, the globals don't sleep. And chipsfreeschools.com, the website, chipsfreeschools.com, support the Hernandez family. These people are pioneers. Pioneers they are, not Michael Jordan or Tom Brady or any of these people. You know, these people are real pioneers, real heroes. And if you want to get a document, Cam, right here, this is the principal of the school, John Jay High School. It's Robert.Harris at nsid.net. Right here, folks, and you can play this back on YouTube if you forget. I want you to email this guy. Flood his mailbox. Say, no, we are not taking a chip. You're not going to push them in our schools. And, oh, it's just in San Antonio. No, it's going to be everywhere if they let the scum get their way. No, you got to stand up against it. Bottom line. And I'm sorry, just it really touches me when it affects kids. You know, the kids by the millions are being slaughtered because these glueless scum. So we're going to move on to our next sub. Oh, man, I'm just, like, so fired up right now. I just could feel like I could take on 100 people right now. Oh, man, the adrenaline's just flowing. And next guest, good friend of mine from Orlando, Florida, James Miller. How you doing, brother?
Good. How you doing, Dan?
Oh, great. And just, like, fired up, brother. And, you know, between, the RFID chip and I've been talking to you for over a year now, and we became good friends and everything. And what happened to you and your wife, they split your whole family up. I mean, I want to show you a picture. Do you mind if I show a picture of you and your wife?
No, go ahead.
All right, if you guys want to get a document camera on this here, this is his beautiful wife here. And she has a job. Well, she had a job here. She's legally married to James here. And Homeland Security just decides to go like this. Yeah. That's what they want to do to everybody. That's what they want to do. You know, I'm just sick of it. And, it just gets me so fired up, James. And go on, James, tell them the story of what's going on.
All right, her and I met in 2007. We got married a year later. We submitted the papers for the immigration interview. They called us in for an interview for February 2009. A week and a half before the actual interview that we were supposed to have, Immigration Customs Enforcement came knocking on the door to arrest her, and they took her down to Miami, and then they threw her in detention for about 6 months, and then they finally flew her back to her country. And so that was that. And I've been over there about 3 times ever since all this happened, and to visit. And her and I have been in contact every day, pretty much every day until recently not. So that's the story with that. And, you know, right now she's kind of given up. She's really discouraged about the whole thing, and she doesn't want to fight the case anymore. And her and I have spent so much money on lawyers. We spent $20,000 or more on immigration attorneys and whatnot, and they all took the money and ran. And so she doesn't want to fight it anymore. And so I'm kind of like in limbo. I'm still legally married to her here, but I'm over here and she's over there, and she can't come back here without their approval.
Unbelievable. And it destroys the family. That's what I was talking about, folks. I mean, you know, how are they supposed to have a healthy marriage or in relationship? And so people say, oh, why don't you just move to, where's she from, Poland?
No, Romania.
Romania, I'm sorry. And a very similar thing happened here with Aaron Dykes here with his girlfriend in Germany. And, you know, it's just these people don't care. They don't worry about, I mean, I'm not against Mexicans. I love Mexican people. I love their food. And they don't worry about the illegals coming over the border, you know, flooding and taking our jobs on welfare. Obama says he's going to put them on welfare. Our health care is paying for them. They don't worry about that. But, you know, a good, honest person, legally married, got a tax status, everything else, clean record, bam, you're out of the country.
Yep.
You're out of the country because you're not sucking off the welfare state. You know, you're not being a nanny, living under the nanny state.
Well, if she was, like I was saying, if she was a undocumented illegal alien from Mexico, Guatemala, or a place like that, they would have never done anything to her. You know, she'd still be here. But being that she had status, she has a Social Security number, driver's license, but the only thing she did overstay her visa, and that was it. So that was a reason for them to remove her out of the country. Basically, we were called up on by an ex-boss of mine who's unstable.
I mean, I got documents here. You email me. Just tons of documents here. The denial letter from Homeland Security, and also how they extended her work permit, you said it, and they still deported her.
Yep. It's funny because when they had her...
Notice of approval of relative immigrant visa petition. That's right here if you want to get a document, Cam, folks. Right here, she was approved to stay here because of, you know, for a visa, whatever, and they still deported her.
Yep. That's how we knew it was that when ICE got involved, it was they took over and that was it, and they did whatever they felt like doing. You know, that's how they work. They selectively enforce and pick out who they want to mess with, and that's how it works. There's no other way they do it. They should just not worry about people like her and just secure the borders, and we'd have a better place to live if it was that way, but it's not, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, James, and I feel for you, man. I really do. When I first brought you on my show, I mean, like I think we met on Facebook or something, and and I first brought you on my show, man. I'm still flabbergasted over this. I'm still touched by this, and because I could only imagine if that was my wife, you know what I mean, my girlfriend, whatever, and you know, I mean, my girlfriend lives in Rhode Island still, and it's hard not seeing her and knowing she's only 1,900 miles away. And but I can only imagine. I can imagine the pain, man. And
it left a big scar on me. That's for sure. I mean, you know, her and I still talk a lot. She, like I was saying a little bit ago, she just she doesn't really want to fight it anymore because we already spent so much money, and she gets her hopes built up on getting approved to come back here, and then they deny it, and then that was it. And then she just doesn't want it. She's already established with real estate over there in Romania. So like I said, I don't know what I'm going to do because we're still married here.
Yeah.
So I got a lot of decisions to make about it.
Well, yeah, they put you in a tough bind, and you know, what can you do? I mean, like, there ain't no really right way to go because this is your home country. I mean, they want you to say, all right, I'm just moving to Romania, you know, take the easy way out. But the thing is, you got to make a stand. You know what I mean? What you're doing now, you're making a stand right now, letting the Homeland Security know. And the thing is, they have no authority to do this. I mean, where the hell did they come off coming to your home? No jurisdiction to do this.
Ever since 9/11, they formed their organization, and they just they feel that they have all this power that they can kind of do whatever they want to do, and it's not right. You know,
it's unbelievable. And, you know, and we were talking early, too, and you said basically, you you went to go see her recently, and you want to describe what you told me about them detaining you and threatening you?
Yeah, when I got back, and I went over there in May. I went there for about a week, and I came back to Miami Airport. And once I got to get the passport stamped, they called me into a room, and I kind of knew, because the girl was questioning me, like, what were you doing over there? Why were you there? You know, all these weird questions. And then she drug me, or pulled me back into a room, and then you're locked in. And I was sitting there with a bunch of immigrants, and I was getting nervous because I kept thinking of NDAA and like, what are they going to do, you know? So they finally, you know, I guess they said my name was on a common name list, whatever that is. And the guy couldn't tell. He says, well, we can't tell you what it's about, but, you know, there's a reason why you're in here, he says. And I started getting really nervous, so I didn't. Luckily, they let me out, and that was it. But, I mean, it could have been worse.
And then, what did they tell you? Expect this every time you travel, is that right?
Exactly. That's what he said. Expect it every time I go anywhere.
Unbelievable.
It's going to happen again. Yeah.
Yeah, because they wanted him. They already, you know, it's not the fact they already broke your family up. Not the fact. Now they want to rub the salt in the wound. They just want to stick it here and just keep rubbing it in the wound and say, you know what, you're going to learn to obey who we are. You're going to learn to submit to the New World Order.
And that's exactly the attitude I got when I got back and when I was in that room. They were in your face. There's a bunch of guys walking around with guns with an attitude. I mean, and most of them looked like they were from somewhere else, not here, like, you know, Cuba or I don't know. But I felt like I wasn't in my own country. You know,
that's
like,
the way they want you to feel. It's that country now. You know, you keep your mouth shut, keep your head down. Don't say a word. Yeah. We're doing you a favor. We deported your wife. You keep your mouth shut. We're doing you a favor. We don't lock you up. That's the mentality, the nanny state they want to condition the people to be in.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
it's a shame.
It is a shame. And basically describe, like, you know, step by step. I mean, you're coming off the plane, and they pulled you into a room, and, you know, the intimidation you were telling me about.
I mean, it was a 9-hour flight, and I'm already tired when I get back. I landed. Everything, I thought, you know, everything was going to be cool, and I knew, and I had some kind of weird feeling when I got up to the podium to get your passport stamped. The girl was asking me, why were you only there for 6 days? And, you know, just very like I was being interrogated right there. It was a TSA girl. And then she says, come back here with me. And that's when I knew you know, my heart started racing right there. I was like, oh God, they're going to pull me in this room and get, you know, try to question. And pretty much that's what they did. They were trying to find out more about what I was doing there. And I told them exactly why I was there, you know, because you guys deported my wife. I had to go see her, you know. And then just total attitudes. Those guys are not nice people at all. They're just
not at all. I mean, like people
in your face. I mean, just like they want to, like you're the enemy, and they're or something. I don't know.
Because ICE is the Immigration's Customs Enforcement. ICE is part of. ICE and TSA are under the wing. They're Homeland Security. They're under the wing of Homeland Security.
They're just different divisions. Yep.
And look what they're doing to people at the airports. I mean, it is disgusting. I mean, this area here, I'm going to show folks, okay? I wish you could see this, James. Right here, see how thick this stack is? This is just from the last month. That's it. I mean, 2-3 weeks. This is all TSA stuff. What's going on? I mean, you got TSA humiliates a dying woman dying of cancer. I mean, they got the marijuana body scanners coming out. They want taser bracelets and everything else, and they lend a groping hand to a Mitt Romney campaign. In other words, they're at a Mitt Romney campaign, say, we got to search you, we got to radiate you, or enough to go into the campaign there. And anti-TSA campaign opt-out, we're going to get that going soon. You got TSA worker steals $500 from a traveler. I'm just going through some of this. There's just so much. This is just in the last few weeks in October here. TSA reinstates approved the film after they said it was okay. Then they said it wasn't and whatever. And it's TSA molesters an FBI employer. You know, it's TSA kicks a woman off a flight for a bad attitude. You know, I mean, I don't mean to take away from you.
They just hire these crooks. I mean, and these bad people. It's almost like they want the people to be criminals so they can do this kind of stuff. You know, it's.
Oh, yeah, and they grow up here at the airports, and, you know, and that don't make you feel uncomfortable enough. So they're going to pull you in a room, James, to say, you know what, you sit down and you shut up. Okay, you sit down. We're going to take your wife away. We're going to take your life away. And you're lucky you leave this place. You're lucky. Okay,
that's exactly what I felt like. I mean, I was shaking. I was like, because I was thinking of NDAA, and I'm like, they can just disappear me somewhere. And I started texting my friend to tell him where I'm at, and because he was supposed to come pick me up at the airport, and then they told me to put my cell phone down. I couldn't use the cell phone in there, and nothing. Like I was in prison.
Wow.
Basically.
Unbelievable. And not bad enough you come for a 9-hour flight, and I'm sure it was depressing because you had to leave your wife behind, and they take you in this room and just make you feel like,
it was a nightmare. It was bad.
I'm sure it was, man. And
that was round two. That's round two with Homeland Security with me, because the first time was them picking my wife up, and then I went to the interview by myself that we were supposed to have back February 2009, and I ended up getting badgered, interrogated, and threatened by these 2 ICE agents that picked up my wife that were in charge of her abduction, not arrest.
Describe that. Okay, you're at home. Okay, you're at home, and all of a sudden you got to knock at the door.
No, I was already at work.
Oh, okay.
And she called me on my cell phone, and that morning the guy from ICE called me, and he threatened me. He says, "Oh yeah, we think your marriage is a fraud. Da da da. We haven't seen you at the house." It was, and he says, "Well, if it's a fraud marriage, we could throw you in prison." All this crap.
Oh yeah, because what they want to do first, that's the psychology. I know all that textbook garbage, the psyops crap. They want to make you first feel like you're the criminal. That's what they want to do. Then they want to feel like, oh boy, I'm going to get arrested. So then, we're going to do you a favor. Okay, we're going to let you go, but we're going to take your wife. And then you make you feel like they're doing you the favor. That's a psychology crap they pull on people.
Right.
And make you feel belittled, but we're going to do a favor, we're going to let you off.
Ultimately, what red flagged her was the guy I was working for at the time called them up. He's a federal informant because he's a FFL dealer in Florida here. Pawn guns. That's what I work in the pawn business, and he's the one that caused the whole problem. I think everything would have worked fine if he never got ICE involved. But
yeah, pawn, PAWN, because I know a lot of people misinterpret that.
Pawn
shops. Yeah.
At the time, it was I was working in guns and pawn, and that's what the guy that I used to work for. He's a gun dealer, and it turns out he's a federal informant as well. So any pinch that he gets, that's what he does.
Oh, yeah, because he needs to earn his brownie points,
Exactly.
I reported something.
And his name is Robert DeSantis, and he owns Easy Cash Pawn in West Palm Beach, Florida here.
Yeah, people Google that. What's that name again?
Easy Cash Pawn in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yeah, Google that. What's his name? His name?
Robert DeSantis.
Yeah, call this guy up, folks. Flood his phone line. Flood his phone line. It's like, you're a criminal scum. You are. You're a criminal scum. We know what you did. Okay? We're going to flood your phone lines and ruin your business. How's that?
Yeah. It's funny because the place I'm working at now is not too far. It's the same business, except for we don't deal in firearms, and we're right up the street. We get a lot of the same customer base that comes in. That used to come when I used to work down the other place. So
I'm sorry, I got to retract that. Like, I didn't mean to ruin his business, because I don't wish that on anybody, because I'm sure he's got a family to support too. I don't want to take it out on the family and all that. Just call this guy and say, hey, you're a criminal. Bottom line, don't ruin the guy's business because he's got a family to support. And God forbid something happens to his family. But I just get overexcited sometime. And I'm sorry, James. Go ahead.
No, I feel the same. Karma is karma, and it always comes around. And you can't wish it upon anybody, but that's just the way it goes, know. So
it's unbelievable though, because the pictures I seen, more pictures you sent me and everything else, and these guys are happily married couple and all that. And I don't mean to spark up these things and make you feel depressed, bro, but what you're doing, man, you got a lot of courage just even stand up against these guys.
It's already been a couple of years, and her and I are still in touch, but we've grown. We're almost like friends now because we're in 2 different countries, and we're not like we were before. Even when I was over there this past time, it was different. It wasn't the same anymore. But I don't know. Whatever's meant to be will be. If she's able to come back here eventually, I'm still married to her. I don't know what I'm in limbo right now. I don't know what to do really.
Well, you know what? You need to put this in God's hands, brother. And you know, if God, like I was saying earlier, if God wants something done, there's nothing nobody can do to stop it. And I'm not trying to sound like a religious freak out here or anything, you know, because there's a lot of people who have other deities, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, you know, you need to put your trust in God, and we talk about that a lot. And because these globalists are going to get what's coming to them. You know, they're going to get what's coming to them, and the TSA people who serve these evil, you know, the people who serve this evil. You know, you think you're going to gain these power and everything else. You're not going to gain nothing, okay? Because after they're done, you know, taking us out, they're going to take you out next. Yeah. And but you know, I mean, it's just these people have this mentality to them that they're feeling good about themselves. You know, like that woman, the TSA agent. You know, I have power because she feels empowered because when she walks in the airport, nobody can challenge her. I tell people
funny because I remember being a little kid and flying, going to the airport. You can just jump on a plane back then and go anywhere you want to. And now it's like it's such a big thing to go fly anywhere, and it just makes me cringe. I mean, you can't. It's almost like we're prisoners in our own country now. You know, since 9/11. I don't know. You know, and it's
it is. And there's people don't take it out in the airlines. I worked for the airlines, and I'm going to tell you right now, assure you that the airlines hate TSA's guts. I mean, I don't have time to explain all that. I probably will later on, but the airlines hate TSA. They hate them. And because it causes delays. I mean, they have to pay TSA. It's just a mess. And plus, it makes unhappy customers. I mean, it's not the airline's fault. Well, the airlines should step up, though. They should step up and say, hey, no, we want TSA gone. The airline should do that. But, I mean, James,
I know a pilot as well, and he feels the same way as what you just said. He cannot stand TSA. He feels that they think they have more power than anybody else. So
yeah. And the article here, conservative radio host, TSA groped my vagina. Then there was another one, how somebody slapped his testicles. You know, the TSA guy just slapped his testicles, you know, to say, you know, because he didn't want the pat down. And it just shows the molestation. Now, look what they did to Miss USA, the 6-year-old girl. I mean, the little boy, 3 years old, they stripped him in the middle of the airport, taking a 95-year-old lady's colostomy bags out, pulling paraplegic people's legs apart. I mean, it is that bad. I mean, people think it's a overreaction, but, you know.
I mean, you have people that used to fight, and they fought in World War II. They're veterans, and they the same thing. They go to the airport, and they get groped and treated like as if they are not a citizen of the U.S. or by these people that are probably more than likely aren't from here, most of them, or are criminals. It's so twisted. I don't get it. What do we do?
It is. And the thing is, what you're doing now, resist. Resist to show them you're not going to affect me because, you know what, I'm going to stand up against you. They want you to submit and be quiet, but what you're doing now, you're voicing out loud, stand up and say no, okay? We're going to expose you. And, James, you got about a minute left if you want to do any closing comments. I wish I could have
longer. I was going to say we were on the subject of TSA. When I was in Europe, and you know, they treat you really nice in Europe. I mean, even the security over there is not as hyped as it is over here. When you get over here, it's all about its major attitude, and over there they treat you with respect. But it's getting to that we're selling that security to other countries. That's what we're doing. So eventually, it's going to be like that all over the place, I think.
It is. And James, I want to thank you for coming on, and God bless you. I'll be in touch with you anyway. And thank you for coming on, man. I wish I had more time for you. And, you know, keep up the fight. And you know what? I'm going to pray for you and your wife. And, you know, the thing is, you and your wife, no matter how bad things are, you got to look at each other and say, hey, you know what? Nobody, I don't care how far apart, nobody is going to break our marriage up.
The government destroyed my marriage. It's not her and I. My own government destroyed my marriage. That's the bottom line.
And don't let them do that, man. Keep up the fight. It's going to be a hard fight, but you know what? In the end, you guys will be back together, and justice will prevail. And thank you, James, for coming on, and God bless you, brother.
God bless you too, Dan. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And that was James Miller, folks. And, you know, see, folks, this is tyranny. I mean, they're going after kids in schools. I mean, with RFID tags, taking people's family apart at the airports. I don't know what to say, man. I really don't. And I'm sorry to get into all a rage here, but I can't help it. It's just so much tyranny. And we got Michael Murphy coming up in just a few minutes. And Michael Murphy, he's one of the creators of What in the World and Why in the World Are They Spraying, Part 1 and 2, which is available on InfoWarsStore.com. And also, what's the money bomb at now? 200 and... There we go, $263. And folks, you know, that's great. Wow, $263. And, you know, that's great because we need your help, folks. You know, we need your help to get this information out, to get more shows on the air here, to reach out to people on night shift. You know, this is the graveyard shift. I love it. And there's a lot of people, you know, are up this late. And, you know, people, we need to be aware of things. But we got Michael Murphy coming on in just a minute. And this guy is phenomenal. I interviewed him a few times. InfoWars interviewed this guy a million times, and because he's got so much great information, and it's always updating because it's happening all the time. And these are great films. I watched them both. Him and G. Edward Griffin created these films here. And truthmediaproductions.com, that's their website. But you could buy these films right now. Right now, I think there's a deal for 2 of them. Both of them, I'm not sure. But InfoWars, there it is right there. Both of them you can get for $29.95. Both films, folks, and it funds the operation here. You get a free, couple free stickers and a citizen's rule book with the order. And it's, you know, I mean, the great stuff they give out. And again, $30. It not only funds the operation, but what you could do too is you can make copies of the stuff. And they don't have copyrights. They encourage people to make copies and all that. But they also want you to buy the films. Oh, that's just InfoWars documentaries. I'm sorry. InfoWars, we have no, you know, we encourage you to make copies, but these guys here, they need you to buy the films because they need the money to fund more films because they're grassroots production. And these are high-quality films, folks, and tons of information. Buy them and just get, when you're done watching them, giving them out to your friends and family. And this uncovers all geoengineering, chemtrails, if you think it's a conspiracy. And this right here, from the horse's mouth, you could Google PDF this file. This never passed. This is from the House of Representatives, HR 2977. It's called the Space and Preservation Act. And if you get a document, Cam, I'll show you right in the bill. This is a government bill, folks. If you think chemtrails are a conspiracy. And so they get the document, Cam, over here. And I want to show you right in the bill where it says chemtrails. And it's all in here. Space-based weapons, chemtrails, civil commercial defense, and where is it? Chemtrails, I think it was on. Damn it! Well, I mean, this is crazy. I mean, everything from particle beams to chemtrails to radiation, space-based weapons. There we go. Radiation, electromagnetic weapons, psychotronic weapons, lasers. Stuff that sounds like a Star Wars. I mean, stuff you think. Oh, here we go. Right there, chemtrails, right there. Paragraph 15 here. Chemtrails, not contrails, chemtrails. Right in the government document, folks. Government document openly admitting chemtrails. And I got an article right now, well, it's in the archives on Infowars.com. It's called Information for the Chemtrail Skeptic. It's got all the proof you need to prove that, yeah, chemtrails are real. USA Today admitting, yeah, well, the Air Force gave Evergreen, a big chemical company, a huge contract, I think it was $85 million, to make these chemicals, to supply the chemicals for the spraying. And all kinds of other stuff, though. The blueprints, I'm sorry, we call those the copyright things. It's all in there. I mean, I just lost for words right now. Just so much information, just like, But anyway, it was Michael Murphy. I would think we got him on the line now. Michael Murphy, how you doing, brother? Oh, okay, he's not up yet. Okay, we're going to go to break first. But Michael Murphy, I guess he's on vacation in Hawaii, so we're trying to contact him right now. But again, we're going to go to break. But folks, I encourage you, donate to the InfoWars Money Bomb. I'll try to purchase these videos. Great, high-quality videos. What in the world and why in the world are they spraying? Because you need to know this information, great information. And when we come back for the break, we're going to have Michael Murphy. And folks, you need to, again, go to Google, PDF this file. HR 2977, the Space and Preservation Act. It never passed, but yes, the government's admitting, yeah, we spray you with chemicals. You know, we spray you with chemicals. We also put fluoride in the water. It's not in this bill here, but, you know, that's in John P. Holgen's Eco-Science, Agenda 21. It's part of eugenics, where, you know, you just poison you every which way. So, folks, I'm just like, I'm ramped up right now, so just a little lost for words because it's just so much information. I just want to lash out, man. We need freedom, man. We need fire, liberty, and freedom. So wake up, America! Let's fight the New World Order, and we'll be back on Infowars.com. Infowars.com. This is Dan Badandi sitting in for Alex Jones, and I'm going to be joining you for the next 2 hours. And we got Michael Murphy. I'm sorry, a little late, Michael, but it was just a great show. But we got Michael Murphy from TruthProductionMedia.com on the Skype, on the phone. I'm sorry, right now. How you doing, Michael?
U.S. Just want to correct you, but hey, thanks for covering this most dire issue, the chemtrail geoengineering issue, which we believe is the most dire issue of our time right now. So glad that you're covering it, and glad to be on this morning, actually.
Oh, thank you. And you're in Hawaii now, right now?
In Hawaii, yeah. So we're a bit earlier. We're at about 9:42 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Most of the world, but yeah, getting hit with aerosols today in most days. Unfortunately, you wouldn't think in the middle of the Pacific Ocean that they would be chemtrailing, but they absolutely are.
Unbelievable. Yeah, they want to affect the whole planet. But folks, again, this is Michael Murphy from TruthMediaProductions.com and WhatInTheWorldAreTheySpraying.com. And I mean, I watched the film. I talked to you several times, but folks, these films are great. I mean, you learn so much about geoengineering, about chemtrails, what they are, and everything else. And Michael's got to break it all down today. You know, go over details about chemtrails and what separates them from contrails and everything else. And it's a pleasure to have you on again, Michael. How was your trip anyway? How was your flight over there?
Oh, it was good. You know, we're doing a lot of work. We're working actually on an ordinance to ban geoengineering programs on and around the island of Maui. And we just released the follow-up film to What in the World Are They Spraying, which is Why in the World Are They Spraying. Info can be found at whyintheworldaretheyspraying.com. But also at the InfoWars store, you can find both videos. And the latest film, the reviews have just been fantastic, and we really tie in, one of many agendas to these programs, which is weather control, corporatization of our weather. Aerosols from these programs are absolutely required to essentially corporatize our weather, and we found that there are a number of agendas, both monetary and political, that can be achieved by controlling the weather. So essentially, if you control the weather, you control the entire planet, every political system, and every food supply. So what we learned was shocking to me, and the world's waking up. We released about 2 months ago. InfoWars has been doing a fantastic job in covering the new film, but it is now making waves around the world. We just released our international version. It has subtitles of several different languages from around the world.
Awesome, and you're doing a great job. I mean, to come out with a second film on top of it. I mean, you guys do great production and everything else, and these are high quality films as well. Again, on InfoWarsStore.com. And it just funds our operation, Michael Murphy's operation, to put out great informational films like this. And again, you can get them both right now for $30, $29.95 on InfoWarsStore.com. And Michael, so I want to ask you a question. Before you were awake, what got you to even look into what chemtrails are, and how'd you stumble upon this?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but like most people, the first person that told me that airplanes were spraying chemicals into our sky to make artificial clouds, I really thought the person was crazy. But I lived in Arizona at the time, and when I moved there back in the late 80s, I remembered the deep blue skies that we had just about every day. Occasionally we'd get a winter storm or monsoon, but generally we had sunny days, and I began to notice that the skies were changing, in that we had these high clouds, which appeared to be cirrus clouds, about 4 or 5 days out of the week. So I knew that the sky was changing, but I really didn't know what the reason was. And it wasn't until somebody had actually pointed out an airplane that was spraying, and I watched the trail behind it. It did not dissipate like a normal contrail, which is short for condensation trail. It actually spread out and turned into what I was seeing on a regular basis in the sky. So I noticed something was different, and I started looking into on the internet what many people call this issue, the chemtrail issue, learning about the terrain, but it wasn't until I went to the American Association for the Advancement of Science meeting, and it was actually a geoengineering conference. So for 3 days, geoengineers spoke about their plans and proposals to spray 10 to 20 million tons of toxic aluminum into our skies from airplanes for the stated goal of cooling our planet. And the theory is that by spraying these aerosols, specifically aluminum, it's very reflective and it will reflect sunlight back into space and thus cool the planet. And what we had found, I ended up meeting a lot of scientists at that conference, many who have been testing our rain. So we started covering this in the first film, What in the World Are They Spraying? And people from around the world have been taking rain tests, especially since we released the first film. What they're finding in massive quantities are the primary ingredients in geoengineering programs, which is aluminum, barium, and strontium. These are very toxic to both human health and ecology, and we've seen aluminum-related illnesses go through the roof, and now we're seeing actually ecosystems collapsing. I came back to Hawaii after about a 5-month retreat to do the film and promote the film. I just got back yesterday. What we're noticing here in the rainforest, a lot of our trees are dying. Natural organic foods are not growing. Many farmers have seen between the 60 and 70% decline in their ability to grow natural organic foods. Geoengineering programs have this effect, not only on the forest, but also on natural organic foods. So we have seen profound effects again since these programs have been really ramped up in the past 10 years. And again, we've studied how these ingredients affect our ecosystems, how they affect human health, and again, aluminum-related illnesses. One which many people are familiar with is Alzheimer's. We've seen a 260% increase in Riverside County alone. But these illnesses are going up around the world. People have started, not only as you stated, testing the rain for these metals. A lot of people have started testing the blood. A group specifically in Mojave County, Arizona, about 25 people started getting blood tests. And again, they're finding this chemtrail geoengineering footprint of aluminum, barium, and strontium. And the group in Mojave County, 90% of that group has seen a minimum of 1,000 times the amount in their blood that is considered to be elevated. So we're talking about huge levels. And of course, barium is very toxic to our immune system. It also increases high blood pressure, is related to a number of neurological illnesses, all of which we've seen a great increase from. So it's something that we're deeply concerned about. We're breathing these metals in on a daily basis. After they spray them into our sky, they do fall down into the air that we breathe. So we're sucking up literally heavy metals in every breath that we breathe. So this, as we'll get into the agendas and why this is the most important issue on the planet right now, these are a means for the New World Order to consolidate an enormous amount of both monetary and political power into the hands of a few, literally at the expense of everything on the planet. It's also related to Agenda 21, which I hope that we'll get into during this interview.
Well, yeah, we know all this is related to Agenda 21. This is the early 1930s eugenics project. They just renamed Agenda 21, and it's all got to do with everything. I mean, what we talked about earlier, all the subjects today, basically, the RFID chip, poison the water, and everything else, and polluting the skies is part of geoengineering. It's also mentioned, I think, in John P. Holdren's Eco-Science. These people are monsters, and they're coming from every which direction. They just want to kill us all.
Yeah, there's a big link into population control. And what we found, I started researching this, and after we released the first film, people started asking, okay, the evidence is in, we're seeing, we're finding this chemtrail geoengineering footprint and rain tests around the world. Our skies are changing. We now have an issue called global dimming. The Earth is receiving 20% less sunlight than it was just a couple decades ago. This is the stated goal of geoengineering. And again, what we're finding in rain tests match a number of geoengineering patents. They also match what geoengineers state they urgently want to do. They're now calling for emergency geoengineering to start as early as next year, so they're moving very quickly to create global governance. And again, another attempt to consolidate an enormous amount of political and monetary
Well, I got,
power.
in my hand right here on the desk here, I got a copy of Ecoscience from John P. Holdren, which is Obama's White House science czar. And right in the book, it talks about population reduction, resources, and environment. In other words, another splice off Agenda 21. And it's, fluoride, all that stuff's in this book. And these globalists openly bragging, yeah, we want to kill off the population. And to do that, GMO, the foods, the chemtrail, I mean, it's all in there. I mean, this is crazy. And people call us a conspiracy theorist. It's these people that openly bragging about what they want to do to us.
Right, and John Holdren, about a month and a half after Obama took office, he came out publicly supporting and calling for geoengineering. So the Obama administration obviously is complicit within this, but now they're promoting this. And for years they've been doing these programs illegally, against human rights and against the basic rights of human beings. But now what they're trying to do, they're selling these programs to the public. It's something that will create a lot of damage. They state it could disrupt the food supply of over 2 billion people, could disrupt rainfall, that would create droughts in certain areas, floods in other areas, exactly what we're seeing. States that would have profound effects on our ozone layer. We now have a huge ozone hole, both in the northern and southern hemisphere. Geoengineering programs do disrupt our ozone. Many people now are noticing that when they go out into the sun, they burn very quickly. The reason for that, again, is because every time they spray aerosols into our sky, it does deplete and diminish our ozone. So, again, these have profound effects. And then pH changes in our soil. And in the first film and in the second film, we covered these pH changes. And in Northern California, which typically has a very acidic soil, they have seen profound changes in the pH. We're talking about anywhere between 10 to 12 times the normal alkalinity. The primary ingredients, aluminum, barium, and strontium, will change the pH of soils, exactly what we're seeing. So what it does, again, plant life that requires an acidic soil to grow, when that pH changes to alkaline, we start seeing the forest dying and grass and some of the things that our ecosystems are requiring to die off. But also aluminum oxide, it's aluminum in its free form. A lot of plant life and a lot of vegetables and vegetation, they have root systems that will shut down when bioavailable aluminum is introduced. As a result, because it's in our rain, it's now getting into our soil, we're seeing the plants, because again, they're shutting down their root system. They're not getting the nutrition that they require, so they die a very, very slow death. Exactly.
And this is where the globalists, what they do now is to compensate for this. It's like the pharmaceutical, same example. What they do to compensate, so now they come up with GMO crops to make them like resistant to the stuff, and at the same time, they're poisoning the people. It's like the pharmaceuticals. You hear those commercials. To get, erection, whatever. It causes drowsiness, dizziness, possible cause of a heart attack. But you take other drugs to counter that, and you got to take drugs to counter that. And that's exactly what they're doing with the geoengineering. They're poisoning from the air, so they have to compensate with the plants and all that by pumping GMOs into it, modifying everything. You got the cloned fish out there, cloned cows, beef, and it's affecting everything. So they think by compensating for the stuff, it's going to help everything. And when they know in the overall it kills people, and these globalists, they eat organics, they breathe clean air and everything else.
It is, yeah, and we'll get into the genetic modification. We covered a couple areas in Why in the World Are They Trained? And when we first started looking into this, we noticed that about 500 to 1,000 miles ahead of storms, those were the days where we had very heavy aerosol activity, the days where your sun is completely blocked out. The sky is a milky, white, toxic sky. And those are the days that people complain of irritability, difficulty breathing, burning eyes, nausea, headache, all kinds of minor irritants. But I've spoken to a number of emergency room physicians who are aware of this. And again, people come in complaining of those symptoms. But they also expect a higher frequency of heart attacks and strokes. during those days because, again, barium increases our blood pressure. But again, 500 to 1,000 miles ahead of a storm, we started noticing this heavy aerosol activity. So the film, Why in the World Are They Spraying? I started talking to Scott Stevens. He was the weatherman for over 20 years.
Yeah, Scott, I mean, I know him pretty good. I interviewed him myself a few times, and yeah, he's he knows a lot about this stuff as well. And he used to be a weatherman. He's seen on the radars these unnatural clouds and all that, and then it made him question, what the heck is that? And I mean, and he did further research.
Right. So we contacted him, and he explained to me how the aerosols and why we started seeing these patterns ahead of storm systems. And what we learned, if you look at what we're finding again in rain tests around the world, it's aluminum. And geoengineers are selling aluminum for the fact they're stating it's very reflective and very lightweight, so it will stay up in the sky longer and reflect the sunlight back into space. And what we found after we released the first film, we found a number of studies that indicate putting aerosols into our sky will temporarily, regionally cool the planet. You'll notice when on warm days, when they start spraying and block out the sun, the temperature will drop 7 to 8 degrees. However, at night, these aerosols act as a blanket and they actually trap heat. So why are they doing this? But again, going back to what we're finding in our sky, when they put that canopy of aluminum into certain regions, it's actually a conductor. So through the use of the HARP system or other microwave technology, they actually have the ability to heat up our atmosphere. And what does the heating atmosphere do? Boom. It rises. And in that rising, it literally creates a low-pressure vacuum, and it enables these corporations who are behind this to literally steer storms into certain regions, or, in the case of this past summer, out of certain regions. And then the other technology is very basic science. I went to the American Association for Aerosol Research Conference, learned a lot about how aerosols interact in the sky and affect our weather. Aerosols, geoengineers are very open that their programs will create drought. So now what we noticed, California was experiencing drought because when they put the aerosols into the sky, instead of the normal evaporation that should be taking place in the Pacific, when water evaporates, it gets into our atmosphere, it eventually condenses. The water molecules condense on other water molecules, and it eventually falls as rain. But when this metal particulate is introduced into the atmosphere, instead of the water molecules condensing on other water molecules.
Well, Michael, I got my article here, information for the chemtrail skeptics. Right in the article here, I list USA Today from February 25th of 2011. They're admitting, can geoengineering put a freeze on global warming? Exactly what you're talking about. They're admitting, yes, the chemtrails are being used, and they cover it up by saying we're using this for global warming, and others things say, well, that we're using it because I heard wild-eyed excuses by military. They told me, what we do is we blanket so it blocks out radar and enemy satellites, so when we deploy troops and equipment, they can't see what we're doing. Cop-out excuses, and you have Evergreen getting a huge contract by the Air Force to say, to supply these chemicals. And you got HR 2977, the Space and Preservation Act, government openly admitting the chemtrails are real. And, but when it hits mainstream, it's a conspiracy.
Well, they're admitting it putting chaff into our atmosphere, but the official statement by geoengineering has been that these programs have not been started, that they want to start testing these programs. But again, evidence is abundant that they've been in full-scale deployment for about 10 to 15 years. But as I was stating before, the aerosols act as cloud condensation nuclei. So instead of the water molecules condensing on each other, they actually condense on this metal particulate. And instead of falling, that moisture simply drifts. And that's the reason why in areas like California we have drought conditions, because California's rain actually drifts over the continental divide, but the rain eventually has to fall. And that's why we're seeing floods in the Midwest and other areas. Now, I did talk to a lot of scientists at that conference, and they did speak about how, depending on what aerosols they put into the atmosphere, they could actually destroy a storm, they could kill a storm, or they could actually make it rain. So we're seeing complete corporatization of our rain. But if we look at this summer's drought, no question about it. This summer's drought was engineered. A number of people called me, wrote me, stating from California, hey, we don't have any trails. We think the program's have stopped. So look with Scott Stevens and a number of other meteorologists on the satellite, and we noticed that the Pacific Ocean, all the way from the equator up to Alaska, was completely covered. What this did, it prevented sunshine. It prevented the sun from hitting the Pacific and creating the normal evaporation which could occur. So that created the drought in one sense, but eventually, a little bit of moisture does drift. And I had the opportunity to go to the Midwest for about 3 weeks where they were having the tremendous drought. And we did have about 3 storms that were in the forecast. So I went outside and watched. And we would watch these beautiful storms start to develop, thunderheads start to develop, and then boom, the planes would start literally seeding the top of those clouds.
And if you notice, the planes, I mean, anybody who's got a camera that's been documented, I got a friend in Florida that does this every day, and the planes are always white planes. They're white unmarked planes just about, and they're not your typical airlines, whatever. They're white unmarked jets, and they spray these chemicals, this powder and all that. We got in the article it's got the patent from 1975, a patent by the U.S. government on contrail generation chemtrail spraying. I mean, like, it's the proof's right there. You have DARPA openly admitting, yeah, we could modify the weather. This ain't a secret. This is not conspiracy. They openly admit and brag, yeah, we could modify the weather. We could engineer GMO crops. We could make, anything happen we want. I mean, it's out in, the information's hidden in plain sight.
Right, and you're talking about the Wellstock patent, also referred to as the Hughes aircraft patent. And again, that was the patent designed to spray aluminum, barium, other geoengineering metals into our sky from airplanes. But as I was stating, those clouds, when they started to develop, boom, we'd see the planes, and they'd literally start putting aerosols over those clouds. And within about a half an hour to 45 minutes, boom, we would see literally the storm be iced out. Meteorologists call a storm being iced out a storm falling apart. So that storm would collapse. It would look like smoke, and that moisture would drift. It would not fall. What we did notice, though, this summer, again, we had major drought conditions in the U.S. In Europe, we had major flooding. So it appears that Europe was getting the moisture that the U.S. was getting. And the first time that I heard this, I said, why would somebody want to control the weather? It didn't make sense to me. And then somebody introduced me a military document called Owning the Weather by 2025. That's an expressed interest of our military. So we contacted former military person, Mark McCandless, who worked in top secret aviation. He was a conceptual artist and designer, and worked on some airplanes that could be used for weather control, weather modification. And he explained to us why militaries would be interested in this. And the idea is creating an environment for the enemy through weather that affects the enemy in a way that you can literally keep airplanes from getting off of the ground. You could create sandstorms, like in the case of Iraq. I remember before the Iraq storm, somebody said, Iraqis are getting intense sandstorms. God must really be on the side of the U.S. government. It was before I realized the reality of the geoengineering program. No question about it. Militaries are interested in creating conditions which put the enemy at a disadvantage. And if you could create droughts, which they have the ability to do in certain regions, you could literally create instability, create starvation in certain regions.
Well, look at the. I mean, I'm envisioning the technique of U.S. against Iran. I mean, just say you occupy all the countries surrounding Iran. You block any trade or exports going in and out of the country. Now, what you do next is basically you pull the plug, and you affect the crops, you affect the water, you affect all this, and eventually they can't get nothing, imports or outports, whatever, and all of a sudden they're vulnerable. And I mean that's just a good analogy, of why they do this stuff. Right.
Well, it's a very effective weapon, weather control against an enemy. So again, militaries have been using this, and probably probably perfected it back in the Vietnam War. That was used in a project called Project Popeye, where the U.S. government actually flooded out the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which prevented the enemy supply line or the Vietnamese supply line. So it was a very effective weapon. And again, militaries have a history, going back 100 years, using weather control, weather modification for their purposes. What was interesting to me, though, we looked into an issue, we looked into something that was happening on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange in my research, and I found something out which just blew my mind. We learned that weather was actually being traded on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And I'm going to repeat that because the first time I heard it, I couldn't believe it. Weather is being traded on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Actually, Enron was the first corporation to start trading these derivatives. And what we learned, I ended up contacting a trader from the Chicago Mercantile Exchange and spoke to him on the phone and was so intrigued we actually flew out to Chicago and interviewed him, learned about these derivatives. And a lot of companies, a lot of corporations are interested in these derivatives because it's a means to offset the risk.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, the corporations make a lot of money, especially Monsanto. I mean, that's one company that's going to make a killing off this. And shifting gears a tiny bit, Mr. Murphy, you mind taking phone calls? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who would love to talk to you and ask you questions.
Sure, we'd love to take phone calls.
All right, let's open the phone lines up, folks. 1-877-789-ALEX. That's 1-877-789-ALEX. The number's also on the website. Give us a call. Watch your questions. And also, if you got other questions, too, we're going to take questions from Michael Murphy. Then we're going to have our next guest on after that. And we're going to have open topics after that. So, yeah, definitely call in right now. We want to hear from you. And ask Michael Murphy a question. And, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, so these derivatives, we learned that, a number of corporations, such as heating corporations, energy corporations, would use these to offset the risk. So let's say you're a heating company and you need X number of days to be below 30 degrees, but it's going to be particularly a warm winter like they had in the Midwest last year. These corporations will buy up these derivatives, again, to offset the risk. So it was interesting because Mike Agnew used an example of a company like seed companies are also interested. And he said if you're a seed company, you have maybe $5 million worth of crop in the Midwest, but there's going to be a drought, and you purchase $10 million worth of these derivatives, you actually have an incentive for that crop to fail. Now, I'm not saying that every person involved with trading these derivatives is involved with weather control. However, there are certain individuals, there are certain corporations that are in contact with the people who are corporatizing and controlling our weather. And what I did learn was the price of every commodity is driven by the ability to effectively predict the weather. So those people who are in the know, who have the playbook, can literally make billions of dollars if they have the foreknowledge of our weather engineering. So this summer's drought, for instance, we saw food prices literally go through the roof. Corn, wheat prices from the Midwest. This can affect food across the world. Increase, I believe, our food prices by about 30%. So those people who invested in those commodities, who are aware that these food prices would be going up through the drought, literally made billions of dollars. So there's definitely, without question, a financial incentive for weather control at the very lower levels. What was more concerning to me, and what I think the whole key to this whole issue, is what you had stated earlier, and it's the genetic modification of our food. And we contacted Barbara Peterson. She runs a website called Farm Wars, and began talking to her about how droughts and how the weather affects the farmers. And what we found was there has been a tremendous amount of crop loss due to an issue called abiotic stress. We actually interviewed several farmers, 2 organic farmers here from Maui, where I'm at right now. Maui has seen a tremendous amount of crop loss. One farmer that we included has seen a 70% crop loss in the past 10 years. Noticed a correlation of that crop loss to the aerosol trails that they were seeing out here. The other had seen a 60% crop loss in natural organic food. So what we found out, a lot of crop loss is due to what's called abiotic stress. As a matter of fact, the USDA predicts by the year 2030 we will see a 50 or a 30% more increase in crop loss due to abiotic stress. What is abiotic stress? Abiotic stress is everything that chemtrail geoengineering program created. It's drought conditions, it's heavy metal contamination, it's too much moisture, it's also fungal overgrowth. Geoengineering programs, because they block our sun, they actually promote fungal overgrowth. And these are all very toxic to our crops. What it explained to us was, again, the amount of crop loss that we've had due to this is escalating at unbelievable levels.
Oh, it is, and that's a reason for, Monsanto to step in and save the day.
Well, that's what's happening. We learned that Monsanto has a genetically modified seed that addresses abiotic stress. And they have seeds, everything from apples to zucchini. So in basic sense, what we have are programs that literally sterilize our soils, and they're creating crop loss of natural organic foods. So we've seen a number of farmers now who, because they're not getting the yields that they've had to, they have two choices. They can either sell their farmland, and this is related to Agenda 21, which I'll get into in a minute.
Well, look what else they're doing too, Michael. What else they're doing? Codex Alimentarius from the UN is trying to outlaw vitamins and all nutritional value in foods. And you got S510 that was passed, the Food and Modernization Safety Act. And you got S3002 by John McCain. They want to basically put a restriction on over-the-counter sales of vitamins. I mean, this is just three bills that attacking the agriculture, attacking the way you eat, and labeling people as terrorists because you want to eat organic. I mean, this is crazy. But we got a line full of callers. I want to ask you some questions, and if you're ready, I could get some callers for you.
If you want to bring some callers on, can I make one main point of what this is? What this is, it's spoken about in almost every religion about the prophecies in the end times. And they talk about this big oppressive system that wants to be worshipped. And I really got the epiphany here a couple of years ago when I was on Maui. And we grow most of our food organically here, and we're essentially dependent on natural organic foods. And if you look at it, nature, in the way that we live, we primarily are dependent on nature. We're dependent on natural seeds, sunshine, and rain. It's looking like, and our concern is if these programs continue within the next several months or couple of years, we will completely lose our ability to grow natural organic food. So what this is, it's this governmental corporate conglomerate, which I call the beast, that literally wants to control everything. So through the death and destruction of our ability to grow natural organic seeds, they come in with their genetic modification. That genetic modification is their way of taking this power, literally consolidating this power. And this is the shift of power that all of these religions talk about.
Oh, yeah, and what else it does, too? I mean, it corrupts, I mean, it goes after the temple, what God calls the body, that's the temple, whatever, and they want to corrupt you from within, I mean, through your genetics, the food, I mean, the philosophical with the 501c3 churches, I mean, they want to hit you from every direction, Michael, but let's go to a caller, Habib from New York. How you doing? Thank you for joining us.
I'm good, how are you?
How's it going, man? How's it going in New York over there?
That's good, not that cold.
Awesome. And you got a question for Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, I just want to know the chemtrails. Are they only able to do it in the northern hemisphere, or can they also do it in the southern hemisphere? And their ability to create hurricanes, how serious is that?
Hurricane Alex Jones actually interviewed the father of this hurricane research. They have the ability to steer and control hurricanes. We see it quite often. Actually, on 9/11, there was a hurricane which was approaching New York. Remarkably, that day or the day before, it was actually steered and moved away. So many people are unaware of that. But, yeah, they do have the ability, by putting these aerosols into our sky, heating up that atmosphere, they can actually, again, create a low pressure and steer those hurricanes into regions or out of certain regions. So that technology has been available for a number of years, seems to have been perfected right now. But, again, this is a means of literally controlling every natural system. So what I was talking about before, through the genetic modification, we literally have the usurping of the authority of nature or the authority of God into this power, into the hands of corporations, so that corporations can literally be the source of life. This is, again, this system, the New World Order, the beast, the government corporate conglomerate that wants to be the source of life. So through death and destruction and our ability to not live under nature, now we have to become, again, dependent on these corporations.
Oh, yeah, dependent on the government, dependent on Big Brother. And thank you for joining us on this late edition here. I mean, it's great that people, the phone lines are all full, and it's great people still awake and enjoying this programming. And this is why we need your funding, folks, so we can get more programming out and hopefully an overnight show. I would love to do that because a lot of people, myself, I can't sleep at night, so it'd be great to listen to the radio. Go on Infowars.com and watch stuff like this. And we got Ken from Mississippi. How you doing?
All right, guys. How y'all doing?
All right. And from Mississippi, you got chemtrails down there?
Oh, man, you wouldn't believe it. My 3-year-old can spot them. She says, Hun, she calls me Hun. Hun, look, chemtrails. But, yeah, I just have a couple questions. What exactly, so pretty much they're hunters of men's souls what it boils down to.
Oh, that's
good versus evil.
You hit it right on the nail. That's the whole bottom line of all this. The center of the web, that's exactly what this is about.
As soon as people finally realize that, we can really do something great. But I just got a couple questions. Does the chemtrails, what bad effect does it have on our body? That's for Michael or anybody.
Some geoengineering programs are detrimental to our body. And again, in both what in the world are they spraying, why in the world are they spraying, we looked at it from the geoengineering standpoint. And the primary ingredients are heavy metals, aluminum, barium, and strontium. There are a number of other particles that they're putting, even biologicals, that Clifford Carnicom from the Carnicom Research Institute has been finding. So, again, there are biologicals that affect us, but if you just look at the primary ingredients, geoengineering program, very toxic to our health. We've seen respiratory mortality go from number 8 down to number 3 just in the past 6 years. And again, aluminum-related illnesses, bioavailable aluminum, when we inhale it, these are nanoparticles. So typically our body has natural defenses, not only in our lungs, but we have a blood-brain barrier, which should protect us from, again, this aluminum. Well, these, again, are very small, and the fluoride that's in most people's drinking water actually acts as a transporter to bring this aluminum into our brain. Dementia is one of the consequences of overexposure to aluminum. We now have documented cases of dementia and Alzheimer's of people in their 40s. So, again, this affects not only respiratory, it affects literally everything into our system. And bioavailable aluminum is very highly reactive. So when it gets into our system, it actually ends up simply clogging up various parts of our system. So we spoke with Dr. Bourne. He's a physician who specializes in aluminum toxicity. Not only will have an impact on our on many of our different systems, but because it accumulates in the body, it will compromise our immune system, leading to cancers, leading to a number of other illnesses. And that's aluminum alone. If you look at barium, again, barium lowers our immune system and also creates high blood pressure. But strontium is a carcinogen. And, of course, we've seen a great increase in a number of different cancers just in the last couple of years. So we're getting bombarded literally on every angle. But every breath I take, I can't stress this enough, we're sucking in a breath full of heavy metals. And, again, there are a number of ways that we can combat this. We can use various chelation methods. A number of people take zeolite, bentonite, and other things to remove these metals out of our system. I recommend that people, A, get their blood tested or get a hair follicle test to see what your levels are, and then B, talk to a naturopathic physician where you can get on a program to literally learn how to flesh this out.
Oh, good answer, man. And we got Michael from California from the West Coast. How you doing?
Don Badandi, Mr. Mike Murphy. Let me see if I get this right, because I've been listening to Alex Jones for Oh, I'd say about 9 years, and woke up. I'm a sociology major, and I've been listening to George Denard. Let me see if I get this right for the American public. They're killing our water, the ability for the mineral uptake into our body by toxifying us. They're spraying our skies with toxins that literally there's no way to keep that from getting into the center of our core, which is the brain. They're modifying food that only can be grown by toxicities, assistance, Roundup, and pesticides. They are not allowing us to grow food. They're not allowing us to travel freely. They're not allowing us to breathe. They're not allowing... Wait a minute. Is anybody going to say something? Is anybody going to wake up?
Exactly, and that's where InfoWars is about here, and that's why we're trying to, we have this money bomb, the fund the operation, because we want to blast our trumpets. I mean, we're limited because of the money and everything, but we want to blast the trumpets worldwide to say, hey, world, not just America, but the whole world, wake up, man. We want to encourage you, the listeners, to get out there, go to protests, go to places like Monsanto, stand in front of a bullhorns, blast these people, tell them, say, we know your agenda, we're standing against it. And you're right, people need to stand up and wake up for us, get mad, then go do something about it, peacefully, of course, and let these people know we're aware, and we're not going to take it, bottom line.
And one thing that we have been effective, Why in the World Are They Spraying? We released 2 months ago, and it's been a worldwide sensation. We now have our international version. It's translated now into subtitles with 9 different languages. So if you make a purchase, again, Infowars.com, you will get that edition. But we encourage everybody who purchases a copy to make copies and hand out for free. And I can use Maui as an example. Been back here many times since we released the first film, handed out literally thousands of free copies of our film. When we first came out here to film back in 2010, very few people, I would say less than 2% of the population, was aware of this. We had community meetings. We had a number of screenings, and again, did free campaigns handing out What in the World Are They Spraying, and now Why in the World Are They Spraying. As a result, we have critical mass on this island. So people are awakened to this. And when you have critical mass, your political leaders, not that they're completely the solution, but they will start to listen. As a result, we've had citizens here who started developing the Maui Clean Sky Ordinance, which is an ordinance that's addressing geoengineering. It's made it through several stages necessary to getting passed, and it's looking like we will get it passed. So, again, it's an ordinance that will stop these programs here in Maui. And again, I'm not naive enough to think that the geoengineers are saying, oh, no, we can't spray around Maui. But the goal is to, A, bring credibility to this issue. The people behind these programs have done a very effective job of demonizing this issue as being, quote-unquote, conspiracy theory and not true. So, A, it will bring credibility. But, B, it will be a model for other counties in other states to use literally around the world. And we're at a very vital time because, again, geoengineering now, they're calling for emergency geoengineering, and they're trying to get their legislation in place to make these illegal programs legal by the year 2013. So we're literally in a race for time. So if we establish ordinances in various counties around the country, they will have one hell of a legal problem, and that's an essential goal for us. So, the question was asked, why aren't people getting involved? Well, people are getting involved, and it's really dependent on people like what we did here in Maui. I was just in New York, and I traveled around the world, organizing and getting people motivated to hit the streets. But the first, most important thing that we need to do is get people, A, aware of this, and B, activate people in taking action. And when we do this, which we will be successful in getting these programs stopped. But again, people are starting to wake up, but it depends on us. And I think one of the questions that we need to ask ourselves, those of us who are aware of this and really aware of just how damaging these programs are, based on our research, we have come to no conclusion that there has ever been a greater threat to our planet, just literally the end of natural life as we know it on the planet. And if we allow these corporations to completely control our food, then we yield them the control to have the ability to completely control our population through the use of genetically modified food. So we have literally given up our freedom. So once people recognize the gravity of this and the fact that our ozone is being shredded by the minute, every day. And I'll be blunt about this. No ozone, no life on the planet, and we're moving very quickly. The ecosystems are collapsing. The forests around the world are collapsing at an alarming rate. This is our life. Those are the very trees that give us air, that give us oxygen.
Well, that's the thing. They wanna suck the life from us, and they want to suck the life from us, and you're supposed to keep your mouth shut, not do nothing about it. But we're gonna go to Charles in California, another West Coast guy. How you doing?
Hello, good Gandhi.
Hey, what's going on?
Really enjoyed your conversation yesterday about the occult.
Oh, great! Bill Schnoblin, man, that guy was great.
Yeah, the guy's wonderful. What I wanted to say is that I thought the first video was incredible, but what I don't hear reflected enough is when you hear the scientists themselves say, we're going to lay our future on the shoulders of our grandchildren. When they literally say that, and that's, I believe, at the San Diego Convention Center where the scientists that actually said that expressed those words. What's your feelings on that?
Well, with Dave Keith, and he said this is not really a moral hazard. We're just rewriting on our grandchildren. And essentially what they're stating is we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're dealing with a situation that's going to dramatically affect generations behind us. And geoengineers are selling this. They're very open about how damaging these programs are, and they're stating it's going to kill some people. It's going to disrupt the food supply of over 2 billion people. Guess what? We're currently in a food crisis. This wasn't an engineered food crisis. They're very open that it will affect certain countries, and they talk about how do they deal with this issue when you harm certain countries. How do you pay them off? They're open that it will damage our ecosystems, that it will damage our protective layer, the ozone layer. So they're very open about it. But they say, you know what? If we don't do this, if we don't spray these aerosols into our sky, the entire planet's going to die. Well, that's a lie from the pit of hell. These programs have nothing to do with protecting the planet, but they have all to do.
Oh, absolutely. Again, they openly admit it, and they openly admit that. In the documents, you got eco-science and everything else openly admitting that they're not. It's not for the benefit of humanity. And I'm sorry because we got to move on. We got a few more callers. We got Keith, Donna, Mike, and Dallas. We're gonna get you. Don't worry. Just hang in tight. And we go to the next caller, Keith from California. One more West Coast guy. How you doing?
How you doing there, Dan?
Not bad. Just going through the night shift here. I love it. I mean, keeping people awake here in the graveyard shift.
Yeah, I got a question. If you don't mind, I want to make a comment after I do the question, Dan.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, here's what I think. Well, more of a question to the New World Order. If we're such slaves and we're so stupid and we're so inferior to them, why do they got to poison us? Why do they got to do all these things to beat us? Why do they need to, if they're such these little gods they claim to be, these little satanic pedophile scum, they're so powerful and they're from this elite bloodline. Why do they got to use things like chemtrails on us? Why do they got to dumb us down? They're so superior to us. They're a bunch of little cowardly trash. Now you little scum, and you're going to get crushed by God's hammer.
Yeah, right.
That's what's happening right now. You guys are scum. You're trash. All you little people listening in, we ain't afraid of you. It ain't just the InfoWars. They ain't afraid of you. We're not afraid of you. The common man ain't afraid of you. You got some people dumbed down, but you don't have us all. And you're going to lose. You're going to get just what the Nazis got, you scum.
Damn right. You know what? And these people, these evil people know that, okay? That's what, ticks them off the most because they know what's coming to them. And they know, and I want to explain one thing, folks. I know people get so upset about this stuff. They want to take up bombs and go after, do this violence bomb. I'm going to tell you one thing. The most powerful weapon on the planet, more powerful than the nuclear weapon, any arsenal you could imagine, it compares to any armor, is one thing. It's called truth. Just like Joseph Goebbels, Adolf Hitler said, truth is the enemy of the state. And it's true, right here. I mean, this is truth. These two films right here against geoengineering, and this is the most powerful weapon. This is truth here, the most powerful weapon against a geoengineering plan because it wakes people up, it makes them aware, and, it makes people mad. It's like, you know what, you're not going to do that to us no more because I'm telling you what's going to happen right now. You got to have a good governor, a good, liberty person like ourselves to become governor and warn the government. Because if I was the governor, I know I sound extreme by doing this, because what they're doing is an act of war. I would tell the federal government, next time you spray one chemtrail over my state, I'm going to utilize my National Guard and shoot those planes down, because that's an act of war. You're drugging people, you're poisoning them, you're killing people. That's an act of war, bottom line. And, anybody out there that's a governor, any one of you, you should do, I know it sounds extreme, but you know what? We got to send a message to these people. Say, hey, we're sick of it, because, they're killing people and say, oh, you're inciting violence. You know what? They're killing millions of people like this. And I'm not saying we should blow planes out of the sky, but they should have a warning. Say, we're going to send our Air National Guard up to say, you know what? You keep spraying, we're going to shoot you down, bottom line. And that's what we need to do. I mean, that's what politicians need to stand up and in Congress and go to these Senate meetings and say, you know what? We know your agenda, and, we're going to utilize our full 10th Amendment state power to the max. We don't want it to get violent, but this is the warning. Bottom line, you do it again, it's all out war, because that's an act of war. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to sound extreme, but that is act of war right there. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment. I'm kind of shifting gears a little bit here. I'm just a common man, just a normal man. I got involved in this like any normal man should. When I found out they're hurting kids and they're hurting women and hurting innocent people, and I look at this money bomb you guys are having. And I'm sorry, it's for people who donate, great. That's good. But it's pathetic that there's that many people that's watching that show, and the most you guys can raise is probably $250,000. You guys probably have 400,000 by the time you're done. It's pathetic how many of you people out there will let these men put their lives on the line, and they're going to get the hammer dropped on them. They know it when this comes down, and you guys can't even give $1 to these people. You guys make me sick. You're cowards. You're just little Benedict Arnolds, as all you people are. I'm not talking to all of you, but I'm talking to some of you, and they've got about 15 million viewers watching them, and that's the best you guys can do. You guys make me sick. You guys are just sitting on the sidelines, and when all this jumps off, you guys ain't going to do a thing. You guys are going to sit back, talk tough, and you're going to sit back and lick boots. If you can't even give these people any kind of money to help them out, you're nothing on my book. I went out to demonstrations Alex Jones has called. I'm here in the Bay Area. He calls a demonstration and the Fed. Me and two other people from the InfoWars show up. I'm in one of the biggest areas.
Yeah, and you're right. The thing is, people, you see all the funding come raising in when it comes to mainstream media, all these mainstream media news and all that. But, I know if you don't have money, don't worry about it. Get the information out. But, I mean, if one person, we got like 15 million people listening, if every person gave $1, okay, we would have $15 million. And we know, like you said, tomorrow, I mean, right now, we could have the feds bust this place in, like they did in Waco, and call us a bunch of conspiracy lunatics, whatever they want to call us, to justify the means. We know all of our lives here. I mean, you got guys here that have been working for over about 36 hours, and the producers over that, and they're like, they got bags in their eyes, and because they're pushing, because we know at any time, any given time, the hammer could drop, and we end all this. All of our lives are at stake, even you listeners out there. But the thing is, we don't care, because we know we have to make a sacrifice to keep our country going like our founding fathers did. And, yeah, please donate. The money bomb, we need the money to keep expanding. And, the thing is, the bigger we get, the more unstoppable we are. Because they know they can't beat us all. They know that. And let's go to our next caller. It's Donna from New Hampshire.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Michael. I just want to say thanks for putting out that wonderful, wonderful movie, which I have shown to 100+ people already. And I have to say that every time I see that documentary that you did, Michael, my blood boils every time you go to D.C. Every time I see it, my blood boils. I can't believe the way our servants in D.C. treat you. And, I'm not surprised, but I think it just goes beyond the pale. And also, I think it's very interesting that Bill Gates has been putting up a lot of money for geoengineering. And that really is concerning to me since Bill Gates goes around as a pseudo-philanthropist. But there is one thing I wanted to say, and, other than you guys are doing a wonderful job, is remember what Henry Kissinger said. He said, if you control the oil, you control the country. If you control the food, you control the population.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's right. And we did cover Bill Gates and Why in the World Are They Spraying? Why in the World Are They Spraying has had much better reviews. The critics have been giving it. It's actually won a couple of awards so far. We just released it 2 months ago in film festivals. So we covered Bill Gates. He does, yes, invest in geoengineering research. What we found out, he also invests in Monsanto. So through the death and destruction of our ability to grow natural organic foods, farmers are forced to go to GMO foods. So he profits from his destruction. He wins on both sides. So again, that is the agenda. It's these people who are destroying natural life, and then they're coming up with their genetic modification, which is
right. And then he's forcing vaccines on people in all over the world too, which we all know that he's a huge eugenicist and should be arrested, tried for crimes against humanity.
He absolutely should. A lot of people aren't aware of what his father did. His father was a eugenicist as well. And a lot of people think Bill Gates was just some geek, who developed Microsoft in his basement, which he may have. But his father worked very closely with a woman named Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger developed a program back in the 50s or 60s called the Negro Project. It is now called Planned Parenthood. And she is on public record stating we will put these centers in African-American communities to get rid of, and I quote her, the Negro problem.
Oh, yeah, we had that reverend on, what's that reverend's name we had on, the black reverend? Not Childress. We had him on not too long ago. What's the website? BlackGenocide.org. I mean, check that out, folks. But he did a great interview about that, about Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is evil. Bottom line, evil. And, Don, I want to thank you for your call, and I want to go to Mike from Massachusetts, next to my home state. How you doing, Mike?
Good. How you doing today, Dan?
Oh, pretty good. How's it going in Massachusetts over there?
Lots of heavy chemtrailing, spraying, and all the rest of it,
Oh, yeah, they bombard. I mean, like, when I lived in Rhode Island, they bombard, New England. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, some days it can really get out of control. First up, I just wanted to give a shout-out to the entire crew over there.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sure you got a bunch of guys crashing on couches and.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place. It looks like a morgue in here at night, but we're having fun though. We're all trying to keep the spirits up, and you got Wes over here. This guy's been here for like 2 days straight. I mean, he's got bags under his eyes, but he's keeping the going and all that. He's the one answering the calls, and you got Marcos who operating the board and. Chris, the production manager here, and they're rocking. I mean, they've been nonstop for 2 days. I've been here half the days each, but these guys have been here for 48 hours just about. And, and Alex, I mean, he's just all over the place, and nobody's really sleeping because we know we got a big objective to accomplish.
Yeah, you guys are absolutely awesome. Absolutely love it. So I got 2 questions. I really wanted to get in yesterday, so I want to ask you a question, Dan, but first to your guests. I'm over here, and it's outside of Springfield, Massachusetts, and I work I work literally like a football field away from Westover Air Force Base, and lots of chemtrailing. I'm wondering who exactly is doing all the chemtrailing. Is it dispersed among different organizations, or is it mostly the government? What's going on there?
Well, it's because they're worldwide programs. There are a number of governments and corporations involved. So that's going to be the basis of our third film. We answered what, and then answered the question why, and now the question that everyone is asking is who's doing this. So we're starting to research specifically what companies are involved. We're looking into Alcoa. Alcoa stock has gone up greatly in the past 10 years. So there are definitely many different corporations involved at many different levels. Raytheon owns a number of geoengineering patents. They're also involved with the weather reporting across the nation, so we're going to be looking into that. We know without question Monsanto greatly benefits from that, and we determine that and why in the world are they spraying. So I recommend that everybody gets a copy. And then I really believe this film, even though the first film woke up over 10 million people, the second film, Why in the World Are They Spraying, has been getting much better reviews. We believe it will be a much better tool, not only for reaching out to your community, but they're also very effective tools for bringing into town hall meetings and to political officials.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Spread them out, make it viral and all that. I mean, like, the information is unparallelable. I mean, like, it spreads like wildfire. Like I said, it's the most potent, weapon there is. And let's go to Jay from Massachusetts. How you doing, Jay?
Hey, Dan. Hey, it's Jay from WeStillBelieve.org. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? This is Jay from We Believe Radio. I mean, great radio show. Is a guest on the show, I think it was last Sunday. And, you know, great radio show. How you doing, man?
Hey, no problem. Thanks for taking my call. I just stayed up to listen to you, Dan. You know, I have a small spiel and a quick question for you. And by the way, you did mention my show. Thank you. WeStillBelieve.org. I actually plug you guys all the time with me and my co-host, the Duke. We're huge fans of Alex Jones, and you know, we stand behind you and plug you guys all the time. So, but yeah, I wanted to talk about something that I've been thinking about for a while. You know, I believe that, you know, obviously there's a war on for our mind, you know, not just mentally and physically, but also spiritually. You know, it seems like, you know, that there's an onslaught, not obviously there's Agenda 21, chemtrails, and eugenics, but also like a complete lobotomy of any spiritual understanding. It seems like, you know, the more discoveries there are made in science, the more, you know, things like, you know, the Big Bang Theory, abiogenesis, and the evolution progress. Yeah, for someone like me who's awake and a believer in God, you know, everything I see in nature and logic and understanding points to intelligent design. So my question to you is, do you believe that part of the InfoWar should include enlightening folks to the existence of a creator who, I believe, gives us the very freedom we're fighting for?
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's the spirit. I mean, like, that's what drove the people, you know, basically our founding fathers, half of them, and most of the people in the country here. That's what gave them the spirit to overcome overwhelming odds.
Amen. You know, and, there's one resource I would like folks to look at. You know, just you know, if you want proof of you know, creator, intelligent design, there's a free PDF file, Evolution Cruncher. Look it up. It's free. It's like over 1,000 pages of just pure facts. And that's, if you're all about facts and you want proof, it's right there for you, folks.
And thank you, Jay. And God bless you, man. Thank you for calling in. We're gonna go back to Mike because I forgot. I apologize, Mike. You had another question. Mike, you there?
Oh yeah, it's awesome. I thought I got cut off.
I'm sorry, man. I just like I'm sorry. It's just late.
It's perfectly fine. You guys are running on fumes.
It was at 4:44 in the morning over there. So
that's all right. I work the night shift. Yeah. You were talking yesterday. It really creeped me out about that guy you met at the airport talking about how they're going to evacuate the East Coast.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm outside of Springfield, Mass, and I saw your video where you covered the whole police state where they're snatching people's cars and everything.
Yeah, right. You know Springfield. You know where that new Valeroy, I think it is, over the bridge. You know the bridge in the circle there. You know, we're basically in the ghetto part of Springfield, and I was delivering pizza at the time, and I come across that, and I whipped out my video camera, and it ticked me off.
Yeah, no, that was pretty intense video, but like I'm saying, like Springfield, Boston, Worcester, it's like complete, just total police state right now. And like this guy was talking to you about how they want to evacuate with the metro buses and everything. Yep. Any tips that you could give me for trying to fend off any kind of like snatch and grabs, anything like that?
Well, the thing is, you've seen all the exercises within the last couple of months they had in Rhode Island and Massachusetts that was going on. You know, disaster drill. I mean, it was just crazy. And he nailed it. I mean, he told me this is way before. He said they're going to do this. They're going to have disaster drills. There's going to be joint exercise with the police, local police, and the National Guard and FEMA. And he was dead on. I mean, and of course, the mainstream media wouldn't tell you it's coming. They'll mention one. The thing is, when they have exercises, they have them at many points in the state. But the mainstream media will mention one, so the public goes over there and they do a safe little, a fun little drill just to, tantalize the people on TV. Just say, oh, we're doing a good thing, but they don't tell you about the other drills that's going on in the state. I found one. I got on video. This wasn't publicized. It was in, I think, Exeter, Rhode Island. That one wasn't publicized on the media. I went down there. I got thrown out of there and everything, and I was the member of the press. I wasn't supposed to be there, not know about it. It's in the middle of the woods, and a friend lives next to there. They're the ones that let me know. But I mean, like, what to do about it is, I don't know if you see my video about, going to confront these people, get people together, go confront them, because, these people need to understand, we pay your salary. Bottom line, we pay for your salary. Our taxes go to all this stuff. We want to know what's going on. We demand answers. We're going to get them. Bottom line, we're your boss. You're not our boss. And you see the guy from FEMA come over. I want this guy out of here. And he's controlling the state police. And I told the state police cops, why are you taking orders from this guy? You're the law of the land here, not him. He's a federal scum. He has no jurisdiction. Oh, that's private property. What are you going to do with it? It's like you're taking orders from tyranny. You know what I mean? And later on off the camera, the cop is a good guy, and he understood after that because he was an oath keeper and all that. The Rhode Island State Police guy, a very nice guy, and he understood. He goes, if it was up to me, I'd let you go in there. But he goes, I'd get in big trouble. And great patriot, whatever. But yeah, you just need to resist it by spreading awareness, go confronting these people, peacefully. Video cameras, never shut your camera off. Get friends, families, whatever. Go down there with signs and, just do that. And let them know we're watching you. Bottom line. And let's go to Dallas from Arizona. How you doing?
Great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, great.
Good, thanks.
My question is similar to a previous caller. I've been studying the chemtrail issue for over a decade. And the question I had come up against most recently was his question is who in the world is doing the spraying? And if you're looking for stakeholders, you try to follow the money and see where there's real money. I'd seen the derivatives, and a few years ago I saw FEMA buying up land along the Mississippi, but none of that seemed to meet the measure of real money. But recently I noticed, I saw a picture of a British petroleum unit on Gull Island, and I realized that in the last 2 years they've been able to drill in the Arctic in areas that they hadn't been able to drill before. And this seemed to coincide with the anomalous weather, that it's real clear that the spraying programs were causing these drastic changes. So I was wondering what you thought of the oil companies be one of the major contributors to this program.
Well, that's certainly plausible, so we're going to be looking at that. But without question, the ice melt that we have has been triggered by geoengineering programs. Also appears to be now related to an issue which is called methane release. Exactly what geoengineers now are calling for emergency geoengineering. When the ice melts, we have this abundance of methane that's being released into the sky. And apparently methane is about 100 times more of a greenhouse gas than CO2. So the concern here is, if it is occurring, that we will have this catastrophic event of this warming, which will lead to a number of other events. So with that being said, yes, there definitely is an agenda, and oil companies are drilling. So we're going to look into the possibility of that. But without question, they have warmed that region. They have been related to ice melt, and it is absolutely collapsing our ecosystems around the planet.
Then they go and they blame it on global, man-made global warming. They create the problem reaction solution, order or chaos, and that's the way these people work. And we got to move along a little bit. Thanks for your call, Dallas. And we got Jack from Japan, all the way from Japan. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Oh, great. Thanks for holding us long. And what time is it over in Japan?
Right now it's about 5:50 in the afternoon. So
awesome.
So I know you've had a couple of sleepy callers, but I'm doing fine. I'm ready to go. Hey, I just want to say, first of all, I'm really psyched to talk to a member of the crew. I mean, I used to work in radio, and I understand that Alex delivers all the information, and he is awesome at doing that. But I also understand that it's the crew that, does all the hard work, vetting stories and researching events and all of that sort of stuff. And so, everybody who calls in, they call in and say, Alex, you do a great job. Alex, you do a great job. And he does do a great job. But I want to compliment you and Rob Dew and everybody else.
Oh, thank you.
You guys rock. I mean, seriously, you guys are awesome. And to Michael, what I wanted to mention was something that was really interesting in terms of the geoengineering, conversation, is after the earthquake and the meltdown in Fukushima, they really started chemtrailing us super hard. okay? I mean, we got chemtrailed harder than I've ever seen in the last 10 years. And I've been here for like, a long time at any rate. And sure enough, this last hurricane season, when we get hurricanes here in Japan between May through early July, something like that, the first or second week of July, we're destined to get like 2-3 hurricanes. We did not get a single hurricane that hit Fukushima. Every single hurricane got steered off to the east or steered off to the west, or didn't hit us at all. And so, just to back up what you're saying, with the weather modification, it's definitely something that's true.
Oh, there's no question about it. Weather modification appears to be the #1 agenda, and if you control the weather, you can literally control the planet. And geoengineer David Keith, a couple of years ago, said geoengineering gives man godlike power, and this is what I think he was talking about. Controlling the weather, you can literally control every food supply and every political system. This enables these globalists to consolidate all of the power into the hands of a few. You can literally, let's use Africa as an example. Geoengineers state that if they start these programs, which they have, it will create droughts in Africa and Asia. Guess what? We now have droughts in Africa and Asia. So if you look at a country who is sovereign, they're growing their own foods, and they're growing an abundance of food to feed their country. Well, they will not go to genetically modified seeds. Monsanto now has stated their interest in genetically modifying Africa. Well, how do you convince farmers to give up the rights to their sovereignty and go to these seeds, which many of them are Terminator seeds, which will not regenerate, which puts the farmer in bondage by having to go back to the Monsanto year after year after year? You can't do it. And the last, it creates a crisis. So right now we have farmers who are literally begging for these genetically modified seeds. The one thing that I wanted to mention, we've been on the air for about an hour now, and I looked at the stats in terms of starvation. Since we have been on the air, over 1,000 children have died from starvation, which is directly related to chemtrail geoengineering programs. And this type of starvation is not only limited to these foreign countries. Right now, we're going to see food prices just related to this summer's drought go up at least 30%. This type of starvation is coming to America, and it's coming very quickly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the writings are on the wall. I mean, like, this is good. They call us the conspiracy theorists, even though they openly write books bragging about this stuff. And, Jack, I want to thank you for waiting and calling from Japan, man. That's great. And I want to, God bless you and your country there, because, I mean, those people it's still a huge disaster right now, the radiation and everything else, and it gets overlooked by mainstream media. And, Jack, you still there?
You know, Dan, one of the things I wanted to mention
I wanted to ask you a question for a second.
Oh, go ahead.
Now, during the Fukushima and all the, the disaster took place, I read some articles how the U.S. government stepped in to so-called help, but it noted that they shut down social network websites. And there was, the funny thing was about this, every one of these websites were like YouTube, MySpace, and all that places you could upload videos. So that shows me that they didn't want the world to see, citizens like yourself taking video and upload them to YouTube and all that to show the world what's really going on. So the mainstream media could, block these guys out and lie about the whole situation. I mean, are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I am, and actually, it's a little bit off topic, so I didn't want to, go off of what Michael was, trying to talk about. But yeah. But yeah, that totally happened. Not only that, but they had a situation where you could only pull out of the ATM $100 per day of the money that you owed. So if you wanted to pull out $200-300, you couldn't do it. You could only pull out $100 per day. And so one of the things that Alex has talked about, and other guests have talked about on the show, is get yourself prepared, get yourself ready, because government will not take care of you when it really comes to the push comes to shove, as it were. When it really came down to push comes to shove, oh man, I'll tell you what, there was no gasoline here, there was no fresh food here, you couldn't take money out of the bank.
Wow, unbelievable, man. And my hat goes out to you guys, man. And I'm sorry to cut you off. We just got to move on to our last caller. before the end of the segment. And Jack, thank you. God bless you and your people and your country and all that. And our hearts are out to these guys, man. And we know the tyranny from both of our governments. You know, it's sickening. It really is. And thank you if you call. And let's move on to Rick from New York.
We have Japanese subtitles available on Why in the World Are They Spraying Now?
Oh, you got this in Japan too? Japanese link?
We do.
Yes, awesome. We do. Oh, yeah, what are the videos?
Infowars.com. Go to Infowars.com. The next shipment, which ships out today, will have 9 different languages, again, including Japanese. So look into that. You can find more info about the different languages. Just go to the YouTube, Why in the World Are They Spraying, on YouTube, and find out the various
oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, because people all over the world need to know this information. So, Rick, you there from New York?
Hey, this is Rick calling from Nevada. How you doing?
Nevada, I'm sorry. The screen's far away. It was NV instead of NY. I'm sorry. How you doing, man?
Good. You know, Ayn Rand is one of the greatest Americans who ever lived. Of course, she died in the 80s, but she came from Russia, and after having been shut down by the Soviet tyranny, she went across the ocean and became an American and one of the best who ever lived, and she wrote a novel called Atlas Shrugged. Well, the movie version is playing in theaters now, and it is the greatest manual for resistance to tyranny ever written in novel form. It's
I heard a lot of reviews, but I never got a chance to read the book. Well, I mean, like somebody gave me one. I forgot where it is. I just haven't got time to read it, and I heard a lot of good stuff about you know, this Atlas Shrugged. And I think they got a website, too, that gives out news as well. Is that true?
Yeah, and if you go to atlasshruggedmovie.com/live, you can watch Atlas Shrugged Part 1, the film, free.
Awesome. And you got a quick question, because we got about a minute left.
Now, I want to just start quickly by saying that people that go to the airports are inadvertently signing on to the tyranny of loading these barium and aluminum and other toxins into the fuel supply, and they ought to file a class action suit for that. And now this segues into the TSA tyranny and the searches in the airport. And Ayn Rand's novel inspired me to a very quick thing that I'm going to say here, and that is my own creative license. Here is a message from John Galt, which he sent to us from the future. My friends from 2012, I would send the information necessary for you to breach time, but the looters would only use it to create a more twisted future, my present, which is already beyond insane. Another 6 human beings died today at American airports due to cavity searches. This is an urgent note to convey what is in store and to impel you to a higher level of resistance. The looters are coming. I must sign off now. Keep heart. Your friend, John Galt.
Thank you, Rick. And we got to move on. And thanks for the call. And you got about 20 seconds, Mr. Murphy. And again, thank you for coming on.
Hey, Dan, thanks for having me on, and thanks for all that you're doing at Infowars.com. I encourage everybody to support the efforts over there, and also support getting the information out about these crimes, because our future depends on this. I believe there's
absolutely
no greater crime.
And Michael, thank you very much for coming on the show this late, and we'll be in touch. And stay tuned, because we got Christopher Keys and our special guest host Rich Anatone coming right up soon, and we'll be back on Infowars.com. We need money, man. We need to expand. And I have sworn upon the altar of God to give everything I have to fight the New World Order every way and any way I see fit, to bring these global scum down, and we need to stand up against them. We need to rise as human beings, rise with the spirit of liberty, and rise with the spirit of 1776, brother. So let's get together. Let's go after the globalists and say, you know what? We know about you, and we're not going to take it. We're going to stand up against you, and we're going to defeat you, scum, in the end. And we got Christopher Keys from SWATs on the phone, in Skype, and also my special guest co-host, Richard Anatone. Who's that? Oh, I guess we have technical problems with the Skype. But we got Richard Anatone. How you doing, man?
Ed, nice to see you again.
You too. And what a great show yesterday, huh?
Yes, man. This has been a nice 48-hour little blast we got going on.
Yeah, well, awesome. We're going to have Christopher Keys from SWATs in just a few minutes. And, yeah, it's just, and for folks, we're going to take a call probably about 30 minutes from now. So about 30 minutes flooding the phone lines because we want to talk to you. And we try to get Christopher Key on. And but anyway, you know, the news we covered today, the chemtrails, and Michael Murphy, what a great guy he is. I mean, he's been on here a lot, and I'm sure we're going to see him a lot more because these films here, why in the world and what in the world they spraying. And me and you talked a lot about chemtrails. I mean, what's your take on them?
Well, people don't really, the masses don't believe that they exist. Remember? I mean, we were covering that back in Rhode Island. We tried to get Todd Giroux to be able to at least talk about this in any of the debates when he was running for governor, and people don't even want to hear about it. You say the name geoengineering, and they're like, what's that? And then you try to tell them what they're used for, and then they tell you that the science doesn't even exist, and then you're crazy. And then you tell them to look at the cloud, you look into it, they don't want to hear it. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, unless it involves, I don't know, Madonna or Britney Spears. Unless it involves them, it's not important. You know, if it involves your health, though, oh, yeah, it involves your liberties, you know, you didn't see that. You didn't hear that. You know, you didn't build that either, whatever. But, you know, it's just like, unless it involves that, it's not important, you know?
Yeah, and it definitely affects your health. I mean, we're breathing this. You know, everything, oh, God, it's like that famous scene in Network. You know, we know that the air is not fit to breathe, and the food we eat is not fit to eat, and the water we're drinking is not fit to drink. You know, they're hitting us every single which way, and whether or not you believe it's for global warming or whatever, it's still a foreign chemical that you're breathing in.
Hey, what year did that movie come out? The 70s, I believe?
Yeah, 1978. Great film.
Yeah, how prophetic it is. You know what I mean? Like, right? You know, the food's not safe to eat, the air's not safe to breathe. You know, I mean, you know, they knew that stuff back then, too. I mean, John Carpenter, I want to try to interview this guy. I mean, like, he made the Halloweens and a lot of great movies, They Live. I mean, in his films, he's openly shown you, okay, exposing, you know, the agendas of mind control, everything else like that. And this stuff is real, and I would love to interview that guy. But
that's what the artist does. I mean, the artist in society reflects upon society, and whether or not they can actually convince people what's going on, it's their job to try and portray what's really going on in subtle ways. You know, like the plant the seed. You plant the seed in any way possible. You either wake them up and you yell at them and you smack them in the face, kind of like what you guys do on InfoWars, and I greatly respect that, or you do it in a subtle way and you try to put it into your art and you try to influence people without them really realizing it. I mean, you've got to wake up the masses in any way, shape, or form, and I mean, that's the great thing about that film.
Exactly. Yeah, John Carpenter, if you're hearing this, we've been trying to interview you for a long time. So contact us at Infowars.com. But yeah, we want to definitely interview you because I'm sure you got a lot to tell and we want to hear it. And, you know, it's just amazing, though, because it's not just TV and the movies, it's cartoons, too. It's either they're exposing something, which is very, you know, rare. And, but most of the time, it's they're pushing propaganda. They'll rub it in your face. You know, again, it's hidden in plain sight. They'll rub it in your face, and they'll make it look like it's a good thing. You know, like fingerprints, you know, eyeball scans, whatever, and kids' cartoons, and make them custom. Oh, this is the way life's supposed to be, you know. And what'd you think about earlier, the first interview with Hernandez family?
Oh, I was not able to hear that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was the Sanatorium family fighting against the RFID tagging.
I remember you were you mentioned that to me, I think, when I was back in RI, but I didn't get a chance to hear the interview.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I mean, you would have to watch the show, I guess. But, yeah, it's just crazy. But we talked a lot about Christopher Keys is ready. Well, let's get him on the line here. Christopher Keys, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fabulous. How are you guys doing?
Oh, great. It's nice to hear from you again.
Again, I appreciate you bringing me on the show tonight.
And there he is, Christopher Key from SWAT's right on his vest there, his jacket, I mean. And tell us what SWAT stands for.
SWAT stands for Sports with Alternative to Steroids. We're the most controversial supplement company in the world. We're the only company in the world that's been officially banned by the National Football League. We've been banned by the PGA, Major League Baseball, all because we help people without using drugs, without using chemicals, and without having a surgery. And that seems to be a very, very bad thing there.
Absolutely. Now, I know it's like your profiles and your videos, you know a lot of pro football players in the NFL, basketball players and such.
Yeah, sir. We've got many elite athletes that were sponsoring everything we did, from Ray Lewis to Johnny Damien, Cam Newton, Fred Funk, Fuzzy Zeller, Andy Bean, all the most elite athletes around the country. Yes, sir.
Awesome. And SWATsedge.com. That's your website?
Yeah, the best way for people to find more information is SWATsedge.com. Yes, sir.
Awesome. And, this guy also is an activist, folks. I mean, you should see his YouTube videos. He's standing up against the TSA. He's got the camera going the whole time, telling TSA, don't touch me, blah. They're giving him a problem, but he holds his ground. He says, no, you're not going to violate my rights. And, of course, they don't detain him because they know it's, he's not an average citizen, And this guy is a pure activist as well as also promoting his great products.
Yeah, sir. I mean, that's what we're all about is speaking the truth and standing up for what's right. And that's what you guys have been doing here on Alex Jones, and we're so happy to be a part of the Money Bomb and whatnot. One of the things I'd like to talk about, if you mind, real quick, is everybody's been talking about Obamacare and how unconstitutional it is, and how it's such. People aren't talking about is the simplest way to do away with Obamacare is to not pay the taxes. You're aware of Aaron Russo and Freedom to Fascism, correct?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We got that, I think, on InfoWarsStore.com. Aaron Russo, man, God rest his soul, man. That guy is great.
Aaron Russo is the best, and people won't believe this, but almost 5 years ago, Aaron Russo found us because of his terminal cancer. I'm not a medical doctor. I do not practice medicine without a license. And Aaron found us, and he had given me his documentary about Freedom to Fascism, and at the time I was asleep, did not believe it, watched the documentary, and I'm like, Aaron, there's no way this can be real. And I continued to do the rest of my research to come to find out it was. The sad thing with Aaron is we have documentation that 30 days prior to him dying, that he was terminal cancer free. He had no cancer in his body. And then 30 days later, we hear from his fiance that he's in the hospital with food poisoning. And then 7 days later, we hear that he is dead. It's really sad. And, what happened to Aaron is a conspiracy. I don't know. But what I do know is the way to fight the Obamacare tax is to not pay it. They can't put us all in jail.
Exactly.
The biggest thing we can do is stand up for what's right, because, again, there is no law that requires us to pay income taxes. There is none. And they know it. But most people out there had no clue. Most people still don't realize that the Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express.
Exactly. And Rich Anatone, what are your comments on this Obamacare as well?
Oh, well, Obamacare in general, he's absolutely right. The only way to fight this is to just not pay the tax.
And with the Federal Reserve and all that, how it's all tied in, they now made Obamacare a tax, as we just exposed a couple months back with articles and everything, how it's now a tax. Yeah. I mean, it's all tied in all together.
Yeah, just don't pay it. I mean, that's the only way, like you said, they can't throw us all in.
Exactly.
And I'll expand on what he was just saying. The majority of Americans still think that the IRS is part of the federal government. I mean, it's been admitted in court documents by the feds that the IRS is no more than just a private collection agency working for the government. So, I mean, these institutions that people just know about every day, they know they exist, but the majority of the people just don't take the time to research. They don't know how money functions. They don't know how taxes function. They don't know the difference between a government agency and a private agency. It's, and it's programs like this that's all about the outreach to explain to people, this is how things work. And when more people realize how things work, the angrier they're going to get realize how things work.
Exactly. And you got a question for Christopher?
Oh, well, I mean, I was looking through your website, and I noticed that, you said you guys were banned with all of your products, and I don't understand what the whole issue was. If you could perhaps elaborate on that.
Yes, sir. When I started studying this problem, reaction, solution that was going on, and began to realize that, for the most part, these ruling elite were using the athletes to control the masses, okay? That they were taking these athletes and getting them to spit out this propaganda, and when they spit out the propaganda, the people listen. So me being, having my background in science and whatnot, I realized for every action there has to be an equal and opposite reaction. So if they can use the athletes to control the masses, why can't we use the athletes to release the masses, okay? And what I say by that is we proceeded to get the most elite athletes in the world, okay? And we got these athletes to speak out about what we were doing, about how we could take a chip, this little round chip, put it wherever your pain is, in your shoulder, your knee, your elbow, And with no drugs, no chemicals, no surgery, the pain will be greatly decreased instantaneously. Okay? And when these athletes begin to speak out about that, instead of talking about taking a cortisone shot or cortisol or taking a Loratab or an Oxycontin, the people, when these athletes say this, the athletes and the people begin to listen. And so many athletes begin to talk about this, and so many people begin to listen, that they began to give all these athletes letters from the NFL initially saying if they did not disassociate from us, they would be suspended from their sport. And then that left from the NFL, then they went into the PGA, then they went into Major League Baseball, because people don't realize that these professional football teams, baseball, basketball, are really owned by Big Pharma. And they have a controlling interest in these teams. And when these guys start speaking out again, they lose money. And that's what this is all about. It's controlling the masses, feeding them the same propaganda over and over and over again about take this drug, take that drug, because they know those drugs are going to deteriorate the tendons and ligaments, and sooner or later you'll have surgery. Once you have surgery, you have rehab. Once you have rehab, you get put on pain pills, and then you become part of the cycle. And we stopped that cycle. And we did it on a very, very large scale. And they've done everything they can to shut us up and shut us down.
Huh. Yeah, and I've seen a lot of your YouTube videos out. What's your YouTube channel? People could check these out.
Just Christopher Key, K-E-Y. There's only one of me, thank God. I don't think the world could handle two of us, you know. But, yes, it's Christopher Key. You know, the website to go look at the information you guys were talking about is swatsedge.com. You know, one of the things when we got started with this program is, does anybody know anything about the Mitchell Report?
Yeah, with steroids and everything, and you know, Barry Bonds and all the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, you know, with the Mitchell Report, Congressman Mitchell came out and said there was a problem with anabolic steroids and said something needed to be done about it. So we went out there and said, look, okay, you've identified there's a problem, but you've got to educate these athletes, but you have to give them a solution, okay? So we proceeded to give these athletes the solution. And again, we did it on a very, very large scale. You know, one of the products, I think you've tried it, Dan, is the SWAT spray. Have you ever tried it before?
Yeah, good stuff, man. Especially when I was into the bodybuilding and all that. And I mean, it helped out a lot.
Well, again, people don't realize, but you guys are familiar with HGH, human growth hormone, correct? Yep. But when you take HGH, what people don't realize is converted by the liver to IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor. And that IGF-1 is what does everything to allow the body to repair, regrow, and rejuvenate. We have deer that we harvest out of New Zealand. Their antlers are the fastest growing substance on planet Earth. They grow almost an inch a day. And if you can see my nails there, I have to cut my nails almost every 4 weeks because they grow so fast. And what we've been able to do is freeze dry, extract it out, and put it into a sublingual spray that you spray under your tongue, and it gives your body all the nutrients it needs to repair, regrow, and rejuvenate. And it's completely and totally natural. Nothing synthetic in any form of the fashion. And one of the sad things is, what people don't realize is when these NFL ball players and even you are eating the milk and meat, you know, you're taking in synthetic bovine growth hormone, okay, which is a banned substance. And what people don't realize is this is a completely, totally natural substance. It's just like testosterone. You know, testosterone is banned by the professional organizations, but they can't ban natural testosterone unless they cut off your, unless they castrate you. Let me be a little bit more nice there. You know, and again, because your body produces natural testosterone. It's the same thing with IGF-1. In your pituitary gland, your body produces natural IGF-1. So you can't ban a natural substance. And this is just lack of education, and that's what we try to do, is educate these athletes, which then help educate the masses. In the process of educating the athletes and the masses, we've been able to wake up many different athletes in professional sports now that knows about Alex Jones, knows about the truth behind 9/11, knows about income taxes, knows about the vaccines and TSA and all this tyranny that's going on. And when we can get more of these athletes to speak out on this, again, the people will listen.
Exactly. And I think Rich had a question for you. Rich, I think one of the questions, like, you want to know how the chips worked, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see the chips here, Rick?
Yeah. Wait. I mean, on the website I can.
Okay. Well, are you guys familiar with Nikola Tesla?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Tesla technology.
What I've done is combine Tesla technology, and one of the ones people don't know about is a man named Royal Raymond Wright. Have any of you guys ever heard of Royal Raymond Wright?
Not at all.
No, not me.
Okay, it's really sad that in 1934, Royal Raymond Rife was given 16 terminal cancer patients. Okay, in 30 days he cured 14 of the 16. Cured it. This is validated by the American Medical Association. If you do any research on Royal Raymond Rife, you'll see that this man did this. After 30 days, he cured the other two. 100% cure rate. Okay, and what he was using was light and sound frequencies. What I've been able to do is combine Rife technology with Tesla technology, okay? And what this is, what you see there on the website, is a hologram, okay? What people don't understand about holograms are storage centers for information. A lot of your laptops, a lot of your cell phones have holograms inside there. And this was a discovery of NASA. And this hologram are storage centers for information. And what we've been able to do is take frequencies. Everything on planet Earth has its own frequency which it resonates. Everything does. Again, from balance to pain to cancer to AIDS, everything does. And we've been able to take those frequencies, embedded into that hologram, which is a storage center, and then just use the human body as the energy field, and then we use acupuncture points on the human body to then resonate those good frequencies throughout your body. And we can instantly give your body more energy, more balance, more flexibility. Have you seen the video I did with the football team with the cell phone?
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, I tried it myself, and it's like, wow, that actually, I mean, people, you got to watch where they could find this video. People can.
You can go to my YouTube page, Christopher Key. You can also go to swatsedge.com. But what I'm doing in that video is, right now as I'm sitting here talking to you on Skype, there are frequencies that are going through my body, your body, from the Wi-Fi to the cell phone towers, to the lights, the power lines. There's all kind of frequencies going through our body, and they interfere with what it is we're doing. And what we've been able to do is take those frequencies and put them back in the energy field and allow your body to come back in what's called biocoherence much faster to be able to deal with these frequencies. Okay? I know it sounds strange. I know it sounds crazy. But again, you don't know what you don't know. And if you take the time to look into this, don't believe me, but do your own research, and you'll see that, we're the most controversial supplement company in the world for one simple reason. Our stuff works. And because it works, and because we're taking away big money from Big Pharma, they don't like what we do. Because again, if you had shoulder pain and you could put a chip on that shoulder pain and it go greatly decrease.
Well, that video was amazing because you demonstrate with a football player, I guess. You put the cell phone on his chest, and I guess he holds his arm out, and you push down on his arm. Now, with the cell phone on his chest, you can easily push it. And this guy's a 300-pound athlete, and you're like, whoop, with two fingers, basically, and they take the cell phone away. Now you can't do it. And it's just like, I mean, we talk about this a lot on InfoWars here, how the radio frequency and EMF, electromagnetic frequency in the cell phone. Now, to elaborate on this, when I was into the paranormal stuff, we had EMF meters. And on the EMF meters, it went up to 6-7 millibars, but 1.5 was hazardous to human health. Now, cell phones, when you turn it on and put an EMF meter up to it, it goes off the chart, like bang, right off the scale, over 8 millibars of EMF coming off, emulating off this phone. And that's why, we had the articles Alex was talking about how it's causing tumors in the brain. We've been telling people, even on my show, that this is the next epidemic. This right here, because you got girls and all that, the cell phone's glued to the head and everything, and 5, 10 years, not even, I think about 3, 4 years, because it's starting to come out now. And it's going to be a huge epidemic where people having massive brain tumors. It's from these cell phones. And also about frequencies he's talking about, because I studied this stuff in the paranormal. If you could see frequencies, you would not be able to see a foot in front of your face. You wouldn't be able to see the sky because it's everywhere. It emulates from your TV to the Wi-Fi to the cell phones, and it just through everything, AM, FM, everything. And what he's talking about, he's coming up with a way to block that out so it doesn't harm you.
But again, you can't block these frequencies. They're always around you. Yep. But what this does is allow your body to come back in what's called biocoherence better and deal with it better. Okay. So it's going to allow your body to deal with all this, not medical, but all this frequency soup that we basically live in, and that you're being bombarded with all day long. One of the biggest things I try to teach people when I lecture on this is if you only listen to one thing I say today, please listen to this. Do not sleep next to your cell phone. Okay, so many of these young people are using their cell phone as their alarm clock, and they put it right underneath their pillow. And that is so radiating their brain. I mean, what people don't realize is I can be on the cell phone, you know, for 20, 30 minutes, and my ear gets warm, okay? And everybody thinks, you know, that their cell phone is getting hot. But it's not, guys. Next time that happens, take your cell phone away from your ear, feel the back of it, and it is not hot. It's physically cooking your brain. It's just like this laptop I've been on for the last 4 hours, okay? It's been on for 4 hours. I can touch it, and it's not hot. But if I take this laptop and I put it in my lap, what happens within 5 minutes, guys?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I experienced that myself. And, Rich, wasn't you talking about that to me not too long ago? You mentioned something about the laptops and stuff like that getting hot when, you know, they've been out for hours.
Yeah, they physically. I mean, even the other governments in England, I think it was England that came out and ruled, or maybe even Russia, they came out and ruled that the cell phone cooks the brain. You shouldn't be using this stuff.
And there's a video out there on YouTube. I mean, it shows 3 cell phones on the table, and in the middle of the cell phones, it's actually popping popcorn. I don't know if that's true or not. Never tried that, but I would imagine. I mean,
I would too, because again, these frequencies are so powerful. I tell people, would you ever put your head into a microwave with it on? No, you would not do it. Go ahead.
You know, and that's also linked directly to the TSA. I had a friend who says, "Oh, you don't want to go through the TSA? Why not?" I'm like, "Because I'm not going to either get groped and I'm not going to get radiated." He's like, "Oh, come on, there's not that much radiation." I'm like, "What do you mean it's not much radiation?" He's like, "Oh, you know, do you use a microwave, don't you?"
And yeah, when Epic reported that it gives off 30 times more radiation than the hospital CAT scan.
Anytime these people say, "Will you use a microwave?" Yeah, I do, but I don't go inside the microwave while I'm having it cook my food. You know, that's stupid.
Oh, it is, and that's the mentality of these people, you know, and they contradict. And the thing is, too, folks, it's not conspiracy theorists come up with this stuff. It's these people that put their own foot in their mouth. All you have to do is pay attention. That's it. Just pay attention, and they put their own foot in their mouth, and they bag themselves, basically.
Yeah. Well, again, you know, when I was at TSA in that last video you saw, at the very end, you know, the cops come up to him and say, "Look, you know, there's no more frequencies coming off this than what's coming off your cell phone." I'm like, "Look, I know how much frequencies are coming off the cell phone, and I know how bad my cell phone is, and you've just reiterated that damn thing is bad." But people don't know that, you know.
Absolutely, and that's a contradiction. And I watched that whole video, man. I was going to actually play it, but we ran out of time, whatever, and that was great. I mean, you handled yourself professional and well and authoritative. And that's the thing, too, when you confront people like this, the very second you give them that inch of power, that's it. You're done. You have to remain authoritative, polite, though, authoritative like you did, Chris, and that's awesome. And those people didn't know what to say afterwards, and they just, you know, they were just dumbfounded. And they threatened to call the cops on you or something. One of the TSA security agents, "Oh, you're calling us molesters or whatever. Do you want to speak to an officer?" And you're like, "Oh, do I have to speak to an officer?" And the cop came over. You didn't know what the hell to say.
Well, I mean, again, you know, she was trying to threaten me with the officer. I'm like, "Look, go bring the officer over here. I'd love to talk to him. You know, that doesn't scare me. You know, I'm fine with talking to an officer. You know, and again, like you said, you have to stand your ground because what they're doing is wrong. And we have to stand up to this tyranny and quit letting them sit there and molest us and take advantage of us and do the right thing. You know, because you know, they had the metal detector right there, and the guy would not let me go through it. I'm like, "Look, what is so wrong with me going through it? You know, this technology is good enough for your staff and the other people. Why isn't it good enough for me?" "Well, that's policy. That I can't tell you anymore." I'm like, "Why can't you tell me? I mean, it's sitting right there."
Unbelievable. And that's, you know, I mean, they want to intimidate people, and people like yourself that are not intimidated, you know, they're like, "Wow, what do I do now? Oh, my God, a slave's actually talking against me, standing up against me. Oh, man, he's giving out, like, real laws, and, oh, man, made up stuff, you know, applying to the situation. Oh, what do I do?"
And they didn't know what to do. I mean, like you said, that they were, you know, after, you know, the sad thing is in that video, you see where he said that I should be a comic. And I'm like, "Dude," and this was the TSA guy. I'm like, "How should I be a comedian?" I said, "Do you like being touched by other people?" And he's like, "Well, no, not at all." I'm like, "Okay, so how's this comical?" I mean, you don't want to be groped by another man. You know, why am I being a comedian just because I don't want to be touched by another man?
Well, that's the thing. They make the smart comment, you know, to say, oh, you should be a comedian. Yo, it's not funny that a kids are getting groped. It's not funny that they're taking paraplegic people apart in the middle of the airport. It's not funny when they drop an old lady's pants to take a colostomy bag down. It's not funny when they grope Miss USA's vagina, when they smack people in the genitals. It's not funny when they do that. And, you know what I mean? It's these people need to get a reality check.
Well, people are waking up, and people are more and more talking about this. So, again, Alex Jones and what you guys are doing there is beginning to wake more and more people up. And, again, you know, everybody wonders, you know, what can I do? I'm just one little person. Where, again, what you can do is take this information and just pass it out to one other person. And again, 1 turns to 2, 2 turns to 4, 4 turns to 8, and before you know it, 7 billion people will know what the hell's going on. And that's what we have to do, is share this information, because, you know, it's getting to a point where, you know, we got to stand up for what is right and share this information with more people.
Absolutely. And Rich, me and you, we've been to the dogs of war, so to speak, together. And me and Rich has been on a lot of protest rallies. We were on the Tea Party meetings and confronted a lot of people and everything else, and just all kinds of stuff. And Rich, what's your experience with TSA and that?
Oh, I mean, the first time my experience with the TSA was the last time I went to the airport. I refused to fly. I won't be treated like a criminal in my own country. It's ridiculous. They told me. They had the 2 lines. They had the metal detector over here, and they had the radiation machine. And they're like, "Oh, you're going to go through that." And I looked at her and said, "No, I'm not." And then she said, "Oh, okay." And then she went on a little microphone and started screaming, "Opt out! We have an opt out!" And then I got swarmed by 3 TSA goons. And of course, one of the ladies who was in the line with me, you know, who's going to go, I said, "I'm not going through that thing." And the lady turns to me and she goes, "You know, there's only the same amount of radiation from your cell phone." I mean, that was the same thing. That's the mentality of these people. And of course, I look at her, I'm like, so when you have your cell phone up over here, can you see your brain and the cell phone on the other side of your ear? Of course you can't. You're stupid. Don't be stupid.
Exactly.
Why are you letting these people tell you that you go to the dentist and they give you an x-ray? What do? They give you a thick piece of lead that covers your entire body, while the dentist goes on the other side of a room, so outside the room, so no one, you know, he doesn't get irradiated. But for some reason, I can go to the government because the government waves a magic wand and says, "Oh, you are free from any type of harm." Then they can see my bones in these x-ray machines. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The people need to use common sense, because common sense would tell you that if you're getting splattered with an x-ray machine or x-rays, and then you look at the picture that they see and you can see their bones, that's a problem.
And you guys can't see me because of the Skype setup here, but in my hand, those people viewing on prisonplanet.tv and the info is MoneyBomb. This stock right here is just TSA news from just this month. That's it, October 1st to now. And there's more I forgot to print out. And there's countless articles on TSA harassing people,
stealing things,
detained by TSA over a purse. And look at this one right here. She had an embroidered purse. It was a custom-made purse. It had a picture of a gun on her purse. They detained her for that. Unbelievable. I mean, we don't have much time to go through all this stuff, but I mean, this is just unbelievable. I mean, like, I got a stock just from October. I mean, we got boxes in the warehouse, literally boxes just on TSA alone, boxes of information just from this year. That's it. You know, and boxes of news with TSA, Homeland Security, ICE. I mean, these people are tyrants.
I can't stand the TSA.
It's a hatred. It really is. And, you know, there's people say, "Oh, I'm just doing my job." You know what? That's what they said in Nuremberg with the Nazis. They're just, you know, just taking orders. That don't cut it, pal. If you know you're serving evil, you know you're committing tyranny, you got to make a stand. You got to draw a line in the sand. Either you're on the side of George Washington in the spirit of 1776, or you're on the side of evil. Bottom line. There's no middle ground. You're either on the side of evil or on the side of liberty. Bottom line.
What riles me up is the fact that everything that we're living under right now in these last 12 years with the surveillance grid and the Patriot Act and all that kind of stuff, these last 10 years are the exact things the government is doing to us that the founding fathers hated. I mean, the quartering acts, they hated that. They hated the fact that they had the stamp acts that allowed them to come in and tax them on paper. I mean, paper products. They hated this stuff. They never would have put up with this. As a matter of fact, they didn't put up with this. They did not put up with this.
Oh, no, and I tell people, and I don't promote violence, but I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you, if our founding fathers came alive right now, I guarantee, I'll bet vital parts of my anatomy, they will be with a shooting war with the government tomorrow. Okay, that's how these guys are rolling over in their graves right now. And I'm not promoting violence, but this is how these people were. You know, you want to take our liberties, you know what? Over our dead bodies, bottom line.
You know, and the thing is, you know, we're not promoting violence, but we're looked down upon when we're even talking about it.
Exactly.
You know, we'll talk about something else. You know, I saw a great, you know, the Casey report. I can't think of his first name, but he gave a rally, Ron Paul rally or a Liberty rally. He gave a speech. And he was basically talking about the same kind of thing. It's like, for some reason, and you and I have talked about this on the radio many times, you're not allowed to talk about politics or religion. Why? Because those are the only two institutions that are actually relevant in our society because they control us.
Exactly. So that's why they split them apart. You know, they split politics and religion apart. Because when our country was founded, it was like this. You know, they split them apart so you're not united.
Yeah, so they split them apart, and then they say don't talk about it. So don't talk about the spiritual part of your life, and don't talk about the part that's controlling your social and economic aspects of your life. Instead, talk about the NFL, and talk about Dancing with the Stars, and talk about any of this other crap that makes absolutely no sense to any of us.
And Chris, now how does this affect your business now? I mean, like people, do they label you as a conspiracy theorist, and does it affect your business at all?
It's been the best thing that ever happened to us because, you know, we've been the front page of Yahoo Sports 6 out of the last 12 months, okay? But because of this controversy, you know, they've had to write about it, and, you know, it hurt the business initially in the beginning, but many of those people have begun to see the stories, get the exposure, and when they look into this and see the controversy, they're like, why in the world are these guys being banned for producing things that are completely, totally natural? We've got Sports Illustrated coming in the 1st of next month to come in and do a feature story for Sports Illustrated. So it's been the best thing that happens to us, you know, because, again, we've been a part of the last 3 national championships. People don't realize the last 3 national championships came out of what state, guys?
Was it Florida?
No, in Alabama.
I'm sorry, I don't keep up with too much. I mean, I've been so busy lately.
And, again, I keep up with the athletes because it's been a way for us to get to the masses.
Yeah.
But again, 3 national championships have all come out of the state of Alabama, and our home base is right here in Alabama. And we have worked with all 3 of those football programs to help them win the national championship. And this technology didn't make them win those games, but it did give them a competitive advantage. And that's the cool thing, is this technology can help anybody out there that's listening become more balanced, to deal with those pains and aches and whatnot without having to use drugs, chemicals, and surgery. You know, one of the things I'd like to touch on real quick here is GMOs. One of the things that people don't know about GMOs, I have twins, okay? They have one of the most rare diseases on the planet called phenylketonuria, which stands for PKU. Well, they'll never eat protein the rest of their life. No milk, no chicken, no cheese, no fish, no birthday cake, no ice cream, nothing that has protein will my twins ever eat, okay? God's always put very, very certain things in my life to force me to wake up, and this was 14 years ago when they were born, and, you know, it was very, very different for us. They have a very restricted diet. I've got a minor in nutrition, so I thought I knew a lot about nutrition, okay? When they got to be 3 years of age, the medical doctors told us, look, you got to start feeding them food because all they're doing right now is drinking a formula, and eating is a very social habit. So you need to teach them how to eat so they can fit into society. So we said, fine. So what do we need to do? They said, we want you to start feeding them apples, tomatoes, and watermelon. Okay? So we test our children's levels every single month because as long as they're in check, they live perfectly normal lives. But if they go unchecked and they stay high, their body becomes very toxic, goes straight to the brain, and causes the most extreme mental retardation there is. Okay? So they wanted us to feed them apples, tomatoes, and watermelons. We did. 30 days later, we tested their blood work. Every 30 days, we test their blood work. We test their blood work 30 days later. Medical doctor calls us up and said, Mr. Key, why are you feeding your kids protein? I'm like, you know, what do you mean? I would never feed my children protein. They said, well, you know, we've got, their levels are higher than the day they were born. I said, well, y'all must have had a false positive. Go back, redo the test. So I went back, redid the test. 24 hours later, they called me up and said, Mr. Key, we need you guys to come down here to the hospital. We go down to the hospital. I've got a team of 13 doctors that we meet with, and but they've got two other people in the room with us, okay? These two people, they say, are DHR. DHR here in Alabama is the organization that takes away your children, okay? So they say, Mr. Key, why are you doing this? I'm like, look, I would never feed my kids protein, okay? They say, well, if you don't get this under control and quit giving them protein, you're going to have to deal with these people. So me being a researcher, all I knew was I was feeding them apples, tomatoes, and watermelon. I started doing the research on apples, tomatoes, and watermelon, and the apples, tomatoes, and watermelon I would give to my children were genetically modified organisms, okay? And what people don't realize is that they actually take a pig gene and put in that tomato to make it larger because they get paid per pound, okay? They also take a frog gene and put in that tomato to make it survive better in the cold weather, okay? When my children take in this genetically modified tomato that has a pig gene and a frog gene, their bodies can't break it down at all, becomes very toxic, and can cause extreme mental retardation if it goes unchecked. Guys, these same things are happening to you guys that are eating these GMOs. Your body can't break it down, but it's not as fast with you guys because it's a soft kill weapon. With my children, it's instantaneous. With you guys, it's a slow process, and sooner or later you wake up 5, 10, 15 years from now, and you have Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, you know, who knows what it is. So, again, wake up to the GMOs, guys.
Exactly. And Chris, I'm sorry because, like, you know, we had a late start and everything else, but we want to take our phone calls next, and we got to, like, move on to the next segment. But you got about 2.5 minutes, and if you want to plug your website again and anything else you have to say. Okay,
yeah. SWATsedge.com. You know, anybody wants to call me, my direct cell is 205-936-9803. And if anybody calls during the Money Bomb and just pay for shipping, we'll give you a copy of our book called Resonance. We'll also give you a free packet of the pain chips. You know, all you got to do is call me up directly, and we'll take care of that for you guys. You know, one of the biggest things you need to look into right now is the enteric-coated tablet we have. All the big problems with the NFL and concussions, we've been able to take this tablet, and we've seen from these people complete total reverses of the damage done from brain concussion. So, guys, please look at this information, support what Alex is doing here, and thank you so much for letting me come on air with you guys.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Chris. Keep up the good work, man. You're a great activist. People, you got to check him out. God bless you, Chris.
God bless you, man. Thank you so very much.
Take care, man. And we're going to take phone calls, 1-877-ALEX. I'm sorry, 1-877-789-ALEX. Give us a call. And you want to load the phone lines up because we've got about 15 minutes left. And me and Rich are going to be answering questions and open topics. We want to hear from the fans out there. And I wish I could have had more time for the guests. I mean, some great guests. I mean, they had great information. And I'm sure I could have kept them each on for the whole show. But, you know, unfortunately, it's always time, you know, and we don't, you know, it's not enough hours in a day, basically.
No, it's... Dan, it's sad when every instance of anyone who goes against the establishment of any institution is labeled a quack or a fraud. People label G. Edward Griffin with his book World Without Cancer as a quack or a fraud. They label acupuncture quack science. They label nutritionists and people like Ben Fuchs as quack science. It's frustrating. It's disgusting. It's the same. It's as degenerative as the term conspiracy theorist. It's one of those buzz terms that are losing meaning. And that's the good thing. The more people use these terms to try and, you know, make it seem like the enemy is really the enemy, when, you know, we're not the enemy. We're trying to promote stuff. We're trying to actually expose criminal behavior. We're actually trying to promote the truth. And when you do that, you get labeled a quack, you know, or a fraud or a conspiracy theorist. It's nonsense.
Oh, it is nonsense. And, you know, a lot of people don't realize that, too. And, you know, people are starting to wake up now because they're starting to learn about GMOs. That's the thing, is get people knowledge about stuff. Huh. Then they start learning on their own. Like, for instance, a little off the subject, but a couple cousins of mine and a couple friends used to say, oh, you're a wacko for, which is, you know, talking about the chemicals and how they're poisoning the population. So at first you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a wacko, but later on, you already planted the seed and they don't even know it. So later on, they drive down the road in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden you see these army trucks with chemicals in it and everything else, and just weird stuff. And then they call me up, oh, Dan, I just seen something. What's that about? Oh, now you want to listen. Now you want to listen because I've been telling you stuff for a while. Then when they see something happen, oh, wow, then they want to know more. And, well, the thing is, I don't take anything personal like that. I had family that told me right to my face, I don't want nothing to do with you, get out of my life. Then they come back to me later and say, oh, I'm so sorry, man, you know, crying and everything. I'm so sorry, man, like, you were right. And it's not the fact that I was right. I'm just out there to promote the truth. You know, the cold, hard truth, I tell it how it is. I don't sugarcoat nothing. And let's light up the phone lines, 1-877-789-ALEX. And we're going full stream here. And we got 6 hours to go in the Money Bomb. We're at $266,000. And, folks, and anybody who's donated, anybody, thank you so much for the money because it funds the operation. It gets the, you know, expands the operation. There's some back feed there, but... Sorry, and you know, we need the money to fund the operation now. And you've seen the video with David Ortiz doing a tour of the studio. And this is the big place, man. You got over 55 people all working in this place, work day and night, and we need more help. You know, it's not enough because you got research to do. You got people to put the graphics together. I mean, I'm on the inside. That's why my YouTube channel is Co-Info as Insider. I'm a producer for Alex Jones Show. I'm a reporter, researcher. I'm all over the place. I mean, you got Marcos. This guy is amazing with graphics. Darren and you got Chris and Wes. I mean, they're the technical guys. They run the boards and the sound equipment and everything else. And it's just insane. I mean, it looks like NASA back there. I don't know if they want to do a camera shot of... There goes Wes running. No joke. But if they want to do a camera shot of the production area... I mean, it looks like NASA back there. We got several computers, and all this stuff costs money to keep the lights on top of that. We got so much equipment and everything else, and there's Marcos, there's Chris, and there's Wes finagling with the wires over there. And there's that man over there acting like he knows what he's doing, you know, just joking. But yeah, these guys are great, man. They keep everything technical-wise running, and I'm still learning a lot of stuff, and, you know, they're teaching me a lot of stuff as well. And it's just like, it's great. It's an awesome operation. Everybody here has a team. We work together as a team. There's no egos here. We all know what we have to do, and we need the money to do this. And we got Paul Joseph Watson following us next. He lives in the UK, and he's going to be joining us live via Skype, and he's going to be joining for the next 2 hours. And, folks, and we're heading 6 hours into the Money Bomb left, and we're going to have Alex Jones to tip off the whole Money Bomb at 10 o'clock, I believe. I got it right here on the screen. And right at the end of the Money Bomb, at 10 a.m., we're going to have 9/11. 9 to 11, I'm sorry. We're going to have Joel Skousen, you know, and he's going to be, him and Alex Jones are going to end the Money Bomb. So we got Paul Joseph Watson next, Lord Christopher Monkton for 2 hours as well. Then Joel Skousen and Alex Jones to end up off the whole Money Bomb with the last 2 hours. And Rich, you know, what's your take on just InfoWars? What has it done for you?
Oh, man, what hasn't it done? It's a blessing and a curse. You know, once you take that pill, that red pill, you go down that little rabbit hole and you become very much obsessed with the idea of being in a free society. So Alex Jones and InfoWars has definitely helped me out. They've published my stuff. They've given me a voice in the wondrous world of the internet, so to speak. You know, I'm glad to be able to be, you know, be part of this Money Bomb. The InfoWars is one of the. I mean, it's the tip of the spear. That's exactly what Alex always says, and it really is. It's not. He's not just saying it. He's the tip of the spear. He gives, and the whole organization allows for activists to make their voice heard. You know,
exactly.
It's a legitimate organization, and you know what? Actually, one of the things that bothers me is the term alternative news or alternative medicine, because it makes it seem like the other stuff is establishment. It's not alternative anymore. You know, the mainstream, when they hear that term alternative medicine or alternative news, they think that it's like, oh, well, it's not legitimate. It's not mainstream.
Exactly. You know, and we got a couple of calls coming in. You know, let's ram through these. And Jamie from California, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi, good. Yes, actually, this is a very interesting topic. Christopher Key, I am so thankful to actually hear from you. The very subject that you were speaking about today, about Dr. Royal Rife, is the same topic I spoke up in my class today. I'm a grad student at an Oriental medicine school, and this subject actually came up. And his very basis of his findings in that is one of the therapies that I've been working on for the longest time. And I'm just so thankful to actually be up early in the morning. It's a little bit after 3 o'clock. I've been working and writing on papers for school. And I think that's awesome what you guys have been doing for everything, Alex Jones and the whole team.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Well, awesome.
So,
Thank you. And what is, as a listener, as a fan, I mean, from your honest opinion, could you tell us basically what InfoWars means to, to the world? What does it mean? I mean, to promote truth, to promote this good stuff, to wake people up?
Well, I think it first starts with the self. You have to awaken yourself in that. And I've been following Alex Jones since after 9/11. I know exactly what I saw, and I was hearing other people telling me, things that were just totally oblivious in that, and something didn't click right with me. And then ever since then, I've been a fan. I followed this, I out of my whole friends and that, I was the only one that followed, and then I was able to awaken friends, and then, you come to like different parties and that, or telling people, and then they just think you're silly, and now you're finding that everybody's coming back to you for the information.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Like I was saying earlier, that when you plant the seed, they're going to think you're wacko at first, then they'll see it for themselves, then they're going to come back to you later on, God knows when, but they'll come back to you and say, oh, man. And if they don't, that's if they swallow their pride to do that, but depends on the person. But thank you for your call, and thank you for staying up this late, and we're going to go to Tim from Canada. How you doing, Tim?
Hey, Dan. I was just calling in to say hi, and I'm really happy with what you're doing and everything.
Oh, thank you.
And yes, God bless you, and God bless your soul.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, also, I thought it was kind of funny about how these globalists are trying to pass these GMO crops to resist the aluminum, and to how their corn, soya, their apples, well, soon apples, they're like all going to be failing because they're obviously not really sustainable, and people are having problems with their bodies, and they're going to be like, I'm having a lot of lesions in my stomachs or whatever's going to happen. Like, these aluminum plants are not going to be able to work that well,
Oh, well, yeah, and, that's the thing. They just poison the population. And, it's great that you're woken up to this. Now, once you wake people up, now we can establish a home front to say, we're aware of this. I know I sound like repeating record because I've been saying this for the last couple hours now, but, you can't say it enough because you got to drill into people's heads to say, hey, we're not going to stop, and people's like, oh, I wish this guy would shut up about this. I'm not going to shut up until you wake up, bottom line. It's like that movie Network. He's like, I'm not going to go away. You want me to go away, but I'm not going away. We're going to keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it until we have liberty, until we have safe water to drink, until we have fresh air to breathe, and fresh food to eat. We're not going to stop. And thank you for your support and everything.
Yes, and thank you for everything you've been doing, and keep up the good work. And also, I wanted to tell you, once you look up something, I was looking on YouTube. I guess, it's talking about, Justin Bieber and stuff, because we all know he's just, seems to be, kind of, growing or something, with P. Diddy, he just got his way in. Listening to some of his music, there's actually stuff about it actually backwards, and it has some, New World Order.
Oh, yeah. One of his concerts recently was on the internet. It shows him coming down from the ceiling, and he's got these big black wings and dressed in black. I mean, they had that at the Super Bowl. They had it at the Olympics, the same thing. They're pushing this stuff, this Luciferian stuff right out in the public now. And thank you for your call, Tim, and God bless you. And we got to go to Neil from Wisconsin. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
Oh, great. I'm just rocking here. The third shift, the graveyard shift, I'm just loving it.
Yeah, you are, but you're no Alex Jones, baby.
Oh, no, of course not. Nobody could be Alex Jones. I mean, there's no such thing as the same person, you know what I mean? I'm my own person. I'm not even great at speaking sometimes, and I'm just a person that's serious about liberty, serious about being a freedom fighter, you know what I mean? And I want to wake people up. That's all I want to do.
Well, you're doing a good job. My question is, first of all, I've been trying to get Christopher Key's website. I couldn't hear it. What was it?
It's SWATSEdge.com. SWATSEDGE.com.
Okay, thank you.
And you can also Google his name. He's got YouTube videos, everything else.
Also, you know, I've been watching Alex Jones for probably about 2 months now.
Yep.
And I also watch Hagman and Hagman.
Yep.
Which are, you know, the channels are awesome. And, you know, when I started talking to people, my family, about, like, chemtrails, everybody thought I was crazy. And just like you said, until they start noticing them, and then, you know, they come back and it's like, you know, what is that? I said, hey, do your own research, you know. I mean, I've even went as far as calling my my assemblyman, and I asked him, you know, I said, you know, what is going on, and what are they spraying on us? I would like to know, you know, I support you, and you know, I had his sign in my yard and everything, and he called me back about a week later, and he says, you know, he goes, I've never noticed that before. And he says, I've called up, you know, the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. He goes, nobody can answer my questions. They won't.
Oh, no, they won't. I mean, we called several people in the government, and, oh, yeah, we'll just take your report. Thank you for your report, sir. And thanks for the call. We got to move along quickly here.
Okay.
And God bless you, man. And Mike from Virginia, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, great. You know, we're almost done with the money bomb, you know, and raising some good money, $266,000. So how you doing? What's your question?
Yes. Actually, I have some very important information, and
sure.
Maybe, you know, a question, you can get some feedback on it. Some of the most important issues we're facing against the New World Order is mind control. And it relates to spiritual warfare and pharmakia and sorcery. And the way that this mind control, sorcery, pharmakia, and the New World Order all fit together is neural resonance.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that last night with William Schnoblin about pharmakia and also where it's in the Bible and everything about the hallucinogen drugs opens the pineal gland, the whole spiritual aspect of that. And we want to try to cover more of that stuff. And, you know, we just want to expand our operations so we get more shows out because we want to get into deep depth about stuff, exactly what you're talking about, because that's very important. You know what I mean? And it's important to hear the news, but we need to learn more about who the New World Order are, how they operate. We got to know our enemy. And,
but
you know,
there's new technology out that I need to tell you about real quick.
Yep, go ahead.
Hello?
About 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, it's neural resonance. And what it can do is when Christ gave his Sermon on the Mount, he said that with if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you could move a mountain. Well, with neural resonance, we can tune our neurons to resonate with that frequency. We can have what's called a Christ consciousness. If we can resonate at the same frequency at that Christ consciousness, we can basically do whatever we want. There's this technology that's going to be suppressed.
Well, I mean, like, not anything you want, because, like,
set up.
I know that's going, because, like, this moves into that new age. No offense against you, but this moves into that new age thing about, they call it the Christ consciousness and all that stuff. But the thing is, you know, you can't really do anything you want. I mean, it has to be divine. It has to be through God Himself, through, you know, Jesus Christ, and it's spiritual stuff. I mean, like, it's not be able to do what you want. Go explore cosmic things, not about. I mean, that's new age stuff is garbage. No offense to anybody, but I want to thank everybody for calling in. We got about 30 seconds. Hey, Rich. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, now, Rich, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, your final take. You got about 20 seconds. I mean, you know, thank you for coming on as well.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, man. I mean, it's important that we get the message out. The most important thing, like you guys said, was planting the seeds. People are going to look at you like you're crazy, but just remember, when you're exposing people to something like this for the first time, you got to do it incrementally. You might want to make a prediction and let them know, and to, you know, plant the seed with a prediction. And then when it finally comes true, they'll remember that was you. And, you know, just don't be overwhelming. Let them know inch by inch, and that's how we're going to wake everyone up.
Awesome. Thank you, Rich. God bless you. And I want to thank everybody for your support. This is Dan Bidani. Stay tuned. We got Paul Joseph Watson from England, a great reporter. Paul is awesome. And this is Dan Bidani reporting for the InfoWars.
It's the InfoWars Money Bomb 2012. I'm Paul Joseph Watson, broadcasting live from London, England, under dark and brooding skies, But we're not going to let that dampen our spirits for the next 2 hours as we begin to enter the final stretch of this 48-hour MoneyBomb marathon. And it's all been made possible, of course, by you, our supporters, who have given generously at InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. Basically, you know, we're going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with the mainstream media. We don't get George Soros cutting us checks for $3 million like Media Matters or Think Progress. We don't get sponsored by the military-industrial complex like MSNBC. And yet Infowars.com gets more traffic than MSNBC.com. And that's the power of the audience. That's the power of you, our supporters, helping us in this fight, in this struggle. And, of course, it all led back to the dream of one man, Alex Jones, about 15 years ago now, who started this obscure little website called Infowars.com, which now, 15 years later, gets more traffic than a major US television network. So that's the power of the idea of liberty, and that's why we're all here doing what we do. So it's InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. You can actually go to the Alex Jones channel on YouTube, and there's a video called Behind the Scenes at Infowars, and you can see with your own eyes where all the money has been spent over the last few years. And you can certainly, you know, all the televisions, all the employees. I mean, when I visited Alex, it was about 7 years ago now, he barely had a handful of employees. They were operating out of this tiny office, tiny studio attached to it. And if you go and watch that video on the Alex Jones channel, you can see how far we've come. Over 50 employees now at Infowars.com. We're expanding all the time. We're defeating the mainstream media propaganda, and it's all thanks to you. So that's why we're here doing this, and it's InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. So over the next couple of hours, I've got a couple of guests joining me. First up is Steve Jolly, who is one of the UK's most tenacious and successful privacy campaigners. He, of course, you might have seen him on the show before, was instrumental in defeating Project Champion here in the UK, which was basically a bait and switch by the British government. They attempted to blanket a residential area with surveillance cameras in the name of stopping crime. And of course, it turned out it was a big cover-up. They were going to treat everyone as terror suspects. It was an MI5 undercover program. He exposed it, and the whole thing was shot down. This morning, we're going to talk about all things surveillance with Steve Jolly. So, Steve, welcome to the show.
Hi, Paul. Thanks for having me on again.
No problem. How are things in Birmingham? Grey skies for you as well?
Not too bad. There's a bit of blue, although it's a bit hazy. A few powdery clouds up there.
Well, of course, Birmingham, the place where you live, is one of the most surveilled cities in Europe, as is London, where capital of the world, you know, one camera for every 32 people at least. That's the conservative estimate. But you recently got a chance to speak with Andrew Renison, who is this new UK surveillance camera czar. He was in the news warning about how the new model of surveillance cameras can actually spot us through high definition from half a mile away. This is how sophisticated they're getting now. And he's been set up in this role to safeguard our privacy. I mean, do you really think that he's there to safeguard our privacy, or is there another agenda at work?
No, unfortunately, he's not there to safeguard our privacy. Basically, what we're looking at is a situation where the Home Office appoints somebody who says that they will protect the public from the Home Office. So from the intrusions of high-tech surveillance, they're going to appoint somebody who says, don't worry, we'll protect you from us, the government. So we have a newly appointed CCTV camera czar or regulator, commissioner we call them. But what we don't have is a privacy commissioner. So we don't have anyone who's looking after our rights and our freedoms and looking to protect the constant invasions of our privacy. We have about 5 different commissioners, all in this area, and they have a very limited remit, which relates to an Act of Parliament. So, for instance, you have the Information Commissioner, whose responsibility is to basically protect the Data Protection Act. And often you'll hear this idea that CCTV cameras and other forms of surveillance, they all adhere to the Data Protection Act, so that's the safeguards, don't worry about that. But what the Data Protection Act does is basically says, once we've stolen your data, whether it be video footage or any other kind of data, we promise we won't lose it, abuse it, or sell it to anyone else, or share it around, which of course is not true. We know that's not the case. So there are no safeguards really in any of these commissioners, including the camera commissioner, about our data and information being stolen from us in the first place. All the regulation that we're told about is about how they're going to do it, with what sorts of technologies they're going to do it, how long they're going to keep the information for, and these sorts of things. So if we had a privacy commissioner, they would say, well, hang on, is it right that this data should be taken from you by the government in the first place? Does the government have that right to just scoop up all your data? And this is why we don't have a privacy commissioner, as other countries do. Canada is one of those countries that has a privacy commissioner. But no, the role of Andrew Renison, the CCTV commissioner, is not to protect us from CCTV or facial recognition or high-definition cameras. His role is really to administer the rollout of the next phase of the Big Brother state. So using more extreme types of technology. He's going to write a code of practice which really advises people, because it's not a law, it's just a sort of, it's something that you're encouraged to comply with. And it'll tell you how you can use, if you all use the same technical standards, then it will basically enable the linking up and connectivity of all these different systems. So what he's done is he's come out in the newspapers and said this new high technology is really quite troubling. You know, picking out faces from half a mile away, linking to facial recognition databases. That's a possible breach of Article 8 of the Human Rights Act, he says, which is the right to a private life. And the purpose of those stories a couple of weeks ago were basically so that he could say, don't worry, I'm going to write some tough new regulation, which is going to have some built-in safeguards. We're going to say it's appropriate and proportionate. And we're going to say it's all fine now, nothing to worry about. CCTV is now strictly regulated. That's what they will say. And of course, this will be parroted by the mainstream media. They'll say tough new regulation on CCTV. But just as they did with the Protection of Freedoms Bill, they said the same thing about that. And that whole bill is an Orwellian misnomer. So the press will tell us, oh, rest easy, don't worry, it's all strictly regulated now. And that will assuage most public fears, and they'll go back to sleep, they won't worry about it, and this is the danger. So we mustn't be fooled by regulation. Regulation just codifies how to do it, how to do more of it, and how to do it in more extreme ways. So, we've got to be careful that the people who claim to protect us from this technology by writing regulation are the very people that are aiming to use it against us.
So it's basically the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it? People are told to entrust this guy to, he's going to be the guy that's going to handle it, you don't need to worry about it anymore. And then he's just going to carry it on even more to a greater extent.
Yeah, I mean, this media story of last week was basically a problem, a reaction, solution method of steering public opinion. It's saying, oh, we've got this scary new technology, which is really, really quite intrusive and Big Brother-ish, and I think there might be a public backlash if we're not careful. And then, of course, he says, don't worry, I'm going to write some tough new regulation. And it is problem, reaction, solution. He's given us the problem. He's suggested there might be a reaction, a backlash, and his solution to that is to give us some regulation to make us think that we needn't worry about it.
It's all these different ways when manipulated in the public arena. It's kind of a steam valve, isn't it? They know that resentment is building and they put in a fake steam valve to get rid of it. Also, it's kind of the Delphi technique manipulation. It's about, you know, lulling people into believing they're part of the decision-making process, believing that they're fairly represented by this new surveillance camera czar, when in reality they're just being conned into thinking this is being taken care of when it's not.
Yeah. I mean, I was invited by the Home Office to give evidence at the Protection of Freedoms Bill Committee, where they were scrutinising this bill, which originally was meant to be a really fantastic restoration of our civil liberties and our rights and freedoms that have been stolen from us by the previous nasty government, and that the new government, the new lot, they were going to restore all these freedoms and protect them. And they've done no such thing. I mean, I remember specifically saying, why is there nothing in this bill or this code of practice relating to cameras that prohibits or forbids the use of surveillance cameras in schools or toilets, school changing rooms? And they had no answer for that. And this practice is being carried out in schools all over the country with cameras in toilets and changing rooms, which any right-thinking person would probably agree should just be illegal. So if there aren't any safeguards against something like that, then you can bet that there aren't going to be any safeguards against much more insidious or secretive or large-scale operations that they've got up their sleeve.
Well, I mean, surely, Steve, with all this money that's being spent on, turning us into a surveillance prison, surely CCTV cameras have helped in the fight against crime. Isn't that the case?
It's the message that we've been given, and it's what we're told every day, all the time, to the extent which most people believe that to be a factual truth because they've heard it so often. Well, it must be true, right? But as we've shown, and I've said this many times before, there's been a lot of research into the effects of CCTV on crime, particularly in Britain, because Britain adopted this whole idea before other countries did. So we've had more time to assess it. I could point you to 15 different reports, many of them commissioned by the Home Office and the police themselves, which conclude that CCTV has had no significant effect on crime. It's had little or no effect, no desirable positive effect. It doesn't deter crime. It doesn't detect and solve crime, but that's what we're told it does. In fact, to the point now where we're told it's such an essential tool that we couldn't possibly do without it, and this is how we police nowadays. But it's all based on a lie. Another aspect to consider is not just the fact that it's ineffective and doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't stop crime. It just doesn't do what we're told it does. But we know what it does do. There are other more insidious things that it does, which people aren't aware of, which is the effects on society, the damaging effects on society that CCTV has. It reduces trust. It actually increases fear. The installation of cameras creates a scene of crime so that people think that this is where crime has happened or will happen. It increases suspicion. It encourages a walk-on-by society where people, as we saw a couple of weeks ago, a man was mugged in a supermarket car park. No one came to his aid, even though loads of people just walked past. And it's moving towards this sort of stand-back bystander society where people just assume that it'll be on camera somewhere and they know they don't need to help. These damaging effects are never mentioned, never considered. And we are changing the very nature of society and the very nature of what it is to be free. I mean, is it possible to be free if that's conditional on you being constantly monitored? That's not freedom, is it?
It's the InfoWars MoneyBomb Live. We're talking to privacy campaigner Steve Jolly. We're going to take your calls later at 877-789-ALEX. That's 877-789-2539. If you're in the UK, which I guess a lot of the listeners will be because it's 11:20 here, whereas it's quite early in the US, you just put a 001 before that number, and I believe you'll be able to get through that way. So it's 877-789-ALEX. That's 877-789-2539. Talking to Steve Jolly. So, Steve, moving on to ANPR cameras. These are these license plate recognition cameras that are popping up both in the UK and the US. Just tell us about the latest on that. They've been expanding at breakneck speed over the past few years. First, they were in, car parks and airports and places like that. Now they're just on the street. So tell us how ANPR is being used to track our movements.
Well, in Britain, we've got a network that's been built up fairly secretively with no public consultation, no public debate, no parliamentary debate, and no act of parliament, no statutory instrument to allow it to go ahead. It's just been done by the Association of Chief Police Officers, which is a private company, largely unaccountable to Parliament, which has given basically a blank check and carte blanche to make up policing policies. We've now got about 10,000 of these. They're in petrol stations. They're all over the motorways. They're on fixed posts at the side of the road. In America, it's called ALPR, Automatic License Plate Recognition Cameras. They're currently mainly deployed in squad cars, so they're actually in the police cars, and this is more and more common now. More and more police departments are getting these as standard issue. What sits behind that is the huge database with all sorts of information about you. And one thing that I wanted to mention last time I was on in connection with this was that the police put forward the idea that ALPR cameras are to track stolen vehicles or wanted criminals. And most people would say, well, what's wrong with that? You know, because I haven't stolen this car and I'm not a criminal, so I shouldn't worry, right? That's not strictly the case, because one of the major manufacturers, a company called PlateScan, has entered into a technology agreement with In-Q-Tel, who I'm sure you're familiar with. Now, In-Q-Tel is the strategic investment arm, the venture capital arm and the technology arm of the CIA. And they put up money for research into technologies which, you know, will help them with their snooping mission, and specifically for that purpose. And PlateScan, an ALPR manufacturer, you know, boasts on its own website. It says, PlateScan Inc., a worldwide leader in automatic license plate recognition technology, announced today, this is back in 2008, that it has entered into a strategic investment and technology agreement with In-Q-Tel, the independent strategic investment firm that identifies innovative technology solutions to support the mission of the Central Intelligence Agency and the broader intelligence community, whatever that may be. So basically, these cameras, these ALPR cameras, which are sold to us as for catching wanted criminals and stolen vehicles, is a vast intelligence gathering exercise. You know, it's practically part of the CIA. So what they're doing is recording everyone's movements, everyone's journeys, their patterns and connections, who they visit, where they go, and it could even predict, you know, your whereabouts in the future. It could also link your vehicle number plate with all sorts of information about you, which may not have anything to do with crime. So it could just be if you have political views, or if you're a protester, or you know, if you're a journalist, even, you know, if you're coming out with any anti-government statements, you know, you could be on some list. And they do, you know, you can see the transference of the no-fly list, if you like, onto the no-drive list, except it won't be a ban, it'll be a stop-and-search list. So the chances of people getting pulled over, innocent people getting pulled over and having a bit of a shakedown from the police are much greater as a result of this technology, because if the capability exists, it will be abused. And that's what's happening. In Britain, we have data mining companies who are saying to the police, well, never mind that little 2% of people who are linked to crime. What about the 98%? That's all the innocent people. You could really have a good rummage in there and find out a lot about people. And this has got nothing to do with crime. So it really is snooping and intelligence gathering. And people need to be aware of it.
Well, you mentioned where this is ultimately heading, which is, as you said, to track dissidents, you know, people who engage in civil disobedience by one way or another, whether it's, you know, protest or refusing to pay their council tax. And there was actually a case back in 2005 in the UK where this 80-year-old pensioner and his daughter had gone to an anti-war demo, a protest. They were driving back through London, and they actually got stopped by the police under the Terrorism Act, exclusively because one of the ANPR cameras had flagged their vehicle because it was photographed at this protest, put a black mark against it, and then they fed that data through to the police, and the police stopped the vehicle. Again, this guy's an 80-year-old pensioner with his daughter, no criminal record, searched the vehicle under the Terrorism Act. So that's already happening. I mean, people who go to protest being caught in this system, treated as potential terrorists, and it's all being done through this surveillance camera license plate network.
I think that was the case of John and Linda Catt.
That's right, yeah.
Anti-arms industry protesters. Entirely peaceful, entirely lawful, but as you say, you know, marked on the system and then basically harassed as a result of that.
Now, we got a lot of calls coming in on the 48-hour InfoWars MoneyBomb Marathon. We're going to go to break in a few minutes, but we'll take your calls after that. Talking with Steve Jolly, UK privacy campaigner. Steve, just quickly mention this story, which American city councils are now forcing businesses to put up surveillance cameras.
Yeah, I mean, this is one I noticed, I think, 3 days ago in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. The city council there have mandated the use of CCTV in certain types of businesses, and they're basically saying, well, bars, restaurants, petrol stations, or whatever they add to the list, they're saying you have to have this by law now, and if you don't, you could be fined and prosecuted for not having surveillance cameras on your property. So it's a big leap when we go from people wanting to put cameras up in their shop, for instance, because they think this is going to help them, with not losing stock to shoplifters or something. It's a big difference for the government to turn around and say, right now everyone's got to put it in, and it's the law, and if you don't, you know, you're in trouble. You could get fined. This is a really worrying precedent. We don't want to see this being rolled out at all.
And just going back to that previous point, which ties into this as well, about dissidents being targeted. Now, I remember in the UK we had this big poster campaign about, you know, if you film a surveillance camera, you're a terrorist. And this was just, I think it was just before or just after the London bombings. And they had a huge, I think it was Metropolitan Police poster campaign about how we stopped the bombing because somebody snitched on him for filming the surveillance camera. And now this is transferred over to the US. We had a case a few weeks ago, actually it was back in April, but the court case was a few weeks ago. A guy was filming a surveillance camera as part of an investigation where he was petitioning his local authority. And they basically got him designated as a terrorist and tried to make that stick in court simply because he was filming this camera. We're going to talk about that after the break, though. And we're going to go to your calls on the 48-hour InfoWars Money Bomb, InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. Got Charles, Kim, Ted, David, plenty of callers rolling in, and we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. We're back on the InfoWars Money Bomb 2012, InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. I'm Paul Joseph Watson here in London, England. And you just heard a clip about the TSA there, asking people about the pat-downs, the grope-downs in airports. We're actually going to speak to Ashley Jessica in the next hour, who, of course, you may have seen on the show before. She's helping us with the TSA opt-out and film campaign. We're also going to go through some of the poll questions. InfoWars has commissioned a major poll into what Americans think about the TSA, and we're going to go through some of those questions for the first time here on air. But for the moment, we're talking to Steve Jolly, who is a privacy campaigner in the United Kingdom, helped shoot down one of the major attempts to surveil Muslims in an area of Birmingham under a fake, invented, contrived pretext. Steve, we were just talking briefly before the break about this guy who was labeled a terrorist for filming a surveillance camera. Tell us about it.
Well, that example is particularly worrying because what this guy did, he was, I think he was a retired US veteran, so ex-military. He was concerned about the Big Brother state and the surveillance society, and he just submitted freedom of information requests to his local council, saying how much of our public money are you spending on these cameras? And he took a few pictures of some of them that are on his local council buildings. And as a result, I think 3 local commissioners, I'm not sure what role they have, but they basically declared him or labelled him a terrorist for doing so, for simply asking questions about how much money is being spent on cameras, you know, where are they, what use are they for, and for taking pictures in a public place. Now, it was shot down by a judge. The judge said, no, he's not really a terrorist, but, you know, even the suggestion that people who inquire about surveillance systems and want information to be publicly known could be labelled as a terrorist is really worrying, because that would include groups like No CCTV in Britain and Big Brother Watch, who do precisely that. They compile research based on freedom of information requests. And if we're moving towards a situation where people who want the truth, facts, figures and explanations in the public domain are declared terrorists, then we've really got to start worrying, and we've got to start challenging that idea, because that is just it's just preposterous suggestion, and we shouldn't never allow that to gain any kind of foothold whatsoever.
And it was actually a good little snitch that reported on him to the councillors in the first place. Obviously doing her duty under the DHS See Something, Say Something programme, snitching on him, reporting on him to the councillors for filming these security cameras. Now, of course, he's suing them for, I think it's just something like $2 million, so more power to him. Okay, we're going to go to your calls now, and first up is Kim in Ohio. Kim, go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Watson.
Hey, Kim, what's your point today?
Well, basically, I'm at work right now. I'm a security guard for a shipping company off of an airport, so figured you guys brought up TSA, so I might as well put my 2 cents in, working so closely with them. Basically, we got a couple TSA enforcers who come around here, and they check up on us like good government bureaucrats. And we had a TSA enforcer, one of the main agents, who actually got fired from the site for making lewd sexual comments at women. It sounds interesting, right?
Well, it's par for the course, isn't it? I mean, a congresswoman did an investigation into this and found that they were actually hiring people without a criminal background check. So that's why we get all these stories about TSA perverts, thieves. We had a story a couple of weeks ago about the guy stealing the iPad. Steve, what's your take on the TSA?
It's shocking and horrendous. I mean, fortunately, we don't appear to have a similar force set up in the UK, and I hope there isn't a proposal for one coming down the pipeline. But they're not law enforcement officers; they're not police. It's just a federal agency that seems to have assumed vast powers that they simply don't have. They're like the brown shirts. This is this kind of issuing orders. Strip down, freeze. Go through the scanner, come into the pat-down room, have a chat down. There should be much more backlash against the TSA, and I'm glad there is a backlash, because obviously they're hugely unpopular in the States. But this it's nothing to do with airport safety. It's security theatre and it's obedience training. And, it saddens me when we see people standing in the compliance position with their hands raised in the air. They haven't caught one single terrorist through any of these TSA measures. And I don't believe that's what it's for. It's just security theatre to train the population in obedience to this new supposed authority, which really shouldn't have any.
Ted in California, you're on the air with Steve Jolly. Go ahead. Ted, come in, Ted.
Ted, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on the air.
Yes, I have a question regarding just, a resource where there's best practices for going through TSA. For example, like I'm planning a trip next year, with my family and everybody, and I want to go through it where I know opt. But I'm looking just for a resource where there might be a best practice for, what I would do, step 1, 2, 3 on how to go through that process. And then secondly, I had a suggestion about just for things like that, best practices, and then concerns around like my spouse and awakening her and dealing with the idea that, when she hears about these things, she just doesn't want to be in fear, and whether there's a resource, around softly exposing someone to, the greater picture without turning them off with fear. I had an idea around having an AWeber account, maybe that you guys create, that just, emails somebody once a week, with a little bit of information slowly dripping, helping them out. So thank you very much.
You make some good points there, yeah. Basically, we're running this opt-out campaign, and you asked for a kind of a list of best practice, the way to deal with the TSA. Actually, if you go to infowars.com/opt-out, not now, but in about a week's time, we're going to add a ton of information to that page because, of course, we're running the opt-out and film campaign. And that's going to include a list of, you know, how to behave, how to act, how to get through with TSA. So if you go to infowars.com/opt-out in around a week's time, that information should be there. But Steve, his second point about how react, you know, with fear to this kind of information, they're overwhelmed by it. What method do you think is the most successful in waking people up to this kind of tyranny?
Well, we've got to share the information and let people know how potentially extreme the dangers could become. And we've got to encourage people to actually do something. So, you know, there are all sorts of things that people can do individually on a local level. So, you know, you can join an existing campaign, you can support an existing campaign, you can look up campaign groups either in your local area or nationally. You can write to your you know, your councillors, your MPs, your congressmen, all of these things. You can start your own campaign locally. If your local town or city council wants to install cameras for a new purpose, or whether it be in schools or on the roads or wherever, you can get involved directly in challenging it. Don't wait for somebody else to do it, and don't wait for the politicians to step in and protect us, because things are getting more and more extreme. We do need to take action before they get even more extreme, because, you know, we've got all sorts of new technologies on the brink of being rolled out now, and if we're sleeping on the job, and if we're not acting, then these things are just going to be rolled out, and we'll find that they become part of our everyday lives, and we can't allow that to happen. So people do need to actually do something for themselves. And there's lots of different things that people could do. I mean, as you know, I was told I was wasting my time campaigning in Birmingham, UK, against this massive spying operation because it was the police and the government. But I did it, I stuck with it, and I defeated it. And all too often, people will perhaps just have a grumble and say, oh, this is terrible, I don't agree with it. But that's all they'll do, just moan about it. So you really do have to do something.
It really is about... It's about picking one issue, isn't it? I mean, InfoWars is kind of a news organisation. We cover everything. But it's devolved from activists who pick one issue and they fight it. And if you focus with that laser-like precision, which you did on defeating Project Champion, you can really have an effect. And rather than just sitting on the internet, you know, keyboard warriors moaning about stuff, you can actually stand up and defeat some of this stuff. David in Virginia, you're on the air. Go ahead, David.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you this evening?
Great, thanks, David. What's your point?
I just wanted to make a couple points where I get increasingly frustrated with trying to wake people up, and I've heard a lot of callers say in the past, you know, that they have problems with waking up their family and their friends. You know, I try to talk to people about the NDAA Act. I've got accused of being racist when I'm black, even. So, you know, it's scary, the condition that these people that are asleep have been brought up their whole life. And you try to talk to them about the things, and they don't even care about it. You know, and they're hitting us on every front. I don't know if you've seen, they have a video game that's coming out, Assassin's Creed. It's actually called The Tyranny of George Washington, which I can't believe. But, you know, I just get frustrated, and sometimes I think we need to, as patriots, with the obvious voter fraud with Ron Paul, just show our numbers like a 1 million-man Patriot March or something like that, so we can all come together and see our numbers. And I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that.
Well, it's a good point, David. And I mean, from my perspective, I look at it from where I started, which was, you know, 10, 11 years ago now in this movement, truth movement, call it what you will. And back then, I mean, there was InfoWars was a tiny website. Now it gets more traffic than MSNBC.com. So you have to appreciate how far we've come and realize that it's a long battle and that we are having victories on many fronts. I mean, Monsanto on the genetically modified food front is getting its butt kicked all over Europe, could even be forced out the marketplace. And that's because of people, you know, getting out there, doing the activism, and also circulating the studies online, as with the recent rat cancer study. But I think there's just a portion of people out there who are zombies and who will remain zombies, and there's basically nothing you can do to wake them up. So you just have to cut your losses, don't waste your time, and move on. There are people out there who are naturally curious about the world, naturally curious about how the systems of power that surround them affect their lives, and you just have to know what kind of people to reach out to. Steve, what's your take on that?
Yeah, it's all too often we'll find that the mainstream media aren't covering these issues. They're not interested. I mean, I mentioned to you before about a protest demonstration in Berlin where 7,000 people turned out on the streets to protest against Big Brother government surveillance. This was last year, an event called Freedom Not Fear. And not one media outlet covered it, apart from German media, because obviously it was in Berlin, they covered it. But English language, international news, only Russia Today covered it. So for the rest of the world that didn't see that report, that protest didn't happen. But, you know, I would say contact your local media, contact the national media if you've got a story about a surveillance outrage that you've discovered in your local area. But if they're not interested, you know, don't hate the media, become the media, start a blog, or submit your story to sites like InfoWars, which are going to be more interested than the mainstream media. So, yeah, there's lots of things we can do. And, you know, try the mainstream media, try the alternative media, or become the media. Get the message out.
Well, people don't understand that it's a lot easier to manipulate the mainstream media than people think. They're always on the lookout for stories. They need a constant supply of stories. So, you know, if you just got a decent writing style and you bombard them with your information, a lot of the time they will pick it up. So it's easier to actually influence the media and get your story in the media than a lot of people think. Debbie in California, go ahead. You're on the air with Steve Jolly.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yeah, I've been listening to Alex Jones for quite a while, and he's where I get a lot of my truthful information. And as a result, I actually decided to run for Congress because for U.S. House of Representatives, because that gives us a new platform to get in front of these people who want to call us conspiracy theorists. I went to the Rio Earth Summit so that I could, as I go around speaking about Agenda 21, that I could say for a fact I was there. And one of the meetings that we went to, they acknowledged that they were going to have over 60 billion new types of surveillance around the world, whether it was cameras or audio or IntelliLights. And we were just like, our jaws dropped. Like, we don't have enough surveillance as it is. But have you heard that?
Have you heard about that, Steve?
No. Can you just... I didn't catch the gist of that.
It was a global summit, were you saying, Debbie, that you attended?
I haven't...
Yes, the Rio Earth Summit, the United Nations
Rio.
Agenda 20... Yeah, I went to Rio in June.
And they were actually talking about surveillance when that conference is supposed to be about the environment.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was about redistribution of wealth. Yeah, 60 billion new surveillance-type cameras, audio, IntelliLights, whatever, around the world.
Wow, and that's being funded straight from the UN. Steve, what's your take on that?
Well, I haven't heard of that. I mean, you know, I thought the Rio Summit and Agenda 21 was all supposedly about the global warming myth and how to manage the planet's resources and tax the air we breathe. But I'm very surprised to hear that environmentalism is being linked to surveillance now. If you could send me a link, I'd like to see that. That's troubling.
Yeah, Debbie, if you could email us the link to that story, we'll definitely be interested in covering it.
I'll have to find that. The title of the Earth Summit this year was "The Future We Want," and it was about sustainable cities, livable communities, stack and pack housing, regionalism. So that's where you get your surveillance.
It sounds like this is to do with the whole smart city with a smart grid.
Yes.
Anything with the word smart in it usually contains an element of surveillance. So that, yeah, I can see that could tie in, but I'd definitely be interested in finding more about that.
Yeah, we'll definitely be covering that story again. Debbie, thanks for the call. And again, that's somebody taking action, running for Congress there. Again, an individual taking action on their own initiative. Al in New Jersey, on the air with Steve Jolly. Go ahead.
Good morning. How you doing, guys? You're doing a great job. I love the show. I've been awake for a while, but I learned a lot from you guys. I just want to throw a few things. For one, you know how they're trying to push the currencies. Can we just keep the money that we use the dollars that we're using? We're not going to take any chips. We're going to use the dollars that we've been using. We'll use approximately the same value we have now. All of us are used to using it. That was the one solution than trying to bring in any other kind of currency. We don't have to deal with any other country for right now. We want to get America straight, so we'll continue to use the dollars. Secondarily, they want to lock down the internet. Let them lock it down. You can't follow me anymore. You can't read my emails. You don't know what I'm doing. We'll go back to print, and so they won't have any kind of clue as to what we're doing. As long as we're on the internet, they can see, hear, and watch and monitor everything we're doing. So we can just go back to print on that, and that would kind of solve that problem. What do you guys think about that?
Well, Steve, the caller there mentioned the cashless society. There was actually recently a huge meeting by Visa, and they basically announced the end of cash. That's it. Everything's going to be electronic. So what's your take on that and what the caller was saying?
Well, the problem with the digitization of everything means that digitized data can be scooped up, analyzed, linked to other sources of data. And it's the end of anonymity for buying and selling things. If you can't use cash, if cash is declared to be suspicious because we're told terrorists might use it, so you can't have it anymore, then basically every transaction for buying or selling anything is recorded and logged by the government. And, you know, there isn't any reasonable grounds for the entire population to have all their financial transactions monitored and looked at by the government. So that's what would happen if cash does go and we have electronic currency. Then that's the end of any private sales. That's the end of that's your whole financial life, with the government peering over your shoulder, looking at what you're doing. So no, that's not a good move forward. It's not a smart way of buying and selling. We definitely need to keep cash. That's for sure.
Joshua in Italy, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon to you, man. And I'm calling from Italy, so it's afternoon time here. But, well, I guess I'd like to start with saying that thank you for this summer with Bilderberg. I was there with you. And,
great.
That was nice. And also I'd like to sort of, I guess in a sense, maybe to somehow have your European understanding of the situation that we're in. I don't think Americans understand the depth of what is happening in America and what will be happening when the governments are run by, you know, these century and even millennium-old lords that have, you know, moved from being feudal lords to, you know, heads of government. And it's completely accepted within the society that these are Masons. They have their groups. They have their little societies. They're a class unto themselves, and nobody hardly even tries anymore. Well, because they've been centuries and centuries and centuries denied any right, denied any ability to challenge these classes of lords that have now become, you know, the parliamentary, you know, leaders of the government today. And I don't know if Americans understand what it's like to have to always carry with you your government ID card. You cannot leave the house without a government ID. If they stop you, you immediately are considered criminal. And they're not police that check the speed limit. They're not police that check for criminality. They have checkpoints. Even here today in Italy, the so-called carabinieri, the military police, or the local police, they don't fight crime. They have roadblocks or, you know, these check stops where they just casually stop their police cars get out and flag you down for any reason. They just pick a car. And so they're not there to actually keep the peace or to solve crime. They're there only to remind people of who has the power and don't even bother trying to fight it because we have all the power. So
well, that's the case, isn't it, Steve? I mean, Europe leads America in terms of the police state and definitely Big Brother.
Yeah, but I think a lot of Americans don't realise how quickly this is happening over there. The sheer speed, scale and scope of the Big Brother infrastructure that's going in. Because Britain's had it for years, and they started with, you know, a fairly basic low-tech sort of thing. They weren't linked together, the odd camera here, maybe just recording to a video recorder or perhaps now a hard disk recorder. Now we're looking at linking them all up and linking those CCTV cameras to analytical software that can analyse behaviour. We've got facial recognition, which is increasingly being talked about and may well come in. They're still perfecting it, but it's the holy grail that they want to bring in. In America, the brand new kit's going straight in. So the new generation high-tech equipment is going straight in America. So they've skipped the first generation that we've had here. But you've only got to look to the EU to see how extreme and in what direction these things could go. Because the EU is conducting research into linking up RFID with CCTV. So the one will trigger the other. So we're not just looking at filming a street scene or a doorway. We're looking at actually triggering the cameras by identifying people from other sources of electronic information like RFID. Now, I'm not saying that's happening now, but you know, if they're researching into this possibility, and this is something that looks like they'd like to do, then really everything digitised could be combined as a surveillance grid, and we've got to stop it.
Okay, that's where we're going to end it. Steve Jolly, just give a quick plug for your website.
Okay, you can find out more information at no-cctv.org.uk. And we didn't have time to talk about drones, but check out Drone Wars UK, another great website.
Okay, we'll be back. InfoWars Money Bomb, talking about the TSA, taking more of your calls after the break. Stay tuned. We're back on InfoWars Money Bomb 2012. Coming up after me is Lord Christopher Monckton, the legend himself, so be sure to stay tuned for that. At the moment, we're going to switch to the TSA. We're still going to go to your calls at 877-789-ALEX. That's 877-789-2539. And we got Mark in Australia. We're going to go to him in a few minutes here because obviously he's calling long distance. But now I'm delighted to be joined by Ashley Jessica, who some of you will have seen on the show before over the last month or so. She's got an MA in clinical psychology. She's currently pursuing her PhD. And she used her bad experience at the hands of the TSA for good by helping InfoWars launch the national TSA opt-out and film campaign, which is taking place next month during Thanksgiving. Information at infowars.com/opt-out. So Ashley, good morning.
Good morning, Paul. Well, you're just good afternoon.
It's 7 a.m. for you, though, isn't it? So you're being a treat for us.
Yes.
So you've been on the show before, obviously, and for those who haven't heard about your experience at the hands of the TSA, just briefly tell us about it again.
Okay, so I was coming back from Norfolk, Virginia, and I was with my mom and younger brother, and there was one line with a body scanner that they were shuffling everybody through, and we all opted out of that, and we were warned that we would need to be subjected to pat-downs for doing so, and the TSA agent got on her phone and was like, 2 female, 1 male opt-out. And then 2 TSA agents walked towards us, 2 very intimidating-looking TSA agents. And I was taken to one side, my brother was taken to another side, and my mom was held back behind the security line, and they wouldn't let her through. And the TSA agent, who was about to pat me down, ordered me to turn around and separate my legs. like full prison guard style. And when I turned around and asked her to describe the pat-down procedure to me, she didn't even offer me a private screening or anything. Not that I would have gone for that, but just pointing that out. And she told me that she was going to pat me down and touch my private parts with the backs of her hands. I was pretty taken aback by that, and I told her that she could pat me down but not touch my private areas. And then she called another TSA agent, who she said was a supervisor, and told her that I was giving her a hard time. And this TSA agent assured me that she would watch and make sure everything was okay. And so we proceeded with the pat down. And when she got to my behind, she pressed on it really hard, and I jumped forward, and then she said, I'm not allowed to move while she pats me down. And then she did it again. And at that point, I jumped forward again, and I was like, what are you doing? And she said she was going to have to do it again and again until I didn't flinch. And at that point, I basically refused to proceed with the pat down. And they told me that I wasn't going to be flying that day because I wasn't letting them pat me down. And at that point, my brother had just finished with his grope down, and he was ready to start filming. And he was coming over to me to comfort me. And the TSA agent who patted him down said that if he touches me, that he's going to need to be patted down again. And the rest of it is on the video, which is, I believe, posted on your Prison Planet Live channel.
And they actually threatened to take you to court for filming them, even though their own policy on their own website says that that's not illegal.
Exactly. And I wasn't even the one filming, actually. And it seemed like they were just trying to punish me for making a fuss. They actually chose me to dust my clothes for explosives and rip my bag apart. And they told me that it was because I had liquid in there, but the only liquid I had was a contact lens solution, which had a picture of an airplane on it, which indicated it was safe for travel. So, yeah, it was clear that they were trying to punish me for making a fuss.
Which is what they do with people who display any kind of derogatory attitude towards the TSA or its policies. They punish them, either by denying them boarding the plane, which happened in one case a few weeks ago, or by simply smashing you in the testicles, which is a story we also covered a couple of weeks ago. It's all about obedience training, and if you're not an obedient good slave, then you will get punished for it. There was also a guy who had $500 stolen from his wallet simply because he complained about the pat-down. So, of course, this experience led you to have the idea for the opt-out and film campaign, which we're running at Infowars.com/opt-out. So tell us about how that came about.
Yeah, well, basically, I was given a second pat-down after my brother started filming, and this was far less invasive than the first pat-down I got. And this agent was so polite and so respectful and didn't come near my private areas. So, yeah, it was completely different from the first pat-down. And this was clearly because my brother was filming, and she knew that this video could be shown to anyone, I'm pretty sure. So,
which shows that if you film them, they behave differently. So that's the whole idea of the opt-out and film campaign, isn't it?
Exactly. So that gave me the idea. I thought that it's time that we stand up for our rights and say enough is enough already, and opt out of all of the invasive TSA procedures. And by filming, this is a way to protect our rights and to hold the TSA accountable. Because as we can see, you know, I know you had that story where you reported on all the Freedom of Information request complaints that were released. There were, I don't know, I think hundreds. And yet there is no accountability, it seems.
Well, exactly. I mean, those Freedom of Information Act requests, a lot of them contain stories about people having their genitals groped at the hands of the TSA, which we're going to go on to talk about soon in the context of Ben Affleck saying he likes the idea very much, but for the moment we're going to go to a caller, which is Mark in Australia. Go ahead, Mark.
G'day, mates, and to your guest, g'day from down under. A little news from here. When you were talking before with Scott, all the states and territories here are rushing ahead with as much money as they can get out of the federal government to put more surveillance cameras in. We're going hard with face recognition and license plate because they are high-level revenue spinners. They'll set them off, where you can't see them in these cars or whatever, and then they'll turn around and get you. But the thing about it, being an old programmer, what they're doing is really building up that database of everything from everywhere, and all of the things will be to the point where we are entrapped in an electronic trigger matrix. You can't do anything. You can't buy anything unless it's electronic. You can't move unless you're being spied on. You can't do anything unless you do it the way they want you to do, as well as, flying. My suggestion for Americans is get off your backside. Next time you fly, take the articles that come from Harvard and other places that say those backscatter scanners do have dangers, and hand them off. Read up on what the procedures are for the TSA in interacting with you and know what your rights are. No longer be willing to grab a ticket, pay it half a fortune for it, and then run further into their little lineup game so that they turn around like putting cows through a dairy milking machine and doing anything and everything with you. You got to stand up. And I just want to put one more pitch up. I've done my bit. These broadcasts, I've been watching them mostly because I'm in a real different time zone than everybody else. And I've been able to see a lot of the stuff that's been what would be overnight for America. Excellent guests, excellent information. You, Paul Watson, Syria Girl, and all this stuff. They had excellent people coming in that you normally don't see. And it's time to help Alex take that next step. Come on, get up off your bums, go bang your credit card or put some cash in the mail or something and get this tally for the MoneyBomb to move higher and higher.
Well, thanks for the call, Mark, and thanks for the compliment. Yeah, you mentioned the body scanners there. We had a major victory with the TSA. Of course, we've forced them to basically mothball in Europe the X-ray body scanners because their safety could not be verified. Numerous studies from major health organizations saying that they would lead to an increase in cancer. They've been forced across the world to install these privacy filters whereby the image of your naked body is no longer seen. They're now being installed in major airports. But actually, isn't it the case that these millimeter wave scanners, which are the alternate version, which are being marketed as safe, they're obviously safer than the X-ray, but they've still got health dangers attached to them, haven't they?
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of research that shows that they cause cellular damage, and they basically unzip
DNA.
And yeah.
That sounds very safe, doesn't it?
Yeah. They interfere with DNA replication, and so to me that doesn't exactly sound like it's something that's safe. And I haven't. Sorry.
Of course, when people have gone through these body scanners with objects simply sewn into their clothing, as John Corbett did, they can't even detect it. So they're completely useless anyway, even if, aside from the health fears, they're completely useless for the very objective they're supposed to be there for.
Exactly. And I know in my trip to Virginia, I saw people who were going through the millimeter wave scanner, they were being patted down after. So it's not like going through the scanner helps prevent an invasive pat down anymore.
No, in many cases they just do both.
Exactly.
The caller was talking about everything being linked together under this one grid. Of course, that ties into the story we had, which I re-emphasized a couple of weeks ago. It got on the Drudge Report, which was the fact that in 2008, the Department of Homeland Security seriously considered, and they were about to actually purchase electric shock bracelets that every traveller flying through airports would have been forced to wear, and they were going to use this to track people through the airport via GPS satellite technology. And also, it had the capability to actually deliver electric shocks. So imagine if you're not too happy about your grope down, the TSA can directly incapacitate you, deliver an electric shock that's the equivalent to being shot by a taser. I mean, completely tyrannical, off-the-charts insanity. They actually nearly went ahead and did it in 2008. It got out in the media. They were forced to back off. But Ashley, I mean, just that story alone tells us where this is heading if we don't stop it now.
Exactly. To me, that leads me to believe that anything is possible. Anything could be on the table if they were seriously considering that. And I'm really glad that you wrote that article, actually, because I had no idea that was even an option. And I'm sure a lot of people didn't as well. So it just shows me that anything could be put on the table. And 10 years ago, if you would have told some people, I'm sure most people, that when they would go to the airport, they would have to have someone stick their hands down their pants, they probably would have thought that was crazy. Like, I know I wouldn't have believed it. I would have thought it's like a South Park episode or something.
It actually was a South Park episode where, of course, I did a video about it. They had the Toilet Security Administration, and they had the basically the equivalent of the TSA groping people and doing cavity searches when they went to a restroom, you know, in a restaurant or a fast food chain. And that was in South Park as a satirical thing. I did a satire piece on it in a video, and people actually believed it was real, that the TSA was now doing body cavity searches in restaurants, in public toilets. So, I mean, the fact they thought it was real, it could be real, just shows how bad it's gotten, doesn't it?
Exactly. One thing that I want to point out, though, from the 2008 story with the shock bracelets is that it was the public backlash that stopped that idea in its tracks. And that really reaffirms my belief that we still can make a positive change with the other invasive TSA procedures if we are willing to step up and say that we're not going to tolerate this anymore.
Talking to Ashley Jessica about the TSA and our TSA opt-out and film campaign, which is at infowars.com/opt-out. More information is going to be added to that page in the next week or so. And we're going to go to more of your calls at 877-789-ALEX. That's 877-789-2539. We've had a ton of great callers so far, and we hope to get more on the line to talk about the TSA surveillance or indeed any other subject on your mind. So please do call in. Now, Ben Affleck. We've got a video which I put together yesterday. You can go and watch it. It's on the bottom right-hand side of prisonplanet.com. And basically, during an appearance on Bill Maher's show about a week ago, Ben Affleck came out and said that he's got no problem and it's not the end of the world if a TSA officer grabs your penis. He didn't use the word penis, he used something ruder. But that's what he actually said was okay, that the TSA, as we know they're doing from all the Freedom of Information Act requests, all the stories. We had the conservative blogger Dana Loesch just a week ago come out with a story about how the TSA, quote, groped my vagina, got Miss USA having it done to her. I mean, Ashley, maybe he's fine with a TSA uniformed guy grabbing his genitals. Do you think he'd be fine if the same thing happened to his kids? I mean, rape counselors have said that this could cause post-traumatic stress disorder in rape victims. I mean, do you think it's acceptable for a public figure like Affleck? He wasn't joking. He was being serious about it. He was in an argument with Ann Coulter about it. Do you think it's acceptable for him as a public figure to be an apologist for something which in any other context, in any other situation, would be called sexual assault?
I think that was clearly a very irresponsible thing for him to do, and beyond insensitive for him to say something like that, given the amount of people trivializing sexual assault in general by saying something like that. So I think that was completely uncalled for and out of line.
And of course, we know the reason why he's not too fussed about it is because, as they proved in the YouTube clip, he flies private. His chauffeur drives him straight onto the damn runway. He doesn't even have to go through TSA. So why is he even talking about it?
Exactly.
He's just a hypocrite, basically. Oliver in the UK, you're on the air. Go ahead, Oliver.
Good evening. Well, good afternoon, is it maybe, Paul?
Yeah, good afternoon, Oliver. What's your point?
Well, I've just something that I've wanted to ask you for quite a while now. You see, a couple of months ago, obviously, there was the Olympics, and primarily you, particularly on your website, were saying, and on Alex Jones' show, were saying how they were going to be attacked at the Olympics. So I would wonder if you'd be interested in, retracting that statement.
I actually didn't say that. I said there would not be a false flag alien attack. I said there was a risk of an attack because of the G4S security debacle, which later, 2 weeks in the mainstream media, that came out and it was proven that it was a complete sham with the security and the games were at risk of an attack. So that's what I said. But thanks for the call. Sean in Wyoming, you're on the air. Go ahead.
How's it going, Paul?
Going great. What's your point today, Sean?
Yeah, I just want to, tell everybody out there that's hearing the show all over the world, InfoWars, MoneyBomb 2012. This is something we all need to contribute to. You guys you and a few other people are, really the only ones bringing these points out and the truth in all actuality. And we as the human race really need to just rediscover love and what it is to be human and fight this tyranny. You guys are doing a great job, pretty much, being the Paul Reveres of our time. So, with that said, I love you. I love Alex Jones. I love everybody out there that's liberty-minded, and we all got to stick together and pull together if we want to beat this thing.
Well, thanks for the compliment. And Ashley, that comes to the nub of a point which I've had, a question I've had is, who would want to be a TSA agent? Most people would not get a thrill out of standing there all day having to pat people down, having to grope them, even little kids. What kind of mindset does it take? I know it's a bad economy, but what kind of mindset does it take to want to be a TSA agent?
Gosh, I don't know. I really don't know what could motivate someone to want to fill that position. I guess somebody who enjoys being in a position of power and degrading other people.
It's amazing. Actually, there was a story a couple of years ago. Somebody did a YouTube spoof video where they phoned up and pretended to be a pervert to a TSA recruitment office, and they were actually treated seriously by the TSA, even though they were overtly, as a spoof call, pretending to be a pervert. So, it's the case that the TSA doesn't even perform background checks before they hire people. That's why we get all these criminals, people who steal things, perverts, child molesters even in many cases. We had the defrocked priest ending up in TSA jobs, groping you and your family. So that goes right to the heart of how criminal this agency has become, doesn't it?
It's true. These people, they seem like they have no regard for other people's feelings, for other people's dignity. They don't care.
It's amazing. Kevin in Moscow, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Paul, how you doing today?
Great, Kevin.
Just want to touch base with you. I like your material that you always post. I have a YouTube channel, and I have a hassle with being flagged for copyright infringement with the intro music. And the people that hold the copyright, even though I have it clearly marked as fair use, I refuse YouTube's greedy ads. I'm not making a profit, yet they keep flagging my channel. And any suggestions what to do?
Well, YouTube now actually has bots. They don't even do this manually, that crawl through videos and detect copyright. In many cases, it's not even copyright. We had a case where Alex Jones's voice was defined to be copyright and that he didn't own his own voice. So it's really getting crazy with YouTube. I would just suggest making your own music. I mean, you can get many programs now which contain copyright-free intro music, and it's so easy to get them. And just use your own music, and you won't even have the problem in the first place. Are you saying this is copyrighted music?
No, this is music like your intro music. When I'm re-uploading, and they took away my unlimited status, they have me down to 15-minute status. So it's really crazy what they're doing. To show you how crazy YouTube has gotten, I have a student that's going to be a future Olympian, hopefully, and in the music on her program is Tchaikovsky, and they flagged that too. Even though, Tchaikovsky's dead 150 years.
So you're saying you're using our intro music, the InfoWars one?
Well, it's the show. I have to cut up the show into 15-minute parts, and then I upload it to my IMP KAP YouTube channel.
I'll tell you what, if you send me an email, watson@prisonplanet.com, I can write you something that says you've got full permission to use it, and if that's any help, then I'll be happy to do it.
Sure. I appreciate all your good info, and it's really second to none. You guys are the best. Got a little other technical problem. My browser or my Prison Planet TV membership keeps cutting me off, and I asked you guys to help me out with it, and this is months and months. It's got to be 6 or 7 months I'm having this problem, yet the technical guys don't even respond to me anymore.
If you just send it to me, and I'll make sure the right department sees it, watson@prisonplanet.com. But thanks for the call. Kevin in Michigan, go ahead, you're on the air.
I just wanted to say I think we should get rid of the TSA ASAP immediately. The whole point in being an American constitutionalist is we're not asking permission for anything. We never were asking permission for our guns, and we're not asking permission for free speech. We're just going to take it, and we're going to keep it. And I also want to say I think this country needs a continuity of constitution program instead of continuity of government. Can you comment on the continuity of Constitution things? Is there a way we could do that? Do we have that?
Well, I mean, when Obama signs orders on New Year's Eve in the dead of night that eviscerate the Constitution, obviously that kind of thing would be very welcome. But actually, I mean, talking about the TSA, as the caller just mentioned, are we really going to see it abolished? I mean, Republicans have made noises about defunding it. Do you think there will come a time when the wave of negative publicity is so strong that it has to be abolished?
Well, sir, I mean,
Go ahead, Ashley. Just talking to Ashley.
I think that if the people make a big enough fuss about it and stop consenting to this type of treatment, that we could definitely head in that direction.
Okay, thanks for the call, Kevin. We're going to go to some more calls in a minute, but we're just going to come up to the break shortly. After that break, we're going to get into a poll which InfoWars has commissioned, which is about to be conducted by a major polling agency. And we're going to ask some very candid questions about the TSA and specifically what level of indignity Americans would put up with as a part of this poll. Because we mentioned earlier the South Park episode with the Toilet Security Administration doing, shall we say, body cavity searches. That's the polite way of doing them. In this poll, we're actually going to ask Americans if they would consent to a body cavity search, and that is, the very worst thing you can imagine. It's what prisoners get. It's what dangerous prisoners get when they're being incarcerated. So we're actually going to ask Americans if they would submit to that in order to fly. And I'm betting that it's going to be a good solid, because the question's framed in such a way to get this. I reckon it's going to be a good solid 10 to 20% that would consent to such an indignity, which again is going to illustrate how far down the rabbit hole we've gone. It's Paul Joseph Watson with the Alex Jones, InfoWars 2012 Money Bomb, InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. We're getting into the final stretch here. Coming up after me is Lord Christopher Monckton, the legend himself, to host the show. And we're talking about the TSA with my guest, Ashley Jessica, who has launched the National Opt-Out and Film campaign. More information about which is at Infowars.com/opt-out. So, Ashley, we had this recent Gallup poll, and we're going to go to more of your calls in a minute. We had a Gallup poll which said that a majority of Americans think the TSA, even in the light of all this negative publicity, a deluge of which occurs every single week, the majority of Americans think the TSA is doing a good job. 54%, I believe it was. Why do you think the figure's so high, given the agency's terrible reputation?
I mean, that still really blows my mind that the majority of Americans could think that the TSA is doing a good job. A part of me wonders if, I don't know, they were afraid to speak poorly of their government to whoever was doing this survey. As you know, that behavior isn't exactly rewarded these days. I'm not sure if that played a role, or if maybe there was a proportion of people who genuinely are so afraid that there will be a terrorist attack that they're willing to accept these invasive TSA procedures and surrender their liberties for that false sense of security. I don't know.
And it was the case that the frequent flyers were actually a majority, significant majority, basically hated the TSA. So they know they have to go through it, once a week or so. They know the treatment. They know the invasive grope downs because they have to go through it over and over again. Whereas somebody who flies, once every couple of years or so is statistically far less inclined to get an invasive grope down. But if you do it regularly, you're more likely to get one. So I guess that explains the frequent flyers.
Yeah, I guess having to go through it more to actually experience that changes things rather than just looking at it from an outside perspective.
Joseph in New York, you're on the air. Go ahead. Joseph.
Yes. Hi.
Joseph, you sound like you're inside an airport.
Yeah.
What's your question today?
Recently, I was traveling to Europe, and also I was grilled by TSA, same style like you described on your show. Beard, long hair, pot belly, and I have implant in my leg, titanium, and it set off the metal detector. So that's why I was patted down. But they don't use the wand anymore. They just go straight to pat down. But when I was in a duty-free zone, I was able to buy alcohol in the glass bottle and take it on the airplane. So if I don't want to give any suggestion, but the sharp glass could be used like the box cutters. And 2 years ago, I was traveling from England by a car to I don't know the state, and I think we were by the car, and I think we passed through the X-ray because then our car was searched, and my brother, because I was with my brother, he had in the truck a replica of a gun, and they were just going straight to the point where the thing was, and they found it, and then they let us go. So probably they had the big X-ray machine, and we didn't know we just passed through.
Oh, yeah, no, they admit now they have X-ray machines down near the border in the United States, not even really close to the border, but people are being forced to go through them. Again, the health threats of that are obvious, having your entire body X-rayed while you pass through it in the vehicle. And Joseph mentioned there, Ashley, the fact you can just buy a bottle of alcohol, you could smash that and use it as a weapon, which again illustrates that this TSA security is security theater, isn't it?
Exactly. That's a really good point that he made. And I also follow TSA rants on Twitter, and I see every day people tweeting, oh, I just smuggled a box cutter through security, or I smuggled pepper spray by accident. Oops, I forgot it was in my carry-on bag. And And the TSA, they're too busy sticking their hands down people's pants to actually identify dangerous objects.
It's amazing. I mean, we hear stories all the time about people, the TSA announcers with great fanfare, oh, we stopped this object getting through, we stopped that object getting through. The vast majority of objects that shouldn't get through that do, people are never going to report on it, they're never going to make it public. So, I mean, the TSA is really ineffective. They've never caught a terrorist, that's a fact. And they've expanded from, what, 10,000 agents to 66,000 agents now. The queues aren't any shorter, and everything they do is a complete abomination. Colan in Canada, you're on the air with Ashley Jessica. Go ahead.
Hi, I've been awake for a long, long time, more than 17 years now, and I loathe the New World Order in ways I can't really describe to you briefly. I'm even using lucid dreaming to fight them, and it's pretty effective. But that being said, part of what I'm suggesting to people is to boycott culture which supports the New World Order. Just to boycott it. You know, are you going to die if you don't see a movie with Ben Affleck in it? and so on and so on.
I wrote an article a few days ago, Are You a Zombie? And it's about the effect that television has, not only on children, but on adults, in putting them into this, you know, sub-zombie state where they're just sponges for all the information coming in. And if you don't watch television, it leaves you much more time for reading, for studying, for exercising, and it just benefits your whole life generally anyway. So isn't that the case, Ashley, just withdrawing from this trash culture that's being thrown at us and just leading your own life the way you want to lead it is part of the solution?
I think it's, of course, very important to stay informed and keep up to date on what's really happening in the world. And, of course, you know, Infowars.com does a great job of reporting the information that the mainstream media often does not report. So, yeah, I absolutely think it's important to stay informed and know what's really going on.
Martina in Iowa, you're on the air. Go ahead, Martina.
Hello.
Hi, what's your question today?
Well, it's not really a question, it's a comment. I went to the doctor on the 15th and received a pamphlet about HIPAA. And one part of it, it says national security and intelligence activities. Apparently, it says we will release your personal health information to authorized federal officials. When required by law, this information may be used to protect the president, other authorized persons, or foreign heads of state to conduct special investigations for intelligence and other national security activities authorized by law. Now, my question is, how does my personal health information have anything to do with the president?
Well, absolutely nothing whatsoever. But that's the problem when this invasive information overload gets infested in every aspect of society. Of course, now we had stories recently about people with back pain, really severe back pain, going to their doctors. And this guy was a prepper. He was on the National Geographic show, Doomsday Preppers. He actually went to his doctor, complained of this back pain, and his doctor ended up evaluating him and recommending that he be put in a psych ward for people with mental problems. So they're doing it through the doctors, they're doing it through socialist healthcare in many countries, and it's just abhorrent, it's insidious, and it's why you should really be careful about what information you give out, especially to public bodies. Isn't that the case, Ashley?
Sorry, I missed that for what you just said. The first
just
part
that
you
you've got to
said.
be careful in the information you give out about yourself, because as this lady described, it's being fed into databases run by the government, and it can be used against you.
Yeah, I absolutely think that your personal health information should be kept private, of course.
Well, I mean, that's the law, isn't it? It's the Hippocratic Oath.
Mm-hmm.
So again,
That's
just
shocking.
amazing. Yeah, it is basically. Let's talk about this poll now. We're going to go to a couple of other callers if we can fit them in at the end. But InfoWars is commissioning a TSA poll, and it's going to be conducted by a major polling agency. And we're going to ask people what level of indignity they will tolerate in order to fly. So we're going to go through some of the questions here. And this is basically to illustrate how far down the rabbit hole we've gone. So, Ashley, I'm going to ask your take on what percentage of people you think are going to submit to this kind of treatment in the airports, or indeed now the TSA are on the highways, you know, political events, school prom nights even, if they would submit to it in that arena as well. So this is one of the questions. Given recent reports concerning the threat posed by terrorists who plan to implant bombs within their own bodies, would you be willing to undergo a TSA body cavity search in order to fly? And that, of course, was based off the satirical South Park episode, which many people believed was a true story, alarmingly enough. And so we're going to ask these people this question with very willing, ambivalent, not willing, and very unwilling as the multiple choices. So, Ashley, what percentage of Americans do you think would be very willing or willing to submit to a body cavity search by the TSA in order to fly?
Gosh, I mean, I'm hoping that it's zero, of course. But, gosh, given the other poll, that the majority thought that the TSA was doing a good job.
54%, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I reckon a solid 10 to 20%. I'm serious.
Yeah, I think that 10% is a reasonable estimate.
Because just by throwing in the word terrorist, terrorists are everywhere, they're going to get you. That's going to be enough for a lot of people. They'll say, well, yeah, I'll undergo any kind of indignity whatsoever, just save me from the terrorists. So I reckon 10% minimum on that are going to accept a body cavity search. And of course, we're going to get a good headline out of that if it happens. But yeah, I hope it's zero. If it's zero, then it's something to celebrate. We're also going to ask, would you be willing to have your biometric information, digital fingerprints, iris scan, taken and retained by TSA officials each time you fly in the interests of safety? Now, I reckon that's going to be higher. I reckon that's probably going to be 50% or so. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that one's going to be high, too. If people are willing to go through the naked body scanner and have their pictures of their naked body stored, then I think that it's going to be over 50% for the biometric information.
And I mean, a lot of people have to give it already. I had to give it 7 years ago when I flew into Houston Airport. I had to give, 3 fingerprints and an iris scan just to get in the country. Flying into communist China was like, a walk in the park compared to meeting with the Department of Homeland Security in America. So it just shows, we hear all this stuff about China being a land of tyranny, which it is. But when you go through the airports, you're treated like what you should be treated, which is a paying customer with, dignity and good customer service. And that's what they do, not in America. And you're right. I think at least 50% would be willing to give up their biometric information and have it retained in the in of safety. Let's go through some more of these questions then.
Okay. I was just going to say that I've actually seen people in the airport getting thumb scanned and having their pictures taken as well after they get thumb scanned, and they don't seem bothered by it. I haven't actually seen one person really put up a fuss, so yeah, I think it will be high.
This next one is about our friend Ben Affleck, a point that he raised. The TSA's more invasive pat-down procedures now include agents touching travellers' genitals through their clothing. In many cases, it's directly, but we put that in the question for, interests of balance. Do you think this is acceptable given the threat posed by terrorists? So, Ashley, how many people, what percentage of people do you think will find it very acceptable or acceptable for TSA agents to be groping their genitals?
I think that one is going to be higher than I would like it to be as well. Maybe 40%. just get an educated guess there. You can just tell by people's actions. A lot of people willingly go through that at the airport. You know, I know with my experience, nobody else really made a fuss, and people were looking at me like I'm crazy for making a fuss. So
it's amazing. I mean, it could be over 50%. We'll wait and see. Here's another one. Do you think it's acceptable for TSA agents to prevent travelers from boarding a plane if they display an attitude that is derogatory to TSA officials or TSA screening procedures? And this, of course, goes back to the story about the woman who was barred from flying because she complained about the TSA testing her drink, which she purchased after passing through security, for explosives. So how many people do you think are going to find it acceptable that the TSA can prevent them from boarding a plane if they have an attitude, God forbid?
That's a tough one for me.
I reckon that's going to be high. I reckon 60-70% on that one.
Really? Yeah, I mean, you know, terrorists could be meaner than the average person. So maybe TSA needs to look out for people who have an attitude. I don't know.
I mean, isn't that the point of the chat downs? Like, terrorists would want to draw attention to themselves. Makes absolutely no sense again whatsoever. Right. But you know, this is the TSA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could be probably right. Yeah.
I reckon 60 to 70, yeah. This is probably one of my favourite questions that we came up with. How reasonable is it that travellers should be made by law to obey every command given by a TSA agent inside an airport or any other public place, given the threat posed by terrorists? So we're basically asking people if TSA agents anywhere, outside an airport, inside an airport, should basically be made gods who have to have their every command followed to the T. I reckon, again, that's probably going to be 30% at least, maybe higher. What do you think?
Yeah, that could be, it could be 30%. I mean, a lot of people do obey everything that the TSA says. So their actions show that they think it is acceptable.
And a lot of people think that anybody in uniform has to be obeyed, whatever they say, because they're that brainwashed by it. All right, we're going to go to a call because we've only got 5 minutes left. So it's Zach in Florida. Go ahead, Zach. Zach, you're on the air. Go ahead. Have we lost Zach? Okay, we're going to go to Rog. Are you there, Zach?
I'm there.
Okay, Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, you should actually host more. Honestly, the last time I flew was when I was like, I don't know, it was like 7 years old, and it was before TSA, and I would never go that again. Never again. You there?
I mean, a lot of people are saying that. A lot of people say, let's just stop flying and we can avoid them. But when they're fanning out onto the highways and at public events, you know, it's kind of a cop-out. It doesn't wash. Yeah, you can boycott the airlines and stop flying, but the TSA are getting it. You know, they're on the train stations, the subways, the ferry ports, they're everywhere. So it's time to stand up now, which is what we're doing with the opt-out campaign, Infowars.com/opt-out. Rog in California, you're on the air. Go ahead, Rog.
Ashley, and how's it going? Thank you for standing up against TSA. And even though you're the only one in line that thought it was crazy to stand up, I guess I'd be the only one and still be right and not be wrong. I mean, I would like to tell my TSA story first. A year ago, I think last December, I went to Costa Rica, and I opted out. Me and my sister opted out. We had a couple other people in the family that did not opt out. Went to the naked body scanner, didn't really care. Excuse me. And so I actually got the pat down. And, you know, people are, Infowars is not exaggerating. Ashley's not exaggerating. No one's exaggerating when they're talking about these TSA stories. I mean, there's millions, right? It seems like, of the horror stories that people go through. You know, I actually didn't get the too invasive pat down. It was invasive to a certain extent. Like, he did go up, you know, my bottom area and all that. But it wasn't like where in my pants or any of that. Those crazy stories, but I could see that happening, and I know that it is violating another man, even though, like, another man you don't even know, even if it's your own friend, if they do that to you, that's kind of disgusting. So it's just absolutely disgusting. The American people, not only do they get raped financially and, with all the food and all the toxins in the water and the air and everywhere, but, at the airport as well. So we just got to, take a stand anywhere we can. I know the We Won't Fly campaign that you guys are supporting, so, we got to do what we can, and I just want to take your thoughts
We're not supporting the
on
We Won't Fly campaign. Sorry to cut you off, but we're not supporting the We Won't Fly campaign.
It's a new campaign. It's the opt-out and film, Infowars.com/opt-out, but that's another good campaign, and yeah, people should support that as well. Sabrina, quickly please, last caller.
Okay.
Sabrina in California, go ahead.
About the RFID chips, I've been listening for hours. About the RFID chips, about the young lady who threw hers into the woods and it was brought back to her. Make it difficult for these people. Throw them into the nearest porta potty that you can find. Make them replace it. Make it difficult. Make a statement. And about the opt-out, use that film and sue these people in court.
That's a great point. Ashley, final word on the opt-out and film campaign. Thanks for the call, Sabrina.
I just encourage everybody to spread the word to as many people as possible about this campaign. And we're going to have flyers available shortly that you can post around your communities just to raise awareness. I think that we all need to really come together and stand up against this. And I also want to acknowledge how frightening it can feel to stand up against the TSA. I don't mean to trivialize that in any way. And I think that's why it's important for us all to participate in this campaign and support each other and put a stop to this already and stop allowing this to go on. So,
and it's Infowars.com/opt-out. Quickly give out your Twitter, Ashley.
You can follow me on Twitter at Ashley Jessica, and I try to respond to everybody, so look forward to getting some new followers.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We'll be sure to have you back on again. Ashley Jessica, fighting the TSA with the opt-out and film campaign. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. There goes Ashley. Just got about a minute left here on my segment of the InfoWars Money Bomb. Coming up after the break is Lord Christopher Monckton, who is going to host, I believe, 2 hours of the show. Of course, he's one of the preeminent experts on the whole phony global warming contrived myth, and he's an excellent public speaker, so that'll be a really good listen, I'm sure. Again, I encourage you to go to InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com and donate. You can see from the video behind the scenes at InfoWars how we've spent the money. I mean, just over the course of the last 7 years, the operation has grown to such an extent. It's amazed me. 50 plus employees now. We've got the magazine going. We've got so many projects in the offing, and we're going to go to a break right now, but be sure to go to InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. Don't know how much I've got left here, but we're going to go to Lord Christopher Monckton in the next segment, and he's going to host, he's going to carry you through for the next 2 hours. Coming to the long end of the trek now. I don't think anybody's going to have been able to listen to the whole 48 hours, but I know that some of the crew there have been pulling, 24-hour shifts, maybe even more, maybe grabbing sleep here and there. But that's going to do it for my segment of the InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com broadcast, and stay tuned. We'll be back with Lord Christopher Monckton. Don't go away.